Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show with the Seahawks Brendon Nelson, my brother from another mother. How's it going, Brendon?
Uh, I'd love to make fun of the Carolina Panthers for giving $10 million to Cam Newton today, but we gave $10 million to Carlos Dunlap, and I don't know which one's worse anymore.
You're not wrong. You're
So
not
that's
wrong.
how the season's going. But I'm
How
good. How about you?
I'm pretty much just picking myself up off from the bed. I just turned the blinds barely open here now on, is it Thursday? Is it Tuesday? What day is it anymore? Are we in winter? I don't know. I can't tell anymore, Brendan. I just can't tell anymore. But I'm trying to bring myself forward on it. I know that this season's now done, as I'm sure you and I both kind of have long been, we're right there. But there's always been that smidge of hope, that little slice. It's gone. It's lost. I know there's
Hmm.
mathematical possibilities we can talk about, but let's get into what were realistic possibilities. So it allows us a lot of ground, I think, to cover in this show that's maybe outside of more of, this how this position group's playing or that position group's playing or this. We're going to get to cover, I think, in more on items that are a little more specific, especially when we look to going forward. But of course, we have a couple things to grab off the top here, Brendan. That I watched couple of your videos, but I want to know after a couple of days of maybe kind of marinating on it, where you're sitting right now coming off of this game. And as always, because it's one of these things where you go, it doesn't really matter the particulars. It just sort of matters because this is the flow of how you're taking your feeling off of what you're the general things you're finding, right? Oh, sorry.
Oh, trying to jump scare me.
Oh, goodness.
1 second, guys.
Sorry about that. Cats always do
Uh,
that right when I go
yeah,
live. My bad.
yeah, trying to jump scare me, man.
Oh,
Start of
dude,
the day.
that was loud.
Yeah.
She was into it. So I guess where your thoughts are from this game. I kind of
Okay. Well, I, I've been watching Seahawks games since 1996, and I've seen some bad seasons. There have been some bad seasons, and they're not a lot, but I've seen a few. There might have been some seasons that are probably going to end up being a little worse than this season, but I can't remember having less fun watching Seahawks games.
yeah.
Like that game on Monday night, even though we almost pulled off a miraculous comeback at the end, which just came out of absolute nowhere, even though we almost found a way to pull it out, and we were arguably like one or two plays away from doing it, I've just never had less fun watching a football game with the Seahawks. I've seen the Jim Mora year. That team was that was a 5-11 team, but they probably deserved to win about 2 games, and they got lucky here and there. I saw the last year of Mike Holmgren. I saw some of the first couple years of Mike Holmgren when we didn't have any quarterback yet. Going back and forth between what was it, John Kitna and Trent Dilfer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some bad Seahawks football, but it might not be the worst, but it's just not fun. What did we do at one point? Fumble, 3-and-out, 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 5-and-out. And this is the era of offensive football. Offensive football has never been easier than it's supposed to be right now. Like you are seeing teams shatter offensive records practically every other season. You're seeing quarterbacks throw for 50 plus touchdowns every couple years now. You're seeing offenses just destroy old records. You're seeing, quarterbacks back in the 80s, you could complete 56% of your passes and it was considered pretty good. Now you got to be getting up to like 68, 69, 70 before you're considered good. And yet we have to watch this kind of football. It's crazy. I can't believe we're having this season. Can't believe it's going the way it's going. That's my main takeaway from that game. The initial snap reaction was just this is not fun.
Yeah, it's been a string of awful football games, and watching it one way or another, it seems to have a little bit of mild variance between how it does actually play out to get to that direction of things. But it always ends up landing in the same segment, which is you sitting about 3/4 the way through the third quarter going, there's another quarter of this game, huh? And I can't ever remember doing that with football, with Seahawks games. All of what you referenced is, you're absolutely right there with me too. I've seen some bad seasons. The Moore season was bad, but you could look at Moore and go, okay, yeah, he's where he is, but you got Aaron Curry who's supposed to be like the next LT on the way, and Mora is in his first year. And you got to get the old out. That's understandable in the first year where it's going to be a little rough in that first year. We knew this was going to maybe be the case. And so you could make some excuses to make it a little more enjoyable to watch that team. I'll go to even 1-92, Brendon, which is another widely considered worst team. I think 2-14 type team. And even in that team, more enjoyable than this current Seahawks team to watch because the defense was so dominant. That 92 defense was as good as you get on defense, even up to the Legion of Boom type play. And you got to watch that on a weekly basis, while, of course, the offense did exactly what our offense is doing this particular season. And I wouldn't be surprised if, in the least, but we're on track to actually underperform from what that offense did in 92, which is absolutely to your point on this, jaw dropping. I'm stunned it is this bad, Brandon. I know that there was a chance this season could go awry and turn, but I'm just absolutely it's hard to sometimes formulate words where you're how really with a Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame coach, with all the talent on this team, with all you've done. I know we've knocked the things that they've missed on, but there still should be enough of a shouldn't there be some more meat here, Brendon, to where we're seeing better performance beyond this, or have they given up? Do you think players have checked out, or do you think that it's just this badly formulated?
Well, it's hard for me to say the team has completely given up when they do come within one play from sending that game to overtime. Like, I can't say they're giving up when on fourth down, Jamal Adams is doing everything he can to break up a pass to save the game. And I know that the player dropped it. I can't remember even who it was, but I know he dropped it. But still, Jamal's right in there trying to make a play, trying to get the ball out. I can't say they're quitting when Russell Wilson does pull a 97-yard drive out of nowhere without using fourth down once. We didn't get to fourth down that whole drive. So it's hard for me to say they're quitting, but did you see the Rob Stanton video last week?
I didn't.
Okay, well, he posted this little short clip of a couple of plays from the Packers game and Cardinals game, and he was really highlighting Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams just not giving effort on a couple of those plays. And one of them that really stood out to me was the effectively game-ending touchdown against the Cardinals, where James Conner runs in for the game-sealing touchdown, and Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams are both they looked like they made business decisions on that play, if you know what I mean. The old Deion Sanders business decision. And he was highlighting, like, we're paying these two guys, like $35 million a year combined, and they're making business decisions with the season on the line. Like, I know the game's probably already over, but stick your head in there, make a play. You never know. But if he gets to the end zone, this game's over. Yeah. And your two highest paid, two supposedly best defensive players are making business decisions. So that makes you wonder. I don't feel like the team has quit, but I feel like the effort is not where it needs to be. I feel like that some of these things, we're hearing the things from the locker room. We're hearing some things now from some players. Sometimes it seems like when they get to their press conferences, they're all like in a race to try to put the blame on somebody else. There was one person on Twitter who claims, and I'm not putting a lot of credibility here, but one person claims, I talked with somebody in the Seahawks organization, and it is as dysfunctional as it looks. The players don't like each other. The players really don't like Wilson, et cetera, et cetera. And we've seen this before. It was Sherman, Cam, these guys all left with a little bit of a bad taste in their mouth from the Russell Wilson stuff. Sherman was not quiet about it on the way out, and I think it was kind of easy to blow that off as just Sherman being bitter, but we're seeing it again. Now it's like maybe Russell Wilson really is doing something to rub these players the wrong way, if this is really going to happen again. And I don't know. I can't say they've quit, but something's not right. That's for sure. Something's definitely not right.
And you have to wonder too. I mean, I'll never appease lollygaggers, Brendon, but you do have to wonder as well with the defense when they get into the stage of being out on the field for that long, for that many games in a row now, where the offense isn't able to do anything, and it's them having to basically play almost like a second football game worth of snaps defensively. if by the end they're just like, gee, it's almost human nature at that point. Your body's wore down, you can't catch your breath. It's play after play after play. Though again, I'm not trying to excuse it, but I do wonder if a little bit of that might be there with those guys, because it seems like when it's fresh and early in the game, when they don't have to be, when they're in the first, 60 snaps of playing defense, they seem to be fairly solid. And then it seems to kind of unwind as they get into that edge of it. But all that said, I think you and I, I'm sure, have been on this for pretty far off with the potential dysfunction in this locker room. Going back to the Sherman stuff you talked about, people don't like this because it does factor in Wilson, though I know many more are now starting to bail on that have been sort of ardent supporters of him. But look, you can see it in the direction that he's taken with some of this. I'm my legacy and star and me, and in that, and now it shows itself on the football field, where now we have enough data here through this season. We have enough data here through him with an offensive coordinator. I know his finger's injured. I'm going to excuse him on a couple of throws when it suddenly whistles 10 yards over the head of a guy. I don't like it. I again go, well, maybe, Geno could have hit that easy short throw. But it's the decision making, Brendon. It's the lack of the vision on the football field, the lack of going through his reads, almost determining pre-snap where he's going to go with the ball, needing to see things break wide open. You've seen, I'm sure, over and over the all 22 shots they showed in this game of where there'd be a guy open and he's looking somewhere else, and he's never, again, not really ever embracing much of the short stuff. It comes and kind of goes with him. Um, is he broken, Brendon?
The tragedy is early in that game, I thought we might have been making a breakthrough, because early in that game, I'd say the first half, I saw the stuff that I needed to see. He was taking his checkdowns. He was getting the ball out quickly. Now, some of those passes he got out quickly also went 10 yards over Gerald Everett's head, which, hey, they keep saying in the press conference it's not the finger, but I have to believe that has something to do with it. I would expect a high school quarterback to make most of those throws.
Agreed.
But regardless, I was like, wow, okay, he's taking his checkdowns. I think DJ Dallas had like 5 catches in that game. Alex Collins had a catch. He was actually doing some of the things that I needed to see in that first half. I was like, okay, breakthrough. And I was excited about that, even though the team wasn't playing well. It was, 9 points in the first half. I was like, okay, maybe we're getting somewhere here. But then that third quarter comes around, and I think he gets impatient, and he starts playing 500 ball with Metcalf, just lob it up into double coverage. He's missing guys wide open over the middle. Even the Monday Night Football announcers were like, I don't know why he didn't see that one, right? Wide over the middle. I don't know why he didn't see that. And, Monday Night Football announcers tend to be nice to everybody. They don't like to call people out.
Yeah.
So it just kind of regressed all the way back to where, again, he was doing the stuff that we need him to not do. I'm just kind of feeling like this might not be salvageable here. Maybe a different coaching staff, maybe a different team, maybe a fresh start would allow him to figure this stuff out. But I'm pretty low on optimism with the Wilson stuff right now. Like the first part of that game, I liked what I saw from him in terms of his process. Maybe at the end of the game too, that last drive, that last 97-yard drive, I saw some stuff.
Yeah.
But that middle part of the game, he got away from it again. He's like the guy who has the great wife at home who will cook his food and raise his kids, take care of the house, great wife. But he keeps sneaking over the neighbor's house because it's exciting to him. He can't stay away from it. And This was a game where I think if he had stuck with it the whole game, I think we probably would have won. I think if he had just gotten away from lobbing it up to Metcalf in double coverage, I think he did that like 3 times. And no chance of completions there. And I think we all, did I bad dream it, or did DK Metcalf not come off the field at one point pointing at Geno Smith? Like that has to mean something.
It indeed has to mean something. Last game in the Jaguars, Geno's throwing up good trust throws, not just when Russell throws up a throw to DK, it's never a well thrown trust throw. It's like 10 yards up over his head where he doesn't have a chance of it, or it's right into double coverage. It's at the weirdest times and moments he'll throw him up, almost as a spastic desperation attempt rather than he really intends to, or he chose to do it pre-snap, and no matter what he sees post-snap and coverage, he's going to do it anyway. It's bothering me a little bit. And again, when you marry it, what we're just to the initial point we were marrying it beforehand is the background stuff here with Wilson going on potentially in the team, not just Wilson, but whoever, maybe that inner dynamics around also the rest of the team. Also, he's not probably the only problem here. There's probably multiple ones, but at the end of the day, your quarterback is your leader, and he is
Mhm.
going to sort of carry the day. He's going to set the tone in that locker room, or you don't have a very good leader. That's usually how that works. And I would argue at this point, if you get to this point where literal, Hall of Famers, sub Hall of Famers have been a little bit annoyed with the thing as they left, that maybe now that there's a little bit of a leg to stand on in this, and that maybe this does adjust us to maybe again black pill, Brendon. You know what I mean? Like we start to slide maybe further over into that stage of things where we're like, okay, here to let his star go shine bright where it's got to go shine bright at that point. If this is what's, because I don't know if that can work, Brendon. Can it work with let's just say let's say this, Brendon. Here's the question on this. If Russell Wilson is what, let's say Richard Sherman would make us think he is, or maybe Michael Bennett would make us think is in, or some of the discontent in that locker room would make us believe is. If he is this, I mean, I'm talking as bad as it gets quarterback wise diva from the background. I'm not talking about on the field. I'm talking about leadership, background, locker room, all the stuff that we don't see, everything that is beyond our eyes. If he's not there, can we go forward with the guy? Can we still win with a guy like that?
I feel like if some of the things we're hearing are true, I can't imagine us finding a way out of this with him. I'm extremely dubious of that. I just again, there was somebody on Twitter, and Matty F. Brown retweeted them. And now, granted, I like Matty F. Brown, but he is on an anti-Russell Wilson crusade on Twitter right now. He's like president of the pro Pete Carroll, anti-Russell Wilson people. So take it with a grain of salt.
Right.
But she basically said that the players don't trust Wilson. They don't like him. Something happened in the last few weeks that made the situation a lot worse. And I read this, and I don't know if I believe it or not, but it does occur to me that if the team was winning and Wilson was playing good football, I wouldn't give a report like that even a second's thought. So us losing all these games and Wilson not really playing good football is why we're here right now, why we're thinking that, hey, this is a possibility. This could possibly be true. So I kind of feel like it if this is really happening a second time, where we're going to have another wave of players wanting to leave or leaving or just generally being unhappy because Wilson is there and they don't like him, then maybe it's time to start looking at Wilson. I don't know if you remember this, Brandon, but I remember this in 2018. The first two games of the year that year, we lost. We were started 0-2, Broncos and Bears. Wilson looked awful. He got sacked 6 times in each of the first 2 games. He was turning it over. Everything was bad. And there were a lot of negative Wilson reports coming out that following week. And one of them was basically saying the reason why the Seahawks hired Brian Schottenheimer was because all the good offensive coordinators didn't want to work with Russell Wilson because they felt like his game was not could not work with their schemes. They felt like he was a simplistic quarterback. They felt like he's going to make me look bad. I don't want to go over there, which is why we got Schottenheimer. We got somebody who otherwise would not have found a job anywhere else. Now, after that game, Wilson went on an MVP run. He played amazing the whole rest of the season, so everyone forgot about that.
Yeah.
And I, to a certain extent, did too, because the next year he came out and played great too. The next year he was playing great until the midway point. But looking back on that, maybe the Schottenheimer stuff that he did make work was just like a Band-Aid to hide the fact that Wilson wasn't going to be able to advance as a quarterback. And it worked for a couple years, and then it didn't work, and now we can't find something that works. So I go back to that. Is that true? Is Wilson's game so lacking in some areas that a really good offensive coordinator just doesn't want to work with him? Is that possible? Maybe.
I had not heard that report from the 2018, though I remember there being some bad reports coming out around that time, and of course there had been kind of through the whole contract negotiations that were on the last go around with Russell with the front office and some of the stuff that they sort of leaked, like the hinting at the Cleveland trade back in the day for the number 1 overall pick. But it's you get into this amount of time, we're under this third coordinator. We're on to talking about the same talking points about where he needs to adjust his game, and he's not. I give him room and error with his finger. I give him room for error with the fact we're a top 10 worst pass blocking team right now in the NFL. That's true. That's remained true. It's hard to be a proficient passer when you are being inundated. And neither me nor you or Brendon, I always like to lay this down. We are neither the pro Russell or the anti Russell camp. We're pro truth. We're trying to get to the real meat and potatoes of the issue. So once again, well, what can we do? Solve the hell. What's the true solution? And then when we see the solution, get excited about it or don't get excited about it. That's what we're here to do. So when we look at this with Russell, I think you've got to look at this with a little bit of an honest eye to the fact of, okay, why couldn't you get that good coordinator at that time, Brendon? If we think about this in retrospect, you knew what you had at that time in 2018, a Hall of Fame quarterback just moving into their prime. Just moving in, he was like 29 years old at that point in time, 29, 30. And you couldn't lure in any great offensive coordinator. And I'd always thought a little bit it was because of Carroll and him being the defensive minded guy that would have his hands. But maybe in retrospect, again, it played out this way this offseason. Waldron, the best you could get, the best of the bunch of what you had on your list of guys, was a guy who's never called a single offensive play call in his life prior to this season.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, again, that's telling in the fact that somebody doesn't want to come here. Offensive coordinators will usually like to come play for Hall of Fame coaches, right? If I'm offensive coordinator, that's usually helpful. That'll help me out, help my career out. Offensive coordinators would usually, you think, Brendon, not turn down the chance to work with a Hall of Fame quarterback, would they? So something seems amiss here, is all I'm saying. I won't hammer this much more long, just that something is a little out of whack with that, and something stinks we're going to see real soon here once we peel back this by the end of the year.
Yeah, Matty F. Brown had a tweet a couple months ago where he basically said, there's no such thing as the Darrell Bevell offense. There's no such thing as the Brian Schottenheimer offense. There's no such thing as the Shane Waldron offense. There is only the Russell Wilson offense. And I think it's hard to deny that right now, taking a look at the fact that, hey, we've had 3 different offensive coordinators, and it doesn't seem all that different from year to year in the end summation of how things go. Like, yes, Shane Waldron is trying to get receivers open short a little more maybe, but they're not really getting the ball that much. Wilson's still going for the same kind of routes that he always goes for. And yeah, you get the result that you get. So I can't argue against it anymore.
No, it becomes hard, and I think we've both been fairly some good big supporters. I'm still a supporter of Wilson, but it's this, when we look towards this offseason, we're looking towards, let's not go through this again, right, Brendon? That's what we want to avoid. We don't want to go through another season like this unless it's actually to be building to something. We're not building to something right now. We're watching the last implosion of the building fall in on itself here and collapse within. So like we want to see the building being built back up, even if it's in the same state wins and losses wise, but you're on a rise. That's at least somewhat encouraging, but that's not where we land ourselves. So it's how can we get to that place? The defense, once again, I thought played a pretty stellar game. Now, look, the Washington was down 2 offensive linemen. They don't have a lot of dynamic elements outside of Terry McLaurin on the outside, and you know that they're kind of a Tyler Heineke. They're it. Defense does continue to, in my opinion, though, play well, Brendon. I think they broke down this game again as they have in recent past, as far as for time of possession, wearing down. Now, look, they're giving up a significant amount of yards, but if you look at their points, they're sort of on the opposite end of it. So you could say in certain they're not getting pressure. They're not doing a lot of other things, but they are, what they are getting done is holding points, holding opponents from scoring. They're keeping them to field goals and not touchdowns. They're essentially, what I'm saying is they're working to the schematics of their defense. So my question into this, Brendon, would you have any faith? Okay, let's say it was the red pill is Carroll? Carroll Wilson moves. Was that your red pill video?
Yeah, red pill was everything goes. Everything gets out. Everything goes.
Is the white pill? White pill is Carroll.
White pill is Carroll leaves, Wilson stays.
Okay. So so it's black. Okay. So the pill.
Black pill is Carroll leaves, Wilson. No, Carroll stays, Wilson leaves. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so we're on black pill. Does any of this defensive resurgence we've seen since, let's say, about the Rams game onward, their level of play, if Seahawks go out and get themselves, okay, Wilson gets moved, they free up some cap space, they go hard at the pass rushers out there in free agency, they bring in a crew that can get it done, let's say on that. Do you have any hope at that point that you could find Carroll turning this defense back to a dominant state at that point with that dominant type of personnel? Or do you believe it's completely lost with him in his touch as a defensive coordinator, defensive mastermind?
Okay. I've had a lot of discussions about these things in recent days. I made a video about this a couple days ago, actually. Um, this defense is okay. It's maybe on the lower end of good, but don't go crazy with it, okay? This defense is doing a good job at preventing the other team from scoring points. Great. That's important, right?
Right.
That's the end goal. But they don't get turnovers and they don't get pressure. These are not minor things. I keep getting people trying to tell me, hey, points allowed are the only thing that matters. No, that is not even close to being true. Okay. What we are seeing from this defense is they are consistently playing well enough to keep the team in the game, but they are not doing anything to win the game. They are not overpowering and bullying opposing offenses to completely take over the game. That's what a great defense does.
Yes.
That's my thing. Like, I believe every game this season, we have either had one takeaway or zero takeaways. We've had like maybe 2 games where the pass rush looked kind of dominant, Colts and 49ers. But other than that, we're one of the worst teams in the league in terms of getting quarterback pressure. A lot of our quarterback pressure results in the quarterback getting away and making a big play anyway. We saw that a few times on Monday night, by the way. So, look, the defense is fighting. They're playing hard. They're doing some things very well. I can give them some credit. I think the secondary's been doing really well, all things considered, especially given the injuries. I think that there are some things to write home about with this defense, but don't go crazy with it. Don't think that they've got it all figured out, okay? They are not doing anything to actually push the team over the finish line.
No.
They get the offense to the finish line, and then the offense can't take those last few steps. Okay, we get it. The offense is the bigger problem here. This defense is not doing anything to take over these games. Like, I remember games, and I know this seems like an unfair comparison, but the 2013 defense would single-handedly go win games even if the offense didn't do anything. They would find a way to stay in the game, and the offense would get their one good drive at the end of the game and win it because the defense fought the whole time. And more than that, this is the 4th year of Pete Carroll's rebuild post-Legion of Boom. And we have massive investments all across this defense. The only guys on this defense who actually play who we don't have a big investment in are Robert Kimdichie, who doesn't play that much anyway, DJ Reed, who is legitimately a great reclamation project, so good on Carroll for that, and Sidney Jones. And Sidney Jones only plays because Trey Brown got shipped out of here because that experiment blew up so badly. So you look up and down this defense, you will see guys making big money. You will see guys who we used big draft picks to get. You will see guys that we have invested a lot of time into. This defense should probably be one of the 5, maybe even one of the 3 best defenses in the league, as far as I'm concerned, with Pete Carroll putting it together. It's okay, but don't let the Seahawks serve you a crappy cut of steak and try to tell you that it's Kobe beef. It's not. It's okay. That's what I think about the D.
But so then I would take forward from that. Then if you saw a defense, let me try to give you if you saw a defense that had come back next year, they had a frontline corner. They had, let's say they grabbed Jadeveon Clowney, they grab Fletcher Cox, added to this crew with that. From what you're kind of saying, even that would still not bring up a lot of confidence within you to believe that he's able to turn that into an elite unit, like you said. I'm talking an elite unit, which would be Carroll's. If Carroll moves on from Wilson, that's what he's going to try to do, right? That will be his modus operandi, is to once again try to build a bananas defense.
Maybe, but I still don't trust this scheme. Too many people seem like they've solved it. Even the Legion of Boom defenses gave up a lot of game-winning drives because when you got down to business, opposing teams understood the things that they had to do to beat that cover 3. They could do a lot of things to just move down the field and tie the game or win the game at the end. That was true even in 2014, and that team went to the Super Bowl, I think. Yeah. 2014 was the
Yep.
second Super Bowl season. So I still don't really like the scheme that much. I still feel like why are our pass rushers so bad? I was really high on this defensive line, these pass rushers coming into the season. Is there something systemic with their coaching staff that just teach like that thing you said about how they play the run first and then they
Yeah.
play the pass second? I don't like that. There's a
No.
reason why every other team isn't doing that. You are
Yeah.
not the smartest guy in the room. You are not the only person in the universe who hasn't lost his mind. No, you're the person who has lost their mind. Everyone else plays it this way. There's a reason for that. So I still am hung up on those things. I'm also hung up on the fact that we haven't really drafted very well lately, which that has something to do with Carroll. So even if he does get big draft picks from the hypothetical Wilson trade, I'm not 100% sure he's going to use them properly. Or even if he does use them properly, he might not develop the players properly. One of the
Yeah.
two. So no, I'm still where I am. I don't want people to come away from this season thinking that Carroll's back on his business again because he got this defense to a top 10 scoring defense when they don't take the ball away, they don't get pressure, they routinely allow these 16 play drives that take all the life out of you and keep the offense on the field for off the field for half an hour. I don't know. It's okay.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff is admirable, but no, I think that maybe Carroll could get them back to the point where they're good, but I don't ever see greatness. I don't ever see an elite defense with these things that we do.
Well, and I do, for the record, I do agree with you on it. I do think, though, as well, we can see an oncoming narrative that's going to start to establish as we look through the rest of this year. They put these performances on the back, basically back to back of the Rams game. And then you look to what you have in the future schedule. Look, the Niners are all right, but they're not a prolific offense not against our Seahawks defense. That just seems to be that way the matchup goes recently. They'll maybe put up some points, but Seattle will hold them within contention. Yeah, the Rams and the Cardinals will probably throw up some points, but then you have the Lions, the Bears, and the Texans, all of which our defense could end up dominating. And we arrive, Brendon, at the end of this year where people look at Carroll and they go, it's something worth watching. But then they look, you know what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this, though, right? Like they carve their way out into basically top 10 defense in points allowed. It's enough for Carroll, almost beyond going to the playoffs through the back door, enough to allow for Carroll to say, see, my stuff's working. It's not on me. It's not me. It's not me.
Yeah, I can see that starting to happen. Like you watch these post game pressers with Pete Carroll, and he'll go out there and he'll say something like, "Oh, it's all on me. I'm the head coach. This is my responsibility." And then he spends the rest of the press conference passive aggressively trying to throw players under the bus. It's like, okay, well, which is it?
Oh, he
Which is
tossed
it?
Wilson. He tossed Wilson with two hands to the on the just one right to the back of the under of his shirt, one to the top of his shirt,
Mm-hmm.
right underneath. He missed a few throws. I mean, he was just right out. That's what I took away in that press conference. I think, wow, Pete, the shots
Yeah,
fired.
yeah, and he used to never be that guy. Like, remember the 6-6 tie against Arizona, where the Arizona kicker missed a chippy, and then Hauschka missed a chippy in
Mhm.
overtime,
Yeah.
and Bruce Arians did not give any Fs, if you know what I mean, in his
Oh
press
yeah.
conference. He was like, "Hey, we pay that guy to make kicks. He missed the kick." And
Oh
then
yeah.
Pete Carroll's like, "No, I got nothing bad to say about Hauschka. He's great." Like Carroll didn't used to do that, but now maybe he's feeling like, "Ooh, are they going to come for my job this offseason? I got to find other people to blame here. I got to find some way to push this pressure off of me. The fan base isn't happy. I got to get them blaming other people." Like that I kind of feel like that's what the Adrian Peterson thing this week came from. He's
Yeah.
trying to desperately find a way to claw out an extra win or two in these last 6 games, not because it's going to help the team, not because it matters, but because he wants something to point to at the end of the year to say, "See, I did that. You
Yeah.
can't fire me because I did that."
Yeah.
That's yeah.
I 100% agree. That's what and this is why I bring it up, because this is a worry on my part, as again, as we talked about with Wilson, this applies to Carroll too. I want to get to the truth of it. And if he's the problem here, don't want to continue forward with the problem or a big part of the problem or a majority of the problem, whatever level that he's standing at, which has got to be a huge, huge measure at this point, no matter where you stand on who you want to see come or who you want to see go. Carroll's got to be held his feet to the fire. So do not, my last point is just don't get twisted as a fan. You don't, Brendon, but you as a friend, don't get twisted by what they might do on this defensive run through the back half of the schedule. It's okay. But Brendon's points on that, no turnovers, no sacks, long sustaining drives that don't allow your offense to ever get into any kind of rhythm. The offense owns some of that on their end, but some of that partially does go back to the defense too. Would you give it up to 10-minute drives, Brendon? It's like, dude, come on,
Yeah, at some point this season, we're going to give up the longest drive in NFL history. It's going to be like 29 plays. It's going to take like
3 fourth
17
down
minutes.
conversions.
Yeah, it's going to take 17 minutes off the clock, and Carroll's going to be like, okay, great. We didn't give up any big plays, guys. We didn't give up any big plays. It was all 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards. Great job, everybody. It's going to happen.
I'll go. That's football, guys. That's football, guys. Well, we got a nice little point on some of our discussion we're having here, which is John Sims with a $2 donation. Thank you, John. You are awesome, my kind sir. But he also adds to the talk we're discussing here, where he says that Geno cryptic tweet, wishing he could talk. Brendon, you saw this tweet, did you not?
Yeah, it was from Geno, right? From Geno Smith. Yeah. I kind of feel like tweeting something like that is kind of like talking. So you're saying like, I wish I could talk. So here's this. But what I'm tweeting is basically saying more than I ever could by actually just talking.
But the tweet also would, if we're not trying to build a narrative, we're just picking up the narrative that's sitting in front of us. If you see that tweet that came, I uses cryptic word. You see that tweet came from that source that you saw, which was unsure, it's dubious, it's Twitter. But then we see straight from the horse's mouth that stuff like this with Geno on top, and then we have DK on the sidelines pointing, and it's like, well, this is where some of the smoke comes from the fire, right? Because it all starts to add up to the casual eye watching it in this way.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe there's nothing going on here. Like if we were winning games, if Wilson was putting up big numbers and having a lot of success, then of course none of this stuff would come up. So you allow these things to come in and be believable because of the way you're playing. Like last year when the offense went through a few bad games and Carroll basically took over the offense. He took it away from Schottenheimer and made it very simplistic. He turned it into Pete ball. Yeah, he shouldn't do that, but Wilson allows that to happen by giving a couple bad performances in a row that gives Pete the window to say, okay, it's mine now.
Yeah.
So it's not all just Pete.
No, and that's been the hardest part of figuring out what's wrong here for us, is that it's not a simple resolution as you can just find a patsy and throw it all on their shoulders, cause them an Oswald and kick them out the door. We've got a multitude of issues to deal with here within this organization right now, including all the way up to ownership, quite frankly. And it's you got to parse out the blame as who gets their portion, who gets an extra portion, an extra heaping. In Carroll's case, I would provide him quite to the largest portion of heaping in this case, especially for some of these other issues. Another just quick donation here from Paul Third. Thank you from my man down under. Paul Third with a $5 donation says, great defenses get stops and help dominate possession. Time is just as important as points. Very well said. Very well said. I mean, that's to our point, to Brendon's point, that you've got to, it's one thing to eventually get a field goal once you've given up a 13 play drive. It's another thing when you get a 3 and out, get the ball back to your offense and let's go. Let them get back into sync, that rhythm, right, Brendon?
Right. Yeah, let's have some high standards for the guys. Pete Carroll is a defensive guru, future Hall of Famer on roller skates. Like, let's have some high standards here. Let's ask for greatness, okay? I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, Pete Carroll, you're a future Hall of Famer. You've had 4 years to build this defense. Let's have some high standards. Let's reach for the stars. Let's have a top 3 defense. What's wrong with that?
Well, to your point, too, if someone's going to say, well, that's unrealistic. Okay, well, how about this then? Don't put the majority of your resources, your draft capital, your money onto that side of the ball then. How about that? I mean, Wilson, I know, carries a big portion of the offensive side, but sort of take Wilson out for a second. You've almost been nothing else on the offense outside of a couple guys here and there. Defensively, you mentioned 2 of your top 3 people that you pay on this roster are on the defensive side of the football. You are paying Carlos Dunlap money. Poona Ford's getting money. You gave Kerry Hyder money. Benson Mayowa was a free agent signing. You can go down the list of the guys. You put the draft capital. I mean, we put since 2016 alone, Brendon. I was doing this the other day. This again just makes me so depressed to think about, Brendon. But you go since 2017, right? This is 4 years back, Brendon. 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, 2 third-round picks and a 4th-round pick to only the safety position alone in that time period. That is
Yeah.
a phenomenal amount of to the safety, the devalued safe, the most devalued position according to analytics in the modern game. Yet we've put that much draft capital into it. It's absolutely astounding. So you better give me a great defense at that point, Brendon. To your point, that you better show me something if you're going to do that much into it. If they'd gone light and gone more offensive heavy, I'd give them a little more rope for being less than dominant, for less, for not turnovers, for not getting enough pressure. But it's not the case.
I mean, just real quick, look at the defensive line, okay? Daryl Taylor, 2nd-round pick. LJ Collier, 1st-round pick. Rasheem Green, 3rd-round pick. These are not just guys. Carroll didn't drive to Home Depot and pick some guys up in the parking lot and go, okay, come here, play defense for me. He chose these guys. He was like, I like that guy. Even Al Woods. I know Al Woods is old and it's only $3 million, but he chose to go get Al Woods. He wasn't like, okay, it's I've got the last pick at PE. We're picking teams. Only 2 people left. It's either this kid or that kid. That kid has asthma. That kid like that kid can't run more than 3 steps without falling over. Okay, I guess I have to pick one. No, he looked at Al Woods and was like, I want you. So
Al Woods is a great example as well. Not to step on your point with this, but because the money part of it, and because he's also a 1 tech. Right, Brendon? I know he can occasionally give you pressure, but you already had 2 semi-1 tech stacked on the roster in Monet and Puna, who you're moving to the 3. You found you never got an impactful 3 tech to really do anything for you, even on just like a Clinton McDonald type. I'm not talking about star type, just a guy that could be like a legitimate pass rusher from the defensive tackle position. And then you went back and went for the 1 tech who was 35 years old on a $3 million deal, who's played very well. I've been very impressed with him. But to your point again on this is that falls on his shoulders, significant resources.
Yeah. Yeah, remember the 2018 defense? The people we had to give snaps to, like, God, who was on that defense?
Mingo.
Dion Jordan, Barkvarius Mingo. I think Tedrick Thompson played a lot of snaps for us in 2018.
Lano Hill got out there.
Yeah, it was a defense just slapped together with whatever Pete could get with the little bit of money he had left, right? And that defense was no worse than the current defense.
Much better.
I think that defense might have been better. Yeah, I think it was better personally. It was built around Bobby Wagner and Frank Clark, and that's it, by the way, because Earl played 3 games and KJ Wright played 5 games. And that defense still got it done. Remember Austin Calitro, the biggest jag I've ever seen in my life?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that
the fan base loved him. The fan base loved Calitro. They hated it. When he left, they were like, this is the worst move they have ever cut of anyone ever. Like, chill, guys, chill. It's going to be okay. No, the diminishing returns is just one of the elements of why my faith has been shaken in this organization and stuff, is because the things they used to even do good, even in the dark times, the bad times, and things weren't kind of working right. That's all lost now, despite, again, continuing to put more resources into it now than you did the time you're talking about. You couldn't put a Jamal Adams type contract out on that defense in addition to what you have with Bobby Wagner. You're still eating so much dead money from the LOB era. So you had to, that's why you got caught at spending the little bit of money that you had to spend and having to hope guys could ride and go with it. It's where I'm shaking. I know we're hitting a dead horse on it a little bit, but I do think the point stands where Carroll's feet deserves to be on the fire on this, and defense resurgence should not prevent that from happening. All right, let's do a quick look before and then we're going to bounce to a couple of just fun topics that we can kind of go around on, Brendon. Let's do the last order of business today on the we've got on the schedule, on the docket, which would be the 49ers game coming up. I know you're not wildly invested in this game, and let's maybe not talk about this from the standpoint of what does Seattle got to do, what don't they got to do. We know what they got to do. The defense is going to play as a good matchup against this 49er offense. We know that. It has been recently. There's no reason to believe that's going to change. They're going to do fine against them. Niners might score a few points. They're down Deebo Samuel. They'll still probably end up scoring a few points in this game. It's going to come down to the offense showing some sort of functional nature to it, right? Say nothing of actually showing a good performance for us to win this game. So let's go beyond that. In your opinion, why has with so many teams not being great matchups for us in this our own division, like the Cardinals, like the Rams, like the Green Bay Packers, why have the Niners been a good matchup for Coach Carroll, in your opinion?
Well, if I had to guess, I would say it's because that Kyle Shanahan places a high priority on running the ball, and Pete Carroll is one of the few coaches left who places a high priority on stopping the run.
Yeah.
So I think that some of these coaches that are willing to just spread it out and air the ball out on every play, I think that really catches Pete off guard. So a coach like Kyle Shanahan, who is big into the run game, who is big into getting his running backs carries and finding creative ways to get him the ball, it seems to me that maybe Pete's whole thing of making your defensive linemen play the run first, it's pretty good for against a team like the 49ers. So that would be my best guess, because otherwise you're right. It doesn't make any sense how
So,
every other offense has figured this out. That's the only thing I can say.
yeah. And you do have to wonder too if once they actually get a legitimate quarterback at play here, whether it be Lance, who finally comes in here next year, and who got makes some throws down the field to kind of attack, well, maybe some of those downfield throws that the Rams do with that they haven't been able to do with Garoppolo, just because he is limited as that quarterback who just can't throw outside that numbers, and you can really squeeze him inside, especially the shorts. But that Brendon doesn't make sense to me a little bit because Garoppolo is a short, quick. He's got the quick release. Basically, he's accurate inside about 13 yards, which should be something devastating our defense theoretically in the passing game, because that's what gets us right. Colt McCoy was an example of this a couple of weeks ago. Like, that guy kind of hurts us. Now he doesn't have mobility like Colt probably has a little more mobility than Jimmy does, but that's been the surprising part. Is we've also had Jimmy's number during this time period as well, where I thought he might have some luck, because that just seems like a good fit for him and what he brings.
Yeah, and I think very poorly of Jimmy Garoppolo, I have to admit. I've never thought he was any good. I've always thought that he was being propped up by Shanahan. I've always thought that he was, I call him the modern day Rex Grossman. And I don't know how many people in the chat remember Rex Grossman, but he was bad. He was really
Yeah.
bad. So to me, I just don't think he's good. I think that sometimes even on those shorter passes, like, you were saying he was accurate inside of 13 yards, sometimes even that gets away from him.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I just don't think he's a good quarterback. I think that's also a big reason why Shanahan just hasn't been able to find that quarterback that could really take him to the next level in Frisco. We all know what he could do in Atlanta when he linked up with a good quarterback in Matt Ryan. He turned him into an MVP, but in San Francisco, it hasn't happened yet. Now, it may be happening next year, which is terrifying to think about, but it might not be our problem, because it could be a couple years before the Seahawks team is even competing at that level. So we'll see.
By then they're going to have to pay Lance. Murray will be being paid. The Rams will be in draft capital hell as far as unable to pick, but then Stafford will be done, and then we'll be ready to jump on it, right, with our rookie quarterback and the super team.
Yeah, you got to time these things out. You got to be willing to time these things out a little bit. That's why. Look, I was cool with us not trading Wilson last offseason, because it was going to cost more money to trade him than keep him. And there were a lot of reasons to keep him, but maybe that was a reason why you could have been convinced to actually go through with it, because every other team in the division was going balls to the wall to try to win a Super Bowl this year. And I mean, you've seen the Rams didn't even stop at just Matt Stafford. They went crazy during the season too. Maybe you could have just said, okay, we're going to tap out here for a little bit. We're going to let these teams exhaust themselves trying to build this Super Bowl contender in a rather haphazard fashion, and we'll check back in a couple years. But I understand why you didn't do it. But in hindsight, maybe.
So let me ask you on that, because I've been giving this a lot of thought. I'm wondering if not that's what they sort of soft sell did, and that they didn't do it in an open way. But here's why, and I've got a reason why I think, okay? The Chicago Bears were the best offer that was on the board, really, at the end of the day. Yeah, Russell, you could have gone outside of Russell Wilson's list, but the Houston situation was all, Miami was still trying to figure out with Tua. We can go across the board team by team, but just the bottom line is this: there wasn't as many teams that were looking for the quarterback last offseason, especially when you factor in that the top 5 guys in this draft were legitimate top 5 guys, that the teams really looked at them as legitimate talents. Seattle looked at that situation and said, we're getting the 20th overall first round selection as the jewel of our picks, and then 2 other first round picks, and then a couple of players that aren't really worth all that much. They looked to this offseason, and I was running through the teams. You've got a good 6 to 8 teams that are going to legitimately be looking for a quarterback. Many of those teams who could theoretically want to start to find a guy like Wilson within that. And that there's also those teams now this offseason that are not only looking for that quarterback where it's a nice fit, but then have the multiple first round picks in this draft versus that
Mhm.
20th overall selection. I mean, hell, we've got right now 2 teams in the Dolphins and the Giants and the Eagles, 3 teams that could be one of 3, all of 3 in on a Wilson sweepstakes. And all of them possess multiple first round picks in this upcoming draft, which in retrospect, if we get that haul this year, let's think about that. I know I'm going around, bear with me on this, Brendon. If you do that this year, then you'll have had multiple first round picks in this draft, probably an additional first round pick after. You'll then have not, instead of having to eat the $38 million of dead money you would have had to hit last offseason, now you're only having to hit $26 million of dead money with the $13 million of carryover. So it's actually it's going from 38 to 13 basically cumulatively when you all function out. So you get more draft capital, less of a hit. Wouldn't it? It ends up proving out smarter almost in retrospect to then wait. I know there's people, Brendon, that are telling me there's no way that Russell doesn't get the first round picks. I almost want to have these guys put bets because I'm so certain he will still draw that when it's all. I know there's first offensive coordinators and all that they're scared of him, like you talked about. But what do you think? Am I crazy on this?
No, not at all. Carson Wentz went for the equivalent of a first round pick last year, and he had the worst season ever. He was terrible last year. He had a season that would have been bad in the 1980s, and he still went for roughly the equivalent of a first round pick. Matthew Stafford went for 2 first round picks plus. All right, I read an article. I read part of an article from an Eagles fan. And now, granted, this is just a fan. This doesn't mean anything, but he was writing about whether or not he would like to trade for Wilson. And he said, no, I still believe Wilson's great. I would trade 2 of my top 10 picks this year plus more for him. And there are going to be teams out there that think the same thing. Just because some offensive coordinators would look at Wilson and go, doesn't mean all of them would. Some of them would be like, yeah, I can fix that guy. If somebody went, I can fix Carson Wentz, who has had 1 really good season, 2 good seasons, and then the worst season ever, then somebody's going to look at Wilson and be like, this guy was a fringe MVP candidate 5 out of 6 seasons, and then he had 1 bad year, which, by the way, is not that bad. He still has a QB rating above 100. He still isn't turning the ball over. A lot of his struggles can be blamed on the finger injury. They're going to look at that and go, yeah, I can fix that. I don't know if there's anything to fix, but even if there is, I can fix it. And there are excuses that people make for Wilson, too. A lot of people believe he has the worst offensive line ever. A lot of people believe he has a bunch of papier-mâché dummies blocking for him. It's not true, but people believe it. So, yeah.
That's what I was just going to, you stole that right out of my head there, because that narrative is also set in nationally firmly now, right, Brendon, which is the narrative of, well, if we just got our offensive line with Wilson right, that's the thing that Seattle hasn't done. I mean, I've applied this own narrative to your keeping of what Russell Wilson scenario, in that we have not yet done that. We've not really built up a top 10 offensive line around him. Obviously, the offensive line is not the worst in the league. It's not doing a great job in pass protection, or even probably a very good job. But what happens if you give him an offensive line that gives him that are not run blockers first? I think a team could talk themselves into it. And at the end of the day, an offensive coordinator doesn't drive this decision making. It will be a owner, a general manager, and a head coach. And if 2 of those 3 fall in love, all you need is one of them to fall in love. You're going to get better than what you would have gotten last offseason, and at a lesser of a cost of a price to pay. And we'll see how it plays out.
If you do not have a franchise quarterback, the possibility of getting one is so tantalizing. You will move heaven and earth to get it. Amen. Matthew Stafford had never won a playoff game before this season, and the Rams gave up the farm to get him. Like, I know that there was also, like, they were offloading Goff's contract. I know that's a factor, but I wouldn't worry about Wilson's trade value. He over the last 3 games, he's played about as bad as Carson Wentz did for the entirety of 2020. So I'm not worried about it.
And you throw the opposite of the Goff situation at whoever trades for Wilson. Will Wilson probably want a contract? Maybe he'll also play out the final year of the deal and say, you guys will have a deal. We'll do a deal next year, or he gives them a player friendly deal or whatever. He sets something up for the next team to help them out in this trade is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And that's so is we don't have to give Wilson over to somebody else so that we don't have to hit as much dead money. That also means that we can get more draft capital than back in return, because it's not the same apples for apples situation of what the Rams were trying to do with the Lions, is essentially what I'm trying to say. It's the pure player you're giving them at that point without having to add an extra layer into it. And somebody's going to talk themselves into it. It will happen if it goes down. And again, I still maintain it. To me, it's Giants, Eagles. Those have been my two teams that are at the top of the rung as far as I think who are going to be most in on that with him. There'll be others.
Yeah. Did you see the Adam Schefter thing? It was, I think, 2 days ago.
No.
He was asked on 97.5 The Fanatic, a radio show, about the Eagles trading for Wilson. They asked him, well, would Wilson waive his no trade clause to be traded to Philly? And Schefter said, I believe he would. Now, he wasn't working off any inside information. He wasn't like reporting that from Russell Wilson's camp, but he did say, based off the limited information that I have, I think he would.
Right. And that you're on to something though, because Schefter is tapped in. Why would somebody leak that to Schefter? Well, it's probably Wilson's camp, which would leak it to Wilson, right? He's not going to operate because that's what the front office has told him. He's probably what Wilson's told him. Why would they start to do that? Because the courtship begins now. It starts right now. It begins. We don't go the off season. You're going to start to get these teams out. Hey, are you interested? Hey there, big boy. Hey, how you doing? And he's going down the line a little bit of footsies with these teams here ahead of time. So I think I still think it's one of those two teams. We're going to get the draft capital. I think that Wilson probably doesn't want to leave at this point, especially considering some of these rumors with the locker room. And speaking of, Jacob has another thought on this with another $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you, my kind sir. Says possible Wilson has lost the locker room, not Pete.
I mean, yeah. Now, to be clear, I still think Pete has done a very bad job lately just because of the drafts. The drafts have not been good. Too many mistakes being made in the draft. So to say that suddenly I've come all the way around on Pete and I think he's great now, no. Right. Him missing in the draft and not getting big free agents for 8 years in a row, basically, that has nothing to do with Wilson. But yeah, we now have two reasonable examples of players on this team not getting along with Wilson. Like I said, the Sherman group, the Earl group, I guess you could throw Golden Tate in there, although that's a little different.
I like on your face. Yeah.
I don't know if I would put that in the same category, but
No, I mean, it's not like hey, look, if one man goes after another man's woman, it's not like he has a high amount of respect for that man's leadership, right? Like,
yeah. And now you're having this with possibly, I'd hate to say it, because I remember how close those guys were this offseason, but now DK Metcalf. Is DK Metcalf literally saying, hey, put Geno in, get Wilson out of here?
Have you noticed,
like, saying that?
They seemed a lot tighter when DK first walked in the door than they do now. I don't see them ever together on the sideline. I don't see them ever really talking unless it's after something that's not gone right. Maybe, and I'm not trying to imply this stuff where I don't know. I'm just saying it seems like there's a general frostiness, I guess, that is existing there. And I don't know exactly the reason on why, but it does seem to somewhat be there to whatever reason. Do you see this Niner game as a win this week?
Boy. Well, I kind of don't. I feel like the level of effort that this team is willing to give is going to go down with each passing week. Now we don't have a realistic chance at the playoffs. Technically we do have a chance, but I no longer consider it to be realistic. I think it's like 3% now. And to me, anything below 5% is not worth talking about.
Yeah.
I used to I remember in statistics class, I took in college, it was like anything that happens less than 5% of the time is considered to be statistically insignificant. So I'm going to call that statistically insignificant and say that we're out of it. So therefore, I just don't expect this team to give the effort that we're going to need. All I can say is that Adrian Peterson is 300 yards away from passing Barry Sanders. So maybe we can push him over the finish line. Maybe that's what we should root for.
It's not going to be odd because it's going to be the old, like, every time they show him passing Barry Sanders, it'll be in a Seahawks uniform, like, I think, well, Emmitt Smith did it in the Cowboys, but that'd be so strange it's going to be weird to see him in a Seahawks uniform, period. But did you watch him play with the Titans? He looks like a guy that's taken, just like some of those quarterbacks like Roethlisberger. You can almost feel the hits they've taken cumulatively in their body as they're moving. just that you can just tell there's that scar tissue or whatever is built up there that there's just years of being just destroyed has taken its toll. He can still run
Yeah.
fast, but you can just tell the shakiness ain't there. There's no more
Yeah.
there's no more shake and bake.
Yeah.
Just
When
bang.
I saw the report that we had signed Adrian Peterson, my first thought was Alex Collins had better be on one leg. He had
Yeah.
better had something happen to him at the VMAC to where they had to amputate one of his legs. For now you're going to sign a veteran. Now you're going to go get some aged veteran who might have a little bit left in the tank to help you. Now is the time. You're not going to do it after week 3, week 5, or even a month ago. You're going to do it now. And then Pete Carroll says that thing about how, I really wanted to recruit Adrian Peterson at USC when I was there, but I didn't. Now I finally got him. And it just kind of reminds you, like, is this an NFL team or is this like Pete Carroll fantasy camp where he just gets to live out the fantasy that he got to recruit Adrian Peterson back in 2003 or whatever it was? And I can't take it anymore.
No, it's just your hand goes in your head and you're just like, okay, we're at this point of things. And I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. Adrian Peterson, go grab Marshawn Lynch. It ain't going to matter really. The offensive line's not getting anybody any yards anyway. You're not opening holes against anyone. It doesn't matter. You had a Washington team that was down there 2 defensive ends in this game and you got nothing done in the run game. And you haven't been doing anything in the run game throughout this year. Look at everybody down the line. Collins like 3.9 yards per carry. I mean, Carson was barely over 4. DJ Dallas is under 4. Penny's at like 2.5. Nobody's getting any yards behind this line right now. It's not going to make a difference what carcass you dust off from the pet cemetery. Nobody's getting it done here. So it's it was an interesting signing on that, but we'll see. I like you. I don't predict a win at this point. My confidence is not just eroded in this team.
Mm-hmm.
It's sitting at such a marginal point that I don't even think it's worth noting. So I do see this as a loss. I think they do keep it close. They keep it in just because we are a good matchup against the Niners and how for the reasons you said, with the stopping of the run. But we'll see how that plays out with that. Hopefully, maybe they can give us a couple more moments here before the end. Maybe it's better that they lose at this point so that we just get the turnover we need and the fixes that we need, and that we don't see another year of us just kind of trying to, let's just do a little turn and we'll do it again the same way and see if it goes out the same direction. Let's turn this forward a little bit. When you're looking in sort of the general thought process of where you see this thing going this year, we're talking about this weekly a little bit, but I think you got to talk about it a little bit weekly, Brendon, because the answer changes weekly. New data changes where your mind is. That's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be stopping on what we think and go, this is where we go forward. Are you finding yourself more after this game sliding back into the place of move it all out, flip it all over, turn it all?
Yeah, I am still there. I know that there are some parts of this team that are playing well, and there is some stuff you can keep. You don't have to cut everybody. You don't have to literally purge the entire roster, but I've always kind of stayed with that. I think these soft rebuilds don't really accomplish as much as you would like to most of the time. I know that the Packers kind of had success doing it when they went from McCarthy to LaFleur, but I think this team does kind of just need to be completely cleaned out from top to bottom. The guys you keep are obviously guys like Darrell Taylor, Trey Brown, Jordan Brooks. I still say Damian Lewis, even though he's not really playing well right now.
Just move back to right guard.
Yeah, exactly. And there are a couple other pieces you're going to have to keep, like Tyler Lockett, but that's okay because Tyler Lockett is still a good player. I can live with that. DK Metcalf is another one. You're going to make a decision on him. Do you want to trade him this offseason? Do you want to keep him? So there are.
Well, play general manager for me. All right. I'm Arnold. I got the mandate down from Jody Allen. I'm coming back down to you. Okay, tomorrow morning, Brendon, we're installing you as the general manager. I have contacted Coach Carroll. He knows today is his last day in the office. I'm going to go ahead and provide you carte blanche on what you need to do as far as getting the next hires brought in. Here's a $75 million check for the next head coach to grab the head coach you'd want. So what I'm saying is I don't want you get to go find the coach that's reasonably out there right now. Money's not a factor in that coach of who you can grab. You got that $75 million price tag to get who's a reasonable grab, right? You can't get Lincoln Riley anymore. He's off the board. what is the direction you take, and just on the specific things. Okay, so for who's your coach? Wilson, Metcalf. Let's go with those first three, and then just kind of give me a general from there what direction you go.
If it were up to me, I would say I would go look at Kellen Moore. He's somebody who you should be able to get. He's got local ties. That's probably my favorite right now.
Okay.
He was my favorite before, but Lincoln Riley was obviously near the top of the list, and now he's not. I think he would probably be my favorite. And if you bring in Kellen Moore, you kind of got to push everything out because there's no point in bringing back Shane Waldron if you bring in Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore's going to want to do his stuff. So at that point, if you keep Wilson, he'll be entering his third offense in as many years. That's not a recipe for success. You don't want your quarterback learning a brand new system every offseason. Remember what they did to Alex Smith when he first came into the league? Yeah. 7 offensive coordinators in 7 seasons. Like, how are you going to have success in that situation? What chance do you have?
None.
So at that point, I would make the Wilson trade. I would send him to Philly for 2 or 3 first rounders. And if they want to throw in a guy like a Jalen Hurts so we can kick him around for a year, then cool. Jalen Hurts does do some things well. Maybe he'll develop a little bit as a passer. And I would keep Metcalf. I would give him the 4 years, $100 million that he's probably going to be looking for. I think he's really good. I think the things that are going on this year are not things that I put on him specifically. Really hard for me to blame him right now. I mean, you know that one slant pass that Wilson threw on Monday night to Dwayne Eskridge that almost got picked off when Metcalf's wide open for a first down at the top? Like, I don't know. And by the way, Metcalf's playing through an injury right now. His foot's been messed up all season. That's probably affecting him at least a little bit. And he's still producing. Yeah.
Still getting open. That was one of the more, again, with Wilson, you go, what is your pre-snap process taking you through in that moment to not be looking to DK as your first option? He'd locked in on Eskridge. He's going to throw the slant to Eskridge, the untested, unproven kid on a third down when you need a third down desperately, instead of going to more of the certain goods over there who ends up being open. And by the way, he made the same mistake later on in the game, right, Brendon, on the 2-point conversion, because Lockett is DK is breaking free in the back of the end zone on the one that he throws the interception. Wilson, he's got DK breaking open the back of the end zone going left to right, instead throws it to Swain. Why are you going to Swain there? Go to your number one receiver in the biggest moment in the game. Go to your number one receiver like you did last year in the Vikings game, my guy. You know, I do remember what that was like with it. All right, so we got our guy Kellen Moore, local, the tosser from Prosser. We're selling. We got DK Metcalf here. What's just a couple just general? You don't have to go through all of them, but just a couple general next moves you make then in addition to that.
Well, at that point, I think you got to purge the roster a little bit. If you bring in a new coach, he's not going to feel any emotional attachment to a guy like a Bobby Wagner. He's probably going to look at Bobby Wagner's contract and go, I'm not paying $20 million to a middle linebacker. Out. You're going to obviously shed him. You are going to bring in a defensive coordinator, and I don't know who it's going to be. That's something that Kellen Moore is going to have to decide, right? He's going to have to pick a guy that he likes. Maybe he takes somebody with him from Dallas. I don't know who, but they're going to look at a player like a Poona Ford and say, okay, can I use this guy? Does this guy fit in my defense? He's pretty much a pure one tech in a 4-3. He would probably play a little end in a 3-4. Maybe he can play nose tackle, but he's a little small, so I don't know. He's going to make decisions on guys like that. He's going to make a decision on a guy like, who else? Kerry Hyder. Kerry Hyder's cheap. He's pretty good. He's having a decent season. I mean, through everything that's going this season, Kerry Hyder's okay. But maybe you look at him and go, you know what? I'd rather have the $2 million. I don't know if he would fit whatever I'm trying to do on defense. Like, we might be switching to a 3-4. I think the 3-4 would bring out the best in Jamal Adams. So I feel like that has to be a priority if you are going to blow it up this offseason, because Jamal's not going anywhere. I know some of you people in the chat hate Bobby Wagner. I know some of you want him gone, but it's not happening this offseason. I cannot imagine anybody you bring in wanting to say, I'd rather pay Jamal Adams $16 million to go somewhere else than pay him $9 million to be here. Especially if you bring in my favorite guy, Brian Flores from the Dolphins, if he decides to take a demotion to DC. He's going to love it.
That'd be a dream
Yeah.
scenario. And yeah, I again to it, the Jamal Adams hate, it's a meme. I really feel like there's a little bit with this the Jamal thing. I don't know if you felt the same way with this, where there were people in the moment who just hated the trade to the depths of their soul so deeply. And they became so married to their hate of that trade. And last year, while he didn't play great at times, that 9.5 sacks wasn't enough for them with their sharpened knives and pitchforks to be able to come out and start stabbing. Whereas this year, when it started out the gate a little bit with a few rough moments, they were right ready. They're ready. They were sitting there like, oh, here you go, take this. And you go, he's actually played pretty solidly throughout this year, despite really, in my opinion, Brendon, being being put out of position of what he does successfully. Rather than up at the line of scrimmage, he's more often not being put deep out off the line of scrimmage. He's been in single high at 1.40% of his snaps this year. He's also been in a significant other part of his snaps in cover two. What out, I think the hate he gets is a little bit sometimes everybody's wanting him to be Superman rather than just appreciating him for what he is, in my opinion, a little bit.
Yeah, he's having an objectively good season. It's not everything that we wanted. He's not forcing a lot of turnovers, although he is actually lately starting to turn that on a little bit. He's not doing all the things that we were hoping for, obviously, but we like our defensive line can't get any pressure. Do you know how hard it is to play defensive back in the NFL when your team doesn't get any pressure? And he's not being blitzed. He's only being blitzed 10% of his snaps, which I thought the 20% from last year was going to come down to maybe 17, but not 10.
Yeah.
Like what the heck? Yeah.
Because
Now
the 10% and just the 10, it's that they're not bringing him down not even in the fake in the blitz, right? At that point, that's also indicative of you're not even bringing him up to the line of scrimmage to feign it. Sorry to step on you on that one, but
yeah, no problem, no problem. Right now that the team is doing so bad, I think you can identify the people who just have agendas when they're trying to figure out where they want this team to go. There are people out there who have an anti-Jamal agenda that is warranted to some degree because we shouldn't have traded for him. Obviously, we all know that. Everybody knows we shouldn't have traded for him, but that doesn't mean he's bad. That doesn't mean we should pay him $16 million to play somewhere else next year. It just means we shouldn't have made the trade, but we can't go back in time. So what we are left with is a really good safety who can do some really good things for us. And that's the world we have to live in right now. Like you can see some of these people. I think a lot of people have anti-Waldron agenda. Some people have a pro-Carroll agenda. And I feel like they just kind of ignore facts or try to twist whatever facts you can get to hopefully convince people to their side of things. And that's one thing that I try really hard to do as a content creator on YouTube for the Seahawks. And it's not always easy, but I try to not have these agendas. I try to just let the team come to me.
That's well said. It's something that we do both. I same point over here. I struggle with as well. But you're trying to. It's amazing. I'm not like seeing that. You guys hear us have our opinions on go stuff. Oh, you guys are just flippantly thinking this, or you're flippantly saying that, or no. Everything we're trying. We put a lot of thought into, much more thought into the time we put into actually posting here and talking into what we're thinking up on this and what we're seeing of all of these things happening around. And rarely do we land at a place of being simplified in our state of being on things where it's all Carroll's fault. It's all this guy's fault. It's all this. It's this one thing you can point to, which is usually what those people also tend to raise their arms up, and you can recognize them when they start to simplify the argument down to making it about one simple thing is the problem here, when it's so obvious that it's actually so many things. It's a lot of stuff. There's bigger problems than others, but this is something that's been so long in the coming, like a ball going down the hill that's got like the snowball that gathers more and more snow as it goes down that hill. There's a lot that's encompassed inside that snowball, and it ain't just a coach, it ain't just a quarterback, it ain't just a tired scheme, it ain't just bad drafting. It's a whole lot of stuff. So to simplify it down is sort of an out there way of things, out there way approach. Somebody mentioned in the chat, Brendon doing Kellen Moore, and how about Mike Leach as the offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be exciting.
Where's Mike Leach these days? What's he up to?
Mississippi State. I think he was like Mississippi State.
Yeah. Is he still there?
He was talking about candy corn last I talked at a press conference at Mississippi State this year. He was talking trash about candy corn.
Yeah.
They asked him a question. He gave him like a 15-minute answer on if candy corn was good. He's a unique soul. That one. I love your approach, by the way. That would be a fantastic a way to turn this thing over, especially at 3-4. And you mentioned with Jamal too. You're getting a good Jamal right now. You could have a magnificent Jamal if you change him into the right scheme. If you did
Right.
that scheme change, that's the other upside to that possibility of going in that direction of it. Would there be anything else as far as just maybe a small move, big move, but something within what you've done now at the end of this that you would have at the front line as well as to what you would be trying to favor as far as the direction you'd go going forward then, with you've got the coaches in place. I guess, like, for instance, you got your 2 first rounders. Let's do this in real live time. You've got the Giants 2 first rounders. Let's say it sits 7th and 8th overall in the draft. And you got the future first rounder next year. What do you do with those 2 picks?
Well, I really like the idea of spending big on the offensive line and then using those picks on the defense. Because to me, it's much easier to have your defense be built around rookies and still be really good. Rookie offensive linemen, even the good ones, they get beat sometimes. They get pushed around sometimes. They got stuff to learn. Defensive players, I think it's a little easier to just hit the ground running, like we're seeing with Micah Parsons right now. He might win Defensive Player of the Year for all we know. Like, and you see this with other defensive players sometimes too. So with those picks, I'm looking at Stingley from LSU. I think his name is Stingley, the cornerback.
He wouldn't last 8 though. No way he's last 8.
Probably not. Probably not. But there's a lot of really good defensive players up there, like Thibodeau, Hutchinson, Stingley. Somebody's probably going to fall a little bit here because somebody's going to fall in love with a quarterback that has no business going top 10. Somebody's going to slip.
Thibodeau's your guy on that. What I'm hearing, and I'm just starting to get pretty. I'm starting to immerse myself here, Brendon. So what we're hearing now is Aiden is getting the arrow up as far as he's overtaken on a lot of supposed NFL teams as the best pass rusher and the guy that will go higher than Thibodeau. And Thibodeau's getting picked apart a little bit by pundits. And so I do think that that's going to maybe allow for Thibodeau to last into 8. I think Stingley, though, goes top 5. I think Hutchinson goes top 5, even with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's one guy on my channel who has been talking down Thibodeau a little bit because he's a super duper athlete. And he was saying, he said something like, I feel like those guys always get hurt, like Derrick Rose, the super explosive guys. They always end up having injury-prone careers. He compared him to like a Derrick Rose. And I was like, maybe, possibly.
I mean, Von Miller, Von Miller was that guy. You get picked early, a lot like a Thibodeau type, and he went on to have a very productive career as that explosive type dude. I think it's probably he's got a point that there has been those nature of those guys. I was watching I'm doing my next scouting video on Abraham Lucas, and he's going up against Thibodeau this last year against Oregon, and Thibodeau is just giving him the same stutter step move to get Lucas to essentially commit into his set offensive line wise, and the second he gets him to commit, then breaks off the move. He goes to the other way, basically. I'm going to go this way, I'm going that way. And he gets him every single time with it, Brendon. Like Lucas can't barely get his hands on Thibodeau going around it. Lucas is going to legit be maybe even a top first round pick, not a high first round, but a later first round pick to a second round pick in this upcoming draft out of WSU. So I think we got Thibodeau. I would be excited by it. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of a bust potential there, but the boom is an explosive boom. And Darrell Taylor on one side, Thibodeau on another, rocking a 3-4 with Jamal Adams coming downhill. You kidding me? You know what I mean? You kidding me?
There's something there. There's definitely something there.
You could work with that. So I'd be excited by that.
Yeah.
The defensive guys with those 2 picks
in the draft. Yeah. Just because I feel like you would rather get veterans on the offensive line. Like my guy is, there's really no other guy, but Teron Armstead at left tackle, and then Austin Corbett at center, or maybe a Ryan Jensen if Tampa Bay lets him go, which I seriously doubt they will. So probably not him, but those are kind of my guys. Mm-hmm. I want veterans on the offensive line. I don't want a rookie who's going to, you could live with a rookie if you're putting a stopgap quarterback in there for a year. That's fine. But I think I would prefer to use those picks on defense and then build the offensive line through free agency. Now, if my other guy, Daniel Falele, were to fall to the early second round and you could get him there, then yeah, I would do that. He could be right tackle, but we've spoken at length about how Daniel Falele is probably going to end up being a late first round pick. So I don't know how realistic that is. There are probably some other guys in the draft too. I don't mind taking a starting right tackle in the early second, but that's the direction I would go right now, I think.
There's a good amount in that, right, in that section of the second round there, as I've been looking at it, that there's a good chunk of them that are fairly good. As long as you're not looking for the left tackle guy and you're locking in on the right tackle guy, you can find a pretty good talent there in the second round. And boy, it's been fun to go between the two tapes of Lucas and Falele, because that's what I did Falele's scouting video last week, and I'm doing Lucas's now. So you got these two guys that are very gigantic guys, but yet different players substantially in how they are. And still, for the record, Brendon, I like Falele better, because I just think
Mhm.
you draft for upside, and this guy's upside, and I think Lucas is kind of a bit of a finished product in what he is right now. He's good, but he's not going to give you, I don't think, much more. Where Falele can be freakish level of good if he can tap into just a little bit better of technique and just getting comfortable in the game. He's been playing for like 2 years, so.
Right, right. But that would be the basic structure of my ideal Seahawks offseason. Clean house, use the picks on defense, sign a good offensive line, hand it over to some stopgap QB or some guy, damaged goods guy like a Jalen Hurts or Daniel Jones, see what they can do. And when they end up ultimately disappointing you, probably look towards the draft next year for the quarterback.
And if I'm not mistaken, what you would be building into your strategy on this then would be, let's say it's Hurts. You have Hurts here, but you did get the additional first round. I think you'd still get the additional first round pick from Philly the next year. Your theory on this goes Hurts, whoever the stopgap is, fails. You end up with a top 10 pick. You have that other first round pick in addition to your top 10 pick, and then you go get your quarterback that way. Is that your general strategy at that point that you're after?
Yeah, basically. I don't know who the big quarterbacks are going to be in 2023. I think the Ohio State guy is going to be at the top, but I mean, there has to be some reason why Ohio State has never produced a good NFL quarterback. So I don't know about that. What is his name? CJ Stroud or something like that? Stroud?
CJ Stroud, yeah. And this is also Ohio State, by the way, who ended up choosing Haskins over Burrow. So,
Mm.
because Burrow was at Ohio State and then went to LSU. So yeah, it's hard to I have that theory, and I have nothing to back it up, Brendon. It's like wide receivers from Baylor, or it was for a while Alabama defensive linemen. There were certain drafts you just didn't want to touch them. Like they just weren't going to perform to how you thought they were going to do when you grabbed them. And it sucks to paint such a broad brush, and you should probably take every prospect but there's a reason why they're failing out as well. So it also makes you hesitant. I think the Allen kid, the Bryce Allen kid out of Alabama's in the next one.
Bryce Young. It's Bryce Young, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's Bryce Young. And then the
Yeah.
kid that's at Oklahoma this year, I don't know if he's going to transfer, but the other
I think
kid,
he is. He said he was. Rattler?
no, that's the kid who took over for Rattler.
Oh, Caleb Williams. Okay.
You want to go watch just a gamer who's just fun to watch sling the rock. He's fun to go watch sling the rock. That kid gets me excited. Of all of them so far, he's the one that I've liked watching. And I do think that those guys have, even Bryce with Alabama, have more elements of special traits to them that you saw in last year's draft with the top quarterbacks that were taken, that you're not really seeing in this year's draft. You're hearing about it, I'm sure, as well. There's this, you got like a metric ton of quarterbacks in this draft, Brendon, but they're just, none of them are very good. They're all
Yeah.
like into that second, third round area of spots.
Yeah. Somebody in this draft class is going to be good, but I have no idea who it's going to be. There's nobody who's really stuck out to me. A couple of them are probably going to get overhyped like crazy because some quarterback needs to climb the ladder. We see this all the time where like they'll have two really good QB prospects in the draft, and then they convince themselves that there's a third one because they want a third one. Ryan Tannehill was a good example of that. This ended up kind of working out, but Jay Cutler was an example of that too. I remember following the 2006 draft, nobody cared about Jay Cutler until a few months before the draft, and suddenly he was a super prospect. So
A
it
Vanderbilt
happens.
quarterback. I mean, there was with no real pay. He's got the big arm, but everybody, there's those quarterbacks that get picked. Like I think Baker Mayfield gets picked because of Russell Wilson, and I think that who was the guy we were just talking about, Brendon? I think
Caleb.
Cutler
Oh,
got picked, I think, because of
okay.
Brett Favre. I think
Mm-hmm.
that drove that pick to get picked as high as he did. Is I think Shanahan at the time looked at him and said, "Oh, that's going to be the next Brett Favre with his arm." So sometimes guys get drafted because people are thinking they're the same, and that's not the same kind of player, dude. You're a little bit off on that one. It's that one doesn't quite ring through. So I agree. I think we're gonna this year you're gonna have seen probably 4 or 5 quarterbacks taken in that first round, and they're probably, you could make the argument almost legitimately here that maybe none of them really deserve to go in the first round. I mean, it's Yeah, there'll be those that get in there, but I mean, again, when you look at the tape on these guys versus last couple of years, I mean, are you wowed by any of the guys you're seeing? I don't have a lot of wow factor to what I see on the tape with these guys. It's easy
Yeah.
reads and just,
Are any of them even as good as like Mac Jones or Justin Fields last year? I'm not convinced.
I'm not either. I don't. You had the wow elements to both of those two games. I did love Mac Jones, but you could not take away from the fact that the guy processed as fast as any quarterback on the football field. So he got through multiple reads, very accurate inside of the 15-20 yard period, threw with anticipation. Quarterbacks in this draft, there's some that can kind of throw with anticipation. Ball placement's somewhat okay. The releases are kind of all over the place. The size is all over the place. A lot of slight guys like Coral or Malik Williams, a lot of 6 foot plus guys. It's just a wide variety of stuff that just doesn't quite get you excited. I hope we're not. I guess what I'm saying. I think you share that, Brendon. I hope we're not picking our quarterback in this upcoming draft. Let's just wait this one a year out. Let's see if it gets. It can't get anything but better.
Yeah, I can get behind that. And I think that pretty much wraps up everything I would want to say about my dream upcoming Seahawks offseason. I think that if you did that, 2022 would be a punt, and then 2023 you can hit the ground running. And you're building a team that could be great for a 10-year stretch. You're not going all out trying to win 1 year.
Yeah.
And when you go all out trying to win 1 year, which is kind of what you would be doing if you kept Russ, because we know that Russ is not going to be a top quarterback for that much longer, or we strongly suspect it. Then you're going all out for that one magical year, when we all know that the one magical year can be derailed for a bunch of different reasons. There can be an injury at the wrong time. There can be a bad call at the wrong time, the wrong matchup, a fluke play. All these things can happen. And then everything that you work to build up for gets wasted. Whereas if you build a team that can compete for 10 years, you can survive something like that and just say, okay, we got next year. Yeah. Like that's what the Chiefs did. They had that terrible fluke loss to the Patriots in the AFC title game in 2018. Next year, they won the Super Bowl. If they had gone all out just for that one magical year, it would have been wasted. So,
and I'd even argue they did it again this offseason, where you knew it was going to be hard for an offensive line to come together fast. It was a bumpy road through the first half of the year with them, with that offensive line still becoming a cohesive group. Now they're starting to get the benefits of it, because again, they take a longer stretch approach to things, and a smarter approach to things, and they're rarely having to overreact to problems on their football club or things that aren't going right. Well, I've kept you, I think, you're an hour and a half here deep, Brendon. Any other kind of items you like to talk about? Do you like the Husky hire? I wanted to ask you that real quick.
I do. It's a pretty good hire. He has a good track record. He has massively improved 2 quarterbacks in his 2 recent stops at Fresno State and what was it, Indiana? I think it was like the Indiana Hoosiers or something like that. I looked at it. He took quarterbacks, and the first year under him, they were just and then the second year, they took a huge step up, which is big for us because we're probably going to rock with Sam Heward next year. Although I have heard rumors that Jake Haener might transfer over, which, I mean, he's good. So
do you think that means Heward goes in the transfer portal at that point?
If we bring in Haener, then probably so, yeah.
Yeah. Boy, that's
which
brutal.
I don't like that, but at the end of the day, I want to win games, and this hire seems pretty good to me. I'm on board with it. I it's not quite Chris Peterson, but he's done good things everywhere he's gone.
Yeah, and it may not be the most attractive. It's an attractive job still to go to University of Washington, but maybe not quite carries some of the shine that it maybe once did. So harder to maybe get as much of the big time. But I like they did with what they could. Made hay while the sun's shining on that. Well, any final thoughts on your standpoint of this?
Yeah, I do have one. Let's close out on a little bit of positivity here. Positivity if you're on the anti-Pete Carroll wagon. So last night in my stream, we were talking about the Adrian Peterson signing, and Carroll said one thing in his press conference regarding the Peterson signing. He basically said, playing young guys just for the sake of playing young guys is not something I like to do. And when he says that, I'm just like, I hate it. I can't stand it. Like, I understand that we haven't really had a season that was over at this point before in Seattle under Carroll, but now is the time to play your young guys. But somebody in chat made the point that, like, maybe he doesn't care about playing young guys because he knows he's not going to be here next year. Maybe he already kind of understands that, hey, I don't gain anything from playing Josh Johnson or BJ Emmons because I'm not going to be here next year. So I want to live out Pete Carroll fantasy camp with Adrian Peterson instead. And whatever benefit would have come from getting to Josh Johnson, that's going to be none of my concern when I'm out of here. So that angle, looking at it from that angle, I'll call that a little bit of positivity here, a little bit of a glimmer of hope.
I could see it that way. I think it as well. It's an indicator if they're not looking at, he doesn't care about the development at that point, that he just wants to get what player's going to do all the tiny little details of getting his stuff right, but like pass protection or going to the right hole or making the right read. He doesn't want to take time with the young guy to teach him, which still adds to your point. It still is, again, to your point. And hopefully we can see that again, as I've said in recent weeks, this is the definition of the writing is on the wall, even to the most ardent of supporters when it comes to Coach Carroll. You can't deny what you're seeing here with this team and with what is with what's happening. So it will the worm does continue to turn, but it doesn't turn in a good way, really. Even with the defense looking a little bit better, it still, I don't think, has helped him out much nationally or locally, really, as far as what is. I mean, you're hearing it, Brendon, everywhere, right? Every YouTube video of any talking pundit head out there nationally is it's over with. It's done. It's, it's thoroughly being having the fork put into it. It'd be wild to come back at this point if they do try to one last dance, one more turnaround. Everyone's saying no. They're just saying no. Any last thoughts on that then?
Yeah, that's really all I got. Look, I will say this, to be clear, I still do want the team to win. I don't like the Niners. I don't like their fans. I want to win these games. I want to win on the backs of some of these young players who are going to be here going forward. Darrell Taylor is obviously the chief candidate there. Damian Lewis sounds like he's going to play again. So I want to be clear about something. I'm not rooting for the team to lose. I'm not rooting for the team to tank. I know that during these parts of seasons when things go bad, fans kind of get into a debate over whether or not they should root for the team to lose or not. And I don't know where you stand on that, Brandon, but for me, I want the team to win.
I never can vote for my team to lose. I just can't do it inherently. It doesn't exist as a function in my soul to be able to go that route of things. I want to see things you're talking to. I think the point of, we want to see, just to touch on point, we want to see things fixed. Things need to be fixed. And this is not a one-off this year because things just happen to break wrong for us. We didn't land here by bad luck, did we, Brendon? We landed here by bad decision-making. So we want to see the decision-making corrected, and all that entails, from coaching to schematics to personnel decisions to draft choices. And that only occurs, as I harp on this time and time again, is if you accept at the root point of this, that there is actually a problem, as opposed to saying it is luck or always looking on the brighter side of things. And there's just, let's stay to the positive side of things. Let's stay neutral. Don't get on those negative things. Let's just be positive about stuff. Well, then that stuff never gets, properly fixed or addressed as it needs to be, as it should have been. Some of the stuff should have been, prior to this year. These were issues that have hit you before. Darrell Taylor, super exciting guy to watch. Did you see the cut up with him with Von Miller? The two cut ups of them, of young Von Miller running the corner. If you get a chance, go back to Reddit. It's still on Reddit. But he looked exactly like Von Miller coming off the edge in that sack this last week, with the explosion off the snap to the bend that he has, where he gets low below the offensive lineman, and he's doing it lightning fast. Again, why we should be really encouraged by him long-term as a pass rusher, because he's going to be one of the more special pass rushers in the NFC going forward. I don't know if he can do much in the run game. We got a problem with him in the run game, Brendon, because they attacked him in this last week. They went right at him when he was a defensive end.
Well, he's a de facto rookie, so maybe he'll pick that up. He'll get a little stronger. We'll see. I think the rookie sack record for a Seahawk player might be Bruce Irvin with 8. So he's in range, man. We got 6 games left. He's got 5. So
he can get it done. He can get it done. And it just won a game. So it'd be nice to see him doing it. We know Jamal's going to be in that. We know we're going to. It's nice to see too. Let's give Sidney Jones a little props. Sidney Jones has been playing some good football coming along. Like, it was rough at first.
Oh yeah,
but he's coming along. That his breaks, Brendon, his breaks on the ball are legit recently. Like the interception and the pass breakup.
I did my pass coverage video this morning, and he was targeted 5 times and allowed 1 reception, I think. And he also got hit with a DPI, which I think was kind of soft. Yeah, that was soft.
He had him he had the man stacked. When you got the guy stacked, you have a right to that place as much as anybody else does.
Yep. Carroll decided to complain about the refs after the Green Bay game, and we've been paying for it ever since, I guess. They won't let a man get a break.
No, it has gotten progressively a little worse since it was bad in that Green Bay game. And maybe you're right. Maybe there's a little bit of punitive ref. We know we know they can be catty, right? Like
Yeah.
I would never put it behind a referee to be catty in this game. Well, anybody beyond Damian Lewis and DK Metcalf and Tyler, is there anybody offensively? Would you give Gerald Everett an extension?
I like Everett, man. Everett's good. I like Everett. I would definitely. Well, an extension is kind of dicey because we don't know exactly what else we're going to do this offseason, but he's good. And I don't think he's going to be crazy expensive because he's not putting up a monster season. I don't think he's going to get a $50 million contract extension offer. I don't think he's going to sign for huge money. I think you might be looking at something like 3 years, 20 million or something like that. I might be willing to do that
right now. Would you do that deal right now to keep him off the market so you could secure the services before somebody got to spend? Cap's going up to 208.8.
I mean, you got money. I mean, you certainly have the money, and you're going to have even more money if you let guys like Wagner go and Dunlap go. I know he only saves a little bit, but you may as well.
Yeah,
he's about as useful as I am. Chris Carson's probably going to go because I think he's going to retire.
Yeah.
So there's going to be money.
Yeah, no, I think there's money. I think you go. I would do the deal with him. Here's the other thing too: is Will Disley is a free agent at this point as well. In addition to that, you do have Parkinson, but Parkinson's really not done anything here in 2 years. Whereas at least you have a move tight end, which Parkinson's not a move tight end. He's like a 4.7, 4.8 guy. Where Everett's a 4.5, 6, 4.6 guy. There's a legitimate difference in those guys in speed and ability, especially after the catch kind of stuff. So he's the one guy even above Diggs, which a lot of people are. That's the other guy I was going to ask you about. I don't give Diggs a contract. I would give Everett a contract extension.
Yeah, my Diggs is really good. My thing is that by the time we're good again, I think Diggs is going to be like 31 or 32.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think this is a good opportunity to get the USC has a safety in this upcoming draft that you could get in like the 3rd or 4th round. Mm-hmm. I can't remember his name, Polomoa or something like that. I like him. I think you get him, let him take his lumps for his rookie year in 2022, and then 2023, hopefully he's good to go. That's what I would do.
I would too. I would too. I also think that you got to just from a balance of resources across your positional groups, you really can't afford to pay safety, have nearly $30 million a year put into your safety position out of a $208 million salary cap. It seems like
that exactly.
That's just not quite a sustainable standpoint on it. Well, we're fighting through the fire here. Any last thoughts? You provided some positivity, which I appreciate, to the fans on that one.
Mm-hmm. Go Mariners. That's really all I got.
Hey, they got a Cy Young award winner, so that's something,
They're trying. They're going all in better than the Seahawks did. That's for sure.
And doing it at the right time after they've rebuilt properly, which is also what we said too. Is that rebuild properly, then go all in. There's a time to go all in. There's a time to spend and mortgage the future. Just you got to know when the right time is to do it. And at least we do know the Mariners should be good this year. Fingers crossed, and hopefully a couple of more big moves. They've still got a little bit of ammunition between money and. I don't want to see them dip into that farm system, but they could still do a couple things to make a couple of interesting moves here as it goes along. Well, if you've not gone over to Seahawks Brendon Nelson's YouTube channel, you are crazy and insane. I don't know what's taking you so long, but please do go over there and subscribe to his channel. He does daily content, sometimes multiple daily content in that respect. I appreciate you coming on in here as always, Brendon. We're going to continue on here. I'm going to continue the chat because we missed our live stream yesterday. So Brendon will sign off here, Brendon, but give us last thoughts and sign us off from your end of things. And I'll keep on here with the chat for a few more minutes as long as you guys want to talk a little bit just to wrap things up.
All right. Well, go Hawks, and I'll see you next week. My channel that time. So
I'll see you on later. Same bad time on your bad channel though. Well, I appreciate you, Brendon. Thank you always for coming over here, man, and keep kicking ass over there on your channel, my brother.
All right. See you around.
Have a good one. All right. Well, thank you again, Brendon Nelson. Awesome time. I love talking shop with this guy. He is, we can always gets me thinking here about some things and usually has more than a few tidbits of things that I wasn't aware of or hadn't thought about. Do want to bounce over again here to you guys in the chat. I know we missed yesterday as far as the stream goes. So I figured I'd kind of get this a little bit longer than we normally go on a Thursday because we did miss Wednesday a little bit. See what you guys might want to talk about or what might be on your mind a little bit with things. So I'll see what you guys say on the chat. Again, we'll kind of go for as long as you guys might want to go here. If there's anything you guys want to say, Do appreciate you watching. If you do like what you're listening to, you know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say, which is please do hit that like button. Please do hit that like button. It does help out the channel considerably, as well as I do want to thank the sponsor of this show, which is Manscaped, manscaped.com. Manscaped has engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligently functionality and incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys, let me tell you. This upgraded trimmer includes a multifunction on-off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on or off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths with sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention the wireless charging? The new wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery life last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No one wants to end up with pubes in their mouth, man. Nobody. So go on over to manscaped.com. Thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring this show. Use my code NEST, save 20% off, and get yourself some free shipping. Free worldwide shipping with that, worldwide shipping, and also, maybe help out the Hawks Nest a little bit. Help out with our sponsor. And thank you to everybody who is watching today. I don't know if I probably should have led with that at the top of the show. I do appreciate all of you guys for checking out the show. Wheeler says, wait, why is Carson going to retire? Chris Carson has a chronic neck injury, Wheeler, and he's going to be released this offseason by Seattle. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of teams out there willing to offer him much money if he's going to want to play going forward. I don't know if he's going to want to really be playing going forward if he's got a degenerative neck injury going on. Maverick Consulting Group says, what? Pay Diggs? Maverick Consulting Group, the problem with this doesn't come down to Diggs. He's a great player. He's been an awesome safety for us. He intercepts the ball better than anybody in the secondary by leaps and bounds. There's no doubt about that. He is an aging player, as Brendon noted just a second ago. By the time you actually get good, he's going to be very much an aging player, i.e. those skills will probably be diminished. And really the third killing aspect of potentially giving him an extension at this point is the fact that you're not only paying the other safety position top of the market in the NFL, you have set even a high water mark that goes beyond top of the mark, i.e. you added about $1.5 million per year onto Jamal Adams's contract, which means that if you do pay Diggs, it'll be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 13 million per year, which means that you end up putting $30 million of investment into the safety position. And there's only a $208.8 million cap. So you're really no team in the league, Maverick Consulting Group. There's not one team in the NFL who is paying both safety positions top money. Say nothing of the fact there's a safety out there making record-breaking money at one safety position, and then you're also paying at the other position. So I like him. It's the reality of the salary cap era, unfortunately. Penny, Dallas, Homer, all useless, says JS. Yeah, they are not the most useful, that's for sure. That is for sure. Maverick Consulting Group says, bahaha, and guys think women are vain, ball scalping, pure gold. Well, they sponsor the show. They've got a good product. And, hey, they got lip balm. They got some conditioner I've been using, which is nice. They got nose hair trimmers. It doesn't have to just be one thing. It doesn't have to be one thing. Mariah C., what the F is Adrian Peterson supposed to do for us? He is old as F and supposed to be retired. Not gonna like 1 yard. No, he looked done to me, Mariah, when I watched him with Titans. Again, he looked very much a guy that maybe had some speed left, but the lateral ability, the ability to really explode and get up to that speed is not anywhere near what it was when he was a younger man. And it's understandable. The man's got how many carries on that body. They're desperate. They're doing everything they can. They're trying everything they can, and they don't have a lot of answers at this time of the year, Mariah. You're not into the early part of the year where there's still some running backs who haven't been signed. You're not the later part of the year where you can make some trades right before the trade deadline. You get to this standpoint, and it gets down to between Adrian Peterson and a guy who's bagging groceries at Safeway. So there's not a lot of options. Mr. Fantasy Football says, I think AP signed is its Pete attempt of getting the running game back. I think it's his desperate attempt at getting the running game back. I'll say that. I'm gonna show you guys' comments here with this little StreamYard thing. I'm sure you guys dig this. Keldon says, resident 49er fan here, ready to talk trash and take names. Who's first? Just kidding. I always assume Seahawks will beat them, laughing out loud. Well, like we were talking about Brendon, we just seem to have a little bit of your number here, Keldon. We have a little bit of your number in this situation. It's odd. I do, like I've talked to you before. I have a lot of respect for Shanahan. I still think he's a coach for you guys in the future, but we've been doing okay. We've been doing okay in that respect of things. So, I think it'll be a tough matchup for you this week. I'll tell you this, Keldon, we are really, really scuttling right now. And I just can't predict a win right now, just with where this team is at energy wise, productivity wise. There's just a sense of things being a little bit lost, say nothing of being out of sorts. Thank you for the $2 donation, Megan, one of my resident big donos on the channel and big supporter, says 6 jerseys and a Kraken membership for my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Megan, to you very much. I hope it's awesome birthday. And that's 6 jerseys. Nice. I hope you guys got those set up right. I hope you got all the positions and place rooms on the wall, all set and good to go. Hell yeah. Mike Peace, and thank you, Megan, again for the donation. And I hope those donations are looking clean, crisp. Mike P says, is Pete stubborn, in denial, or trying to make Russ look bad? We all knew Geno Smith should start the last 3 games. I think there's an element of right now after this game, when you hear him talk about missing throws, where he's definitely not he's not trying to duck around throwing shade at Russ in that scenario. Is Pete in denial? Denial is definitely a big part of this. It's not just a river that's in Egypt. And certainly Pete is stubborn. So all of those things are to certain realms. They're absolutely truth in all of those. I don't know if any one of them is the driver in itself, though. I think the bottom line comes down to what you talked about in the back end of your comment here, Mike, which is that Geno Smith should have started the last 3 games, number one. Number two, it's not Russell Wilson's to say he gets to be the starting quarterback. It's the coach to determine who gives them the best opportunity to win. And while I know Russell Wilson carries a lot of weight and would have probably been a guy who would have been in Carroll's face and pushing as hard as you could push to try to get out there and be playing on the football field, nonetheless, you as a coach have to watch what he's doing on the practice field, realize he's diminished, realize he's not ready to go, and put the guy out there that can be reasonable and functional as you're in the playoff hunt, to hopefully then buy your starting quarterback an additional 4 or 5 weeks to maybe where the finger can get around to being back to a decent state, where it's at least, rather than looking at like 73% of old Russ, we're now somewhere in the neighborhood of like 93% of old Russ. AI says our O-line and running backs are league subpar. Yeah, across the board, league subpar on those. 100% agree. And I think the line, especially run blocking, is probably bottom 5 bad in as far as run blocking goes, which is saying something for a team that wants to run block. And the running backs aren't much better. But I would even put the offensive line a little bit worse than where the running backs are. And that's saying something, again, because I don't like these running backs at all either. But, man, the line has not been good. Maverick Consulting Group says Mr. Unlimited is limited. Just a little bit. A little bit. Quite a bit. Bernia 2883 says, yeah, but you need the depth. A running back? Yeah, you do need better depth of running back. You need guys that also can have some availability at the position. I'll tell you this. It's been now an ongoing problem for about 6 years of getting running backs who can stay on the football field for any kind of marginal amount of time. That starts to become now a trend, something that would seem to be at least fixable in the approach, be it, finding running backs who have a little bit more of a durability, leaning more towards favoring durability at times. I don't know, but you do need depth too. Mike B says, can AP do well at receiver and screens? No. Maybe in the screen game. I mean, in his younger days, he was awesome as a screen, but of course we know our offense doesn't run the screen game very well. So it's not really Adrian's lack of ability in that department, even at his advanced age, and more to do with probably the fact that we just don't have an ability to run it. Mr. Fantasy Football, Pete should retire and we should pick up Eric B. Enemy. He is a guy that's been often mentioned here in the chat. You are not alone on that, Mr. Fantasy Football. There is a lot of folks that have been interested in maybe looking at Eric B. Enemy as the next coach. And indeed, I do believe he would be on our list of candidates if Carroll were to be moving on. I would be okay with him as a hire. There would probably be other guys that would get me just a little bit more excited. So I'm okay with it, but just there's a couple other guys out there that to me just strike me as a little bit more of, I'd be a little more hyped. No lie on that one. Berna says Carson out, Penny, Homer, Dallas. Sorry, you just mentioned some. Maverick, does Pete not know how to throw screens, or is it Shane not scheming? Maverick Group, what this really comes down to is you did not this offseason transition your offensive line to fit the new scheme that they're supposed to be acclimating to as we speak right now, but they're not really. The issue for years has been this on two different levels. Coach Carroll has favored first and foremost run blockers when they're looking at offensive linemen in free agency or in the draft. Can he run block? Can he take his man and drive him off the ball? And usually when you have a guy that's going to drive a guy off the ball like that and do it consistently, a lot of what he's going to have in his toolkit is going to be a bigger body, a little extra weight, a little more size. As Coach Carroll likes to say, Maverick, mass moves mass. A guy that's 350 pounds is going to move a guy that's 300 pounds, generally speaking. Yes, leverage factors into it, but generally speaking, the bigger man's going to move the smaller man. You go for size at usually the cost of quickness and speed and movement. That's where you sacrifice that. So now when you go to the screen game, what that requires the offensive lineman to do is not just to go downhill on the guy in front of them, but they've got to usually come out of their stance, feign a block, and then slide out laterally into the flat. And that means that they're going to have to usually run about 7, 8, 9 more steps than they normally have to go on any given play. And so that's going to test their speed, quickness, and the like. And what you watch on our screen plays, and this is how you know I'm right on this Maverick Consulting Group, watch when they next run a screen pass to our running backs. And what you will notice is the defense is able to get to the running back as he's catching the ball. Right as they're getting to him, you'll see the linemen coming from off screen, and they're coming to the side of those defensive linemen. They're not quick enough to get out in front of those defenders coming to tackle the running back on the screen. They're coming in the side, and that has to do with the fact that they lack the speed to get out there in space and make it happen. That's going to continue, unfortunately, Maverick, until you bring in more mobile offensive linemen to fit the scheme or change the scheme. AI says Manscaped's lip balm. That's right, Manscaped lip balm. I know it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense on your lips when it cools those lips down. COAT, Russ goes in 2 years, no fans in the stands, 3 years, losing profits, and 5 years, and the Paul Allen Foundation are selling the Hawks to Salt Lake City. Well, there's been a lot of people worried, and I understand in this town, it seems that every about 5 or 6 years, we have someone coming from the outside to try to take one of our teams away. This happened for years with the Mariners, of course. Seahawks with Ken Behring, this happened. Let me put a little bit of this at rest for you, COA team. You built a new stadium here with taxpayer money in the last 20 years. Money you're still paying on that stadium, which also locks the team into a rock-solid lease agreement. And this is not the same thing of what even the St. Louis team had, who then put a lawsuit to the NFL and have now won nearly, I think, an $800 billion, something like that. Maybe it's an $800 million, it's right, $800 million lawsuit against the NFL because of that. So your lease agreement keeps the team here. They can't break the lease agreement, not until like 2040, something like that. So I know why you're worried about that. I get why we have PTSD when it comes to that type of stuff, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Les Paul 97 says Seahawks do mostly beat the Niners, just like the Niners usually beat the Rams. Yeah, I saw somebody did a meme on this in Reddit of rock, paper, scissors. And I think they had below like the rock was the Rams, and then the paper was the 49ers, and then the scissors were the Seahawks. I thought it was pretty funny. It's very true. I don't know why it makes sense. But it's a circle, isn't it? So, Seahawks beat the Niners, Niners beat the Rams, Rams beat the Seahawks. And it's the circle of life, just keep spinning. The wheel of the NFC West keeps spinning. Mike B, any Huskies on the game tonight? Dallas and the Saints? I'm thinking. No. Both those teams usually draft players in the South for the most part. No, I can't think. I don't think there's any Huskies are on either of those two teams. I don't think so. Jace, if we had our first year this year, I would want us to lose for a top 10 pick, but because the Jets have it, I hope we win as many as possible. Well, it does help your pick a little bit in the second, third, and fourth round. You get to pick at the top of those rounds. But yeah, I want to win. I don't like losing. I don't like losing for picks. I don't like being in that, tank for Tua, suck for luck. I ain't doing that. We don't have some generational quarterback that we need. So therefore, let's try to win some games. Wheeler says, I'll predict the win for you, Brandon. The Niners suck against us. They've won like 3 games in 10 years. We will crush them on Sunday, and Russ will see his confidence returned. I love it. I love your confidence, Wheeler. I'm a beaten child at this point. I'm flinching every game, even on ones where maybe I should be predicting the win. I've got bruises up and down my body, I'm just trying to bob and weave over here, Wheeler, but I'll take it. I will be one happy camper on Sunday if we win that football game. Which, by the way, as good a time as any is to announce this. I was going to wait till next year to start this up, where I was going to be live streaming all the football games next year, is kind of adding on and expanding on the channel. But we had our most views, most watched on this last Sunday, considering again as a Monday night that we've had all year, with me live streaming the game throughout. So you guys have kind of given back that feedback on that. You're leaning me in the direction of saying, go and do this. So I will be live streaming once again the San Francisco 49er game on Sunday. So we're going to do a full live stream, full post game, all in one type show this next Sunday. We'll probably go another 7 or 8 hours. But if you guys want a spot to stop in and watch the game with, I do play by play, I've been called a young Howard Cosell, I guess I'm not it's not a young Howard Cosell anymore. It's more of like a middle-aged Howard Cosell. Oh, Lordy. This is the NFL. The Seattle Seahawks are struggling this year to win football games. Their cantankerous nature is because they're starting perennial. I can't say. I can only do so much, Cosell. A standard champion says, just got here. Do you think this team quits? Business decisions on the field, lethargy throughout, or do they pull it together? I don't think I've seen a lot of evidence yet that they have fully on quit at this point. They still look like they are truly competing out there and trying to get it done. I do think that there's probably a little bit of some issues here in the locker room. I'm not throwing blame. I'm not throwing shade. I'm not saying it's this guy or that guy, but there does seem to be some lack of cohesion in this locker room, which may have a little bit to do of why there looks like on the football field a team that's sort of disjointed. So I'm not going to predict that that's going to happen at this point yet. I think there's still pride in these guys, and that they're still going to go out there and try. Now, if a guy's like a small little ding injury, gets dinged up, probably going to sit out rather than play, right? If I'm Quandre Diggs and I get into week 14 and it's like, my hammy's acting up. I've already made my money for this offseason. That may be the case on it, but I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. Good to see you, Standard. Sorry to respond to him. Berna says if you bench Russ against his own will, 100% he would be gone. Well, let's play this out a little bit, okay? Let's play this out, Berna. So let's say that Coach Carroll sees him in practice, sees he's diminished. Coach Carroll comes up to him, Berna, pre-week, and he says, Russell Wilson says, look, Coach, I'm ready to go, but we got to take out all of our stuff under center. I don't want to do any of the under center stuff because it's going to hurt my finger when we snap it. Well, then at that point, Coach Carroll should be coming in and saying, yeah, that's great. You're going to have to wait then. But this is going to piss me off. This is going to make me angry, because I agree with you to your point. It would make him angry. You're not wrong there. I agree with you there. Let's say we go then the next 4 games, Gina goes 2-2, which I think feasibly he could have gone 2-2 over these last 4 games of Russell Wilson not playing. Okay. Russell Wilson comes back. You're still very much in the playoff hunt, if not in that final wild card spot once Russell returns. Russell comes back a little healthier. Russ then takes the team on a nice little ride through the back end of the schedule, gets into the playoffs. You go on a run in the playoffs. At that point, as a head coach, you had overruled the player, pissed him off to do the right thing not only for the season, but to put that player in the best place for him to succeed. Players are going to be emotional. Players are going to insist on doing certain things. Star players are going to try to push the weight that they have to carry with them. But it's your job of the coach to make the right choice, to make the right decision, not to make decisions if you're going to worry about a player being mad because you're going to make that decision. And if you get to that spot as a coach where your decision making is being impacted in that way, one could maybe say you're not doing your job right or doing what you're there to do. So I agree with you. It would have pissed him off, but it would have been the right decision to be made. Kelvin says if the Seahawks suddenly look like they did in week 1, I would just be like, yep, that makes sense. It's my Niners. Maybe Keldon. I mean, you are going to get a desperate team this week. You're the only thing that I don't think they have any chance of the playoffs, but they are mathematically still in it. That does still create a level of, hey guys, we going to 6-0 run, 5-0, whatever run they would need. So you are going to get a desperate team, and you are down Deebo Samuel, who has been very effective against the Seahawks recently, which hurts you. I mean, that does hurt you. You're not sitting on a lot of playmakers on the outside. COA team says St. Louis Rams, San Diego Chargers, Oakland Raiders had just as many fans. So COA team, I guess you're making the point that Seattle could be moved because those teams got moved. So let's go again. You always gotta be careful when you make your argument, COA team, about painting with the broad brush and not getting into the specifics. You mentioned 3 teams that indeed did get relocated. Is there maybe a little bit of a difference somewhere, if you think about it, between those 3 teams in Seattle? Is there something that those 3 teams have all the same that Seattle doesn't? Is there one maybe common denominator difference here if you think about it? So let's unpack this. The St. Louis Rams moved because they weren't going to build a new stadium in St. Louis. And the owner was definitely enamored by the thought of getting them to LA. But they also weren't going to build a stadium in St. Louis, not a new one, not with taxpayer money. Okay, we got that. We got San Diego, Jack Murphy Stadium, a concrete jungle if there ever has one, an awful stadium, a horrific stadium. Guess what, COA team? The voters of San Diego at no point in time would be willing to put a yes to getting a new stadium in San Diego. Was their owner enamored by Los Angeles? Yeah. But was that after many years of trying to get a new stadium built and the city refusing to do so? Yeah. Okay, so St. Louis has that in common with San Diego. Okay, let's get over here to Oakland. Oakland initially leaves and goes to Los Angeles in the 80s. Why? Because Oakland won't build a new stadium. Then when it doesn't work with the Los Angeles Raiders in Los Angeles, they go back to Oakland, not because it's a great stadium now in Oakland or they built them a new stadium. Quite the opposite. They're in the Oakland Coliseum again, same stadium that the A's play in. But the reason he went back there is because he couldn't get the Los Angeles fan base to wrap their hands around the Raiders, nor could he get a new stadium built there either at that point in time. Okay, let's bring our Seattle team in. So Rams, St. Louis wouldn't do the stadium. San Diego wouldn't do the stadium. Oakland wouldn't do the stadium. Now we get to Seattle. Taxpayers funded a new stadium. With that new stadium comes a lease agreement that cannot be broken. A lease agreement that cannot be broken. One more time. A lease agreement that cannot be broken. So I hope I cleared that up on that one. Danny McCormick, who's your dream hire general manager? I hadn't even thought of a dream. I've been concentrating so hard, Danny, on coaches that I haven't really even considered general managers. I think somebody in the chat before has mentioned maybe even a Louis Riddick might be interesting. Guy with some history in Seattle who kind of knows a little bit of the lay of the land, and what's happened here prior. I don't know if there's any real hot. Scott McLuhan. Can we get Scott McLuhan back in the house? I'll let him be. He can be a drunk. I'm fine with that. If he's still able to pick players like he once did, then I'm okay with that. Bring on Scott, man. Come on, Scotty, back into the building. Everybody loves Scotty. let me think about it, Danny. Let me think. There's another guy that jumps into my mind because I'm trying to think of the free agent general managers that are out there, and like the Dimitrov types that, he doesn't do much for me. But I'm sure there's somebody I'm not thinking of that would be, maybe interesting. Dr. XP, I'd rather get a backup like Marcus Mariota than Geno Smith. Are you talking about for after this year? Stopgap, Dr. XP? Is that what you mean? Like a stopgap quarterback that you'd rather get? I'd be okay with that as a stopgapper. Maverick Consultants Group says, why not use screens? Is Russ or Shane? Did you not? You probably typed that after I answered that. So I did just answer that above, Maverick. I think it's probably just, I'm behind on the chat. So Paul Third, I'm predicting an ugly game. Home field crowd noise will put the screws in Jimmy G. Seahawks will win on the final drive. Seahawks win 16-13. That sounds like a Niner-Seahawks game, Paul. That sounds about right for a Niner-Seahawks game. 16-13 sounds just about right. I like it. Yeah, I think it's going to be an ugly game too. That's all we can play so far right now lately. So why expect anything different? But yeah, we handled Jimmy G pretty good. We take care of business with Jimmy G. Oh, Maverick, you did get it. Okay. Maverick says, thank you. Love to learn stuff. Anytime, Maverick. I love talking football in any way, shape, or form. So we can unpack this kind of stuff at any time. So that's part of why I like this game too, Maverick, is you can watch the game on a surface level, then you can start to get into the details of it schematically. Then you can get on the player matchups and get into the strategies of chess being played across the board. There's so many different levels to potentially be able to appreciate football, and you could just appreciate on any of the given levels or all of them or just a couple of them. And there's still plenty of in all that stuff to kind of talk about and enjoy. But the screen game, I'm with you. It frustrates the hell out of me that they've not been able to get a functional screen game going for years. But again, some of it does come back to, again, you've got to get the players that can run that particular play. And if you've got a bunch of man-mountain mauler types that all they can do is just be road graders 24/7, it's harder to get them out moving in space. COA team says, and as I said, wait until those stands get lighter after Russ leaves. So COA team, you'll have to. It ain't 20 years ticket sales. It's not 20 years ago. Teams move regardless. Again, C team, you're going to have to respond to my comment. If you're going to say this, respond to my comment on the lease. How did they break the lease? How did they break the lease when we're still paying our taxpayer money on that stadium that was built 20 years ago? How do they break that lease? The Rams, all these teams you mentioned could leave because there's no lease, because they're in an old ass stadium, because the local taxpayers wouldn't approve of a new stadium. So like Seattle being moved, and let me give you another part on the COA team, which I guess you're not considering as well. Jody Allen has all of her money and all of her resources given to her by her brother. By all accounts, even though she's been hands off as an owner, she's been very interested in carrying on the legacy of what Paul Allen had wrought here in Seattle as far as our Seahawks are concerned. So your theory then is on this, a woman that does not need money, a woman who is sitting on billions of dollars, will essentially go and sell to the highest bidder, destroying her brother's legacy, hurting her brother's legacy, not destroying, but hurting her brother's legacy, or undoing his legacy. Let's say that's a better word. So she'll simultaneously undo his legacy and then also bring in an owner who absolutely will then move the team out of town, and while also breaking the lease to get it done. Walk me through that one. Mike P. Cardinals are the first team in NFL history to win 8 games by double digits. Crazy stat. How good are they? Rams, 49ers 2. All good for years. Russ wants NFC East. 2 firsts, a third, and Jalen. I don't want to bring on Jalen Hurts, Mike P, if it means I gotta be out on one more first round pick, because like we talked about in our scenario with Brendon Nelson here about half hour ago on this, I like what he talked about, where you use these 2 first round picks this year basically for best player available. He wants to go for 2 defensive guys. I just want to really at the end of the day go for the 2 best players available. I don't want them to be quarterbacks. What that means then is that I'm going to need to go look for my quarterback next year, and to get that done, I'm going to need a couple of first round picks to move up into that particular draft to go get the quarterback that I do want. You end up taking on Jalen. It means 1 less first round pick, essentially, I believe. And I really wouldn't do that. If the Eagles want to come a calling, if they want to come a knocking, can you hear me knocking? I can, Cardinals, or not Cardinals, but the Eagles. You better come with the 2 firsts and throw me an extra first on top. Maybe not much beyond that. Maybe there's nothing you can get more than that for us, but 3 firsts is going to be the going rate. How good are the Cardinals is that they've created such a good team that they've created a team where there's room for error. A place that I've been banging the drum for our own Seattle Seahawks team to seek out for years now, which is don't get your team just good enough. Don't get your pass rush just to a point where you think it's just barely good enough, or your wide receiver where it's just good enough, or the running back room where there's just enough guys maybe. But actually build to where you're like, man, we don't really need this guy, but let's add him anyway. You know, it's not necessary, but let's throw him into this as well. Let's build upon this. Let's go. And they did that. They did that with what they did with their receiver crew and bringing in AJ Green when they had already at that point they had DeAndre Hopkins, they had Christian Kirk, and then they went beyond that and still selected Rondale Moore in the second round, another wide receiver on the team. You know, when they lost Max Williams, they didn't just roll with their backup tight end. They made a trade for Zach Ertz. You know, they've created room for error in their roster building approach. The Rams are good for this year. I don't know how good going forward they're going to be. I think that there's a little bit of a price that they're going to have to pay here when we come forward, and that they've gone all in on this year. A little bit of the price of what they're going to have to deal with in the future. 49ers, it's going to be very reliant on really what they get out of Trey Lance as we move forward. And they do have some good pieces on the offensive side of the ball, and Bosa's nice. But outside of Bosa and Warner and Ward, I don't know that they've got a ton there that you look at and go that they've got, this crazy defense going forward outside of those guys. As well, Trent Williams, Alex Mack are getting older as player. Trent Williams has been the best left tackle in the sport this year. By a wide margin, but as we've seen with Dwayne Brown, you get into your mid-30s as a tackle. When it falls off a shelf. It falls off a cliff. So we'll see where that goes with that. Wheeler says, what was your reaction to the DK Metcalf foursome thing? I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? Like, you're a young guy that's full of testosterone. You're a superstar. Women openly fawn over your shirtless picture all over the place. You're a hot-blooded hot-blooded American male. You're young. You're like, I mean, I ain't gonna hate that. I ain't gonna hate on him for that. You know, do your thing, young man. Sow your oats. And the kid's in his young 20s. You know what I mean? Multi-millionaire. It's like, that's, I good for you. If you can get it, if the going's good, DK, good for you on that. So I nothing but hey, young man doing young man things. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Cosell, thought that you'd be Rabel. May have to get up for that. Oh, I'll do my Howard Cosell. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. We're here in Seattle at Lumen Field on the reservoir of the Puget Sound. In the background, the Cascades loom large over the stadium like embers in the sky. Today, we've got a precocious matchup as we watch the Seattle Seahawks in their defunctified state of exacerbation, hoping they can emulate and pontificate upon their current reasonable conclusion. I'm going to do that for way too long, folks. You let me do this, and I'm just going to go my whole rest of the chat with Cosell. But Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I like Rabel. Rabel's fine. Rabel's good. I mean, look, Rabel's awesome. Yeah, he's good. I like Rabel. Cosell's kind of, Cosell was a different level though. I always got a special place in my heart for Cosell. Thank you though, Megan, again for the $5 donation. All you do on the channel. Paul Third, the Seahawks don't own the 49ers. The 49ers have sucked. Everyone was beating them at the end of the Harbaugh era and the Tom Sula and Chip Kelly eras. Shanahan has given them some stability. Shanahan's been a fantastic coach for him. I think it's, Paul, it was a little bit like Brendon said on this. I think you really break it down to this on the bottom line of things, which is that Seahawks have built a defense that first and foremost is trying to stop the run. Most, if not beyond the majority of defenses in the NFL, are not building their defenses to first and foremost stop the run. And what you have with the Niners is a team that wants to run at as high water mark as any team in the league outside of Baltimore. And so it just is one of those style of play things where it just fits better into our defense that, unlike, let's say, the Cardinals with their spread formations, which don't fit well up against our defense, or the wide zone stuff and the crossers and the flood zone concepts and the pre-snap motion that you get with the Rams. I think that there's just stuff that makes it a little easier to defend. But I'm a Shanahan guy, Paul. I think Shanahan's a great coach, and I think the 49ers, if they moved off from him here prematurely, would be silly for doing so. Again, for the reasons that you mentioned, is that he had a lot to sort of have to clean up coming on the heels of the chest hair era and Chip Kelly. Mike P says, can Pete make a graceful exit? What's the scenario? PR executive of some sort, back to college team. Pete to Notre Dame would save face. I think Pete was going to go back to college. He just would have gone back to USC when that job was open, and I think USC would have taken him with open arms. I don't think that he's going to be interested in going to Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a little bit in the same realm of like what you get with a Stanford, or to a smaller degree, Michigan or University of Washington, which is higher academic standards, which makes it harder to recruit guys, as well as it's added an extra layer of complexity in recruiting that you now have to pay these guys. Does Carroll want to have to go back all into that? I don't think so. There's no way to me that Carroll goes back to the college game at this point. I think the only way that he really remains in any capacity as far as working after this job is to be like a PR executive of some sort, a figurehead, a little bit like what Bill Walsh was to the Niners after he retired. He didn't just completely disappear from the organization. He was still there as sort of an active consultant for them, which I would expect Coach Carroll to slide into a kind of role like that, or I would think that would be an ideal role. Larry Edwards says Debo might be out, but there will be packages for Jennings and Ayuk. Yeah, they'll still be. I mean, like, they're not going to be easy. Jennings. We got to be worried about a guy named Jennings. I'll give you Ayuk. I'll give you Kittle. I'll give you maybe even Elijah Mitchell. I don't know about we got to worry about Jennings, though. I don't think Jennings is going to take it to us on this one, Larry. But yeah, it does look like Debo's out. I just mentioned Debo too because he's just been so not dominant, but I mean, he's been pretty good against the Seahawks. Seems like every game we play him, he's doing something. Mavericks Consulting Group says Scott Fritterer left this offseason for a reason. He did well with the Panthers offseason. Would he come back as a general manager? Sadly, I believe he signed there as a general manager with the Panthers. So you don't usually see a lateral general manager moving from one to the next. They're going to remain at their job. They're not going to make a lateral change unless you have a situation where they're being overridden by another factor, i.e., like, for instance, Schneider can be overridden by Coach Carroll because Coach Carroll is really de facto boss of Schneider, as opposed to it more working traditionally the opposite way. So, no, not likely you're going to see a general manager come back in that way. But Fritterer's done a fantastic job, I think, with the Panthers. I've been really impressed with their moves. I love their aggressiveness, Maverick. I mean, that's the one thing that stands out. I love organizations that are going forward. Larry Edwards says, hit by a send accident, Jennings, Ayuk, and for sure Trey Lance will have packages for the game. Hopefully we continue to open the playbook and take care of you guys early. There's still enough there offensively for you guys to be dangerous. Kittle's also plays us pretty tough too. So it's, I didn't predict to win. I'm not predicting to win on this, Larry. So I've got us as a loss where I stand on it. But I do think it makes it easier to go at, rather than having, if you have Debo in this game and Ayuk on the outside, it does give a little bit more of an ease to it. I don't know. Are we going to be worried about Jennings? Is Jennings going to be scaring the bedevil out of us? Les Paul says, if the Hawks had a Super Bowl caliber O-line, would Russ be back to his old self? I think, Les Paul, that's the age-old question that we've been asking for years now. Frankly, it will remain the question that we ask when he's probably most likely traded this offseason, in that we will be looking at it going, God, should we maybe try to do a little bit more on the line when he was here? Because we're going to maybe watch him go to a team that truly does build an offensive line around him. If he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, they already have an immeasurably better offensive line for Russell Wilson from day one of him walking into that football team. And we have seen, when you give quarterbacks that are even guys that aren't necessarily amazing quarterbacks, Jared Goff or Carson Wentz, You give them great offensive lines and they can make them look like great quarterbacks at times. And so that question remains, Les Paul. That question in itself is almost a bit of the reason why I've leaned back time and again to still, if I'm the guy in charge, if I'm the one running it, to say, okay, I get the offensive minded coach and I build around Russ and I get the super offensive line around him, because that question does remain and it remains unanswered. And I can't give you an answer of it because we've not seen anything close to it in the 10 years that Russell Wilson's been here, in the 11 years that Russell Wilson's been here. COA team says, no, the point is fans don't keep teams in place. Profits do, and the Hawks have financial requirements to meet along with those lease. Or do you think they just built them a stadium for nothing? Hawks have financial requirements to meet along with, well, again, I noticed COA team, you still didn't address my question to you, which is that how do they break the lock solid lease? How do they leave the lease? How do they get out of that lease that's not due till 2040? Again, knowing and acknowledging, I believe that we still are paying on the stadium up till about 2028, if my memory is not mistaken on that. No, the point is fans don't keep teams in place. Profits do. Incorrect. I could just see why we can keep going back and forth on this all day, but your points are kind of easily disproven. I don't even have to think very hard to disprove your point. If profits are all that keeps the team in place, then why weren't the Seahawks already moved prior to Paul Allen buying the team? How did we remain here? Ken Behring literally had the moving trucks out at the facility. How did we remain here? How was that pulled off if what you're saying is the ultimate truth applied? I didn't go and look. I didn't even have to think through other teams that this has been out. I just grabbed my team with a situation that happened in the last 20 years, right off the top of my head. And it just disproves your exact point you're placing. No, the point is the fans don't keep the teams in place. The profits do. Are you telling me the 95 Seahawks team was profitable? You telling me the 96 Seahawks team was profitable? Those teams that had not enough fans in the stadium to where you had blacked out football games. You couldn't even turn on your local television and watch the football game because you weren't putting enough fans in the stadium. If what you're saying is the truth, then that team should have been moved. But it wasn't, because there are other factors at play that keep teams in cities. That's my only point on those. To me, do you think they just build them a stadium for nothing? Go ahead and do me a favor, COA team. Go ahead and Mark, let me know outside of it's called a lease, first off. So a lease states that we build you the stadium, you pay us money for building the stadium. You're going to pay us a certain cost for stadium. That was an agreed upon lease. Again, we come back to what I always get in some of these arguments where I say, can we address this one thing and then you want to talk about this other stuff? Before we get to the other stuff, COA team, about what doesn't, explain to me how, in clear, concise language, they break this lease. This lease that says we pay the stadium, we spend $800 million as a city for you on the stadium, and yearly you're going to give us $30 million. And then that team after 20 years goes, yeah, you're still paying on this for 8 years, but guess what? We're leaving the stadium and we're not going to pay you any money. Or at least if you would tell me, a COA team, something like whatever team wants to move them, they're going to give the city back $1 billion or something. At least that could be a functional argument. But you just say that the team's going to walk away, just doesn't have anything, with it. Dr. XP, as Marcus Mariota as a backup to whoever we can get that can occasionally come in on trick plays, I wouldn't be upset if he was our stopgap. Me neither, man. I'm not super picky on our stopgap because it's more of my eye to 2023, but I'm okay with that. COA team, as the team becomes vulnerable, they can move just like any other team I mentioned. Again, just the point I mentioned on COA team is explain to me the breaking of the lease. You're still continuing to pay taxes on the stadium, and maybe I just helped I just helped you. You're on your own argument. Teams can be moved, the crazy can be moved, but again, dealing with the lease, dealing with again COA team, and your presumption here that you're putting forth that this team, it almost seems like you're trying to put forth like it goes without saying that the team will be moved or something, like the way you're speaking about this. I know there's been a lot of teams moved. Again, the teams that you put up that were moved had many years of trying to get a new stadium in those cities. They had measures that were put on ballots that were turned down. There was a lot that led up to those teams leaving. It wasn't St. Louis woke up, roll out of the bed one day, scratched the balls, and said, let's go to LA. It didn't work like that. So you're sort of throwing that stuff out. And again, it's no argument is ever simplified. There's a lot that comes into every scenario. And again, you're also sort of preloading within this that Jody Allen's going to essentially take what was one of the most important things to her brother, one of the most proudest things that he had, the brother who gave her billions of dollars and the lifestyle that she's accommodated. And she's going to take that and turn it back over for more money. Walk me through that one. Walk me down the path of that one. COA team, COA team really wants the Seahawks to leave Seattle. I guess I'm trying to understand where he's coming from on this. I don't quite get the, yes, teams can be moved, but the examples he mentioned aren't fit. The lease is in place. We have an owner that's not going to mess up her brother's legacy. Got to think about through all those lenses. Larry Edwards, we do not need Jimmy to throw the way Russ has been playing. I can't wait for him to throw the ball. Prediction: Russ gives us 2 picks on Sunday. Go Niners. Larry, look, yeah, give me a break here. You guys got what? You got one. Your quarterbacks have 1 interception on the year. Do you know? Wait, your quarterbacks don't even have 1 interception on the year. Jimmy Ward is the only guy in your secondary who even has an interception. Who's going to pick off the ball? You guys can't catch back there. You're not a threat to pick us off. Your only hope is that our offense can't functionally move anything one way or another, and you can get your luck into it. We're going to shut down your run. We're going to force Jimmy to throw. And guess what? The last 4 times Jimmy's played us, you've seen how that's basically played out. And not that well for Jimmy. And it ain't going to play that well out for Jimmy this week. The only thing you guys can hope for is our offense continues to crap the bed like they have. Northwest Fugitive, are you out on John Schneider? I'm out on John Schneider in the realm of I'm getting closer and closer to that point, Northwest Fugitive. I was willing to give him a lot of the benefit of the doubt prior to learning and understanding it, that he was going to sit on this $13 million of cap space this season. I think there's a little bit of negligence here. I think there's a little of ineptitude in that you looked at this roster and you said, this roster is good enough that in a year where the salary cap has gone down by about 15, 16, 17%, the first time the salary cap has gone down in basically 20 years. And I'm going to choose that year to be the year that I don't use all of the salary cap space. And not only don't use all of it, there's this $13 million is a significant portion of the salary cap on top of the $10 million of Russell's base to bonus that they could have converted. In retrospect, I think they're playing a little bit of a cute game here where there was still an intention to move on from Russ after this year, but they wanted to wait a year until maybe they got better offers, until Russ's dead money cap hit was not as substantial. And I don't like that game. I don't like that cat and mouse game that the front office played here, and that I do hold Schneider responsible for that in that respect. It's his job to find ways to allocate those resources across the board, not leave them unused for some plan for 2020 or 2023. So I probably would lean to, I would lean to looking for somebody else at this point. Dan, on top of the fact, we haven't exactly had a lot of great drafts recently. I don't know what's Carroll. I don't know what's Schneider, but he's got to be some of that as well. Daniel W. says, if we could end up with either Kayvon Thibodeau or Aiden Hutchinson and then Tyler Linderbaum, I would already be happy with the draft. Hey, sign me up, Daniel. Sign me up. And as talking about Brendon, I think we're likely to get 2 first-round picks for Russ from one of these teams like New York or Miami. Probably going to be up in that top 10, but back end top 10 state. That certainly would put you in the proper position for a guy like Tyler, though, of course. You could probably trade back to the 20s and still get Tyler at that point. Pick up an extra maybe 2nd or 3rd round pick. And then I do think it would be Thibodeau over what, and I'm starting to do my deep draft dive now. It looks like Hutchinson's getting more acclaim here than Thibodeau is being picked higher. There are some reported scouts out there that have even Thibodeau in a 2nd round territory. Not me, but that's the rule. And that's the word on the street. Mike P, 8 games won on the road by double digits. Never been done. Cardinals are explosive, man. You got to appreciate it. They've had a plan of attack, what they want to do offensively, and they've surely, it's taken them a couple of years to fully get it to bloom, but it's a blooming. TJ says, Russ to Philly for 3 firsts and Hurts. I'll say yes. I'll say yes to that. I would feel fine with that, TJ. I'd be good with that. Mavericks Consultant Group says Cliff Kingsbury should be the coach of the year. He has turned around the Cardinals franchise in a few short years. Very well said. I think he's got to be definitely in contention. I'm trying to think if there's somebody else I'd say that deserves it more. Yeah, I mean, I think you could make the argument that he's done as well. I think Frank Reich's done a pretty good job too with the Colts. But yeah, I think he's probably got to be the front runner for the reasons that you said. I mean, he brought in he came in as an untested guy that not a lot of people had faith in, a guy that had a losing record in college football, and he's been able to move Kyler Murray along. He's implemented his offense in full. The defense still plays really well. He gets those guys to play hard week in and week out. As a team, there's nothing that they have as a glaring weakness. They do everything particularly well. Um, he should win it. Yeah, very well said. A Maverick Consultant Group says send DK a free Manscaped package. Bahaha. Hey, he could use it. He's got those four ladies. He's got to keep the things clean. He's got to keep it cleaned up down there, So I'm sure he could use it. Bill Randall Big Daniel coming in with a big fat $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. You were awesome, my brother. And it's good to see you on the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're there on. Hopefully, Randall, come join me on Sunday. We can watch that game together, the Niner game. But thank you for the $20 donation. You're awesome, my brother. My brother says, who starts under center 2022 week 1 for the Seahawks? I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts. If you're going to make me press on this one, Jalen Hurts or Daniel Jones, as I think that Seattle somehow, some way will get their first round picks, and then the team will probably kick in the quarterback in addition. I don't know if either of those two guys would draw significant draft capital from any other team out there, so that puts them in a position to be that kicker, Randall. I've long suspected that I think the Giants will be at the front of the pack as far as being the most aggressive to get Russell. So that probably would put Daniel Jones under center at that point, week 1. Wouldn't be who I'd want necessarily as above all else, but as I've said kind of time and time again on this a bit, I'm less worried about the stopgap quarterback for 2022 because he's not the long-term solution. And if he balls out, to me, almost the best case scenario is he balls out and then he has some trade value, and then you're able to flip him for some more draft capital back if the guy suddenly turns it on. I don't want to land in a scenario where I'm riding with Hurts or Daniel Jones as my long-term quarterbacks necessarily. Though I will say with Daniel Jones, it's another one of those guys who's been a young quarterback coming in where the Giants didn't get the offensive line done right prior to bringing him in. They tried to kind of get it done post him coming in, and that doesn't really work for young quarterbacks, in my opinion. But I think it's one of those two, Randall. I think it's one of those two. There'd be other guys I'd love as maybe a little bit more of a stopgap, but again, I don't think we're going to compete in 2022. Not outside of getting super aggro aggressive where we just use every last inch of cap space and we try to just get everybody. It's going to be tough. So I think those will be your two likely candidates. I go Daniel Jones, 1 likely, and Hurts number 2. Mavericks is hopefully not Posick or center. Well, they're both free agents, so I'm going to say probably not. They might bring back Posick. You never know on that one. Russell Wilson undercover goat says Daniel Jones. Yeah, I think it's Daniel. Randall says, give me a name from college, current NFL coordinator and former coach, not coaching, who you'd like to see as our next head coach. Harbaugh's still the guy that I like from college right now with Lincoln Riley off the board. Harbaugh would be the guy that jumps out to me as a guy that I'd like to bring in. I know not everybody in the fan base is in that same boat as me, and some would hate that. But that's the guy that I gravitate towards when I look at the names across the board is who is most interesting to me. If not him, then maybe the Campbell coach from Iowa would maybe be another guy. Current NFL coordinator. Boy, Brendon's suggestion on Kellen Moore is pretty good. I mean, that one's pretty good. I like Brian Daboll from the Buffalo Bills as well. But I don't know if I want Daboll as a coach. I'm thinking on this. I like Kellen Moore. He's got some local connection to him. He'd be really untested at that point. But I don't know if there's another coordinator that jumps out to me. Like I've said before, I'm not a big Bieniemy guy. He doesn't get me just quite as excited on that. But I like that. I think I would go with that as far as the current coordinator. I like Kellen Moore. I think it'd be him or the other guy I mentioned on that. And I'm trying to tap my head at Brendon or Randall. Either somebody I'm missing. I feel like I'm not thinking about somebody that should be probably somebody I'm thinking of. Former coach. Former coach, huh? You obviously it's the easy one is to go with the former Eagles coach because he's another local guy that's just sort of sitting there as the one guy on the market. Let me think on that, Randall. I mean, technically Harbaugh is a former head coach, so that would cover that answer in both ways, and I would take Harbaugh over that guy. But let me think of it. Let me think if there's maybe a head coach out there that's sitting out there that would be interesting. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. There's not a lot of good coaches out there. It's like some of the good old guys like the Shanahans and the Parcell types and those they've gotten old, they've moved on, the Holmgren types even. There isn't those real prime candidate guys that are just sitting there in the market. You got a lot of just kind of retread guys, as opposed to guy just waiting for that good opportunity. Like people thought of Gruden for years, of that guy that's just sitting there like somebody's going to get another chance somewhere and somebody might get a good coach when that happens. So it's not really that guy out there like that. Randall says, how about Josh McDaniel? Here's where my reticence would come in on Josh McDaniel is Josh McDaniel really works off of spread concepts and throwing the ball short. He's also very committed to running the ball, which I like because Randall, as you know, I've always said no matter what you do offensively going forward, even to go with a kind of a pass happy approach, you're always going to need to run the ball somewhat reasonably because of the stadium you play in, because of the inclement weather that you play in a good amount of that time. With Josh McDaniel, the short passing game, this goes back a little bit to my thoughts on this with like Mike Holmgren and having his West Coast passing attack in here, where when you're throwing in the wet, windy, cold air, it's hard to have a very precise passing attack at times. And I don't know if that would lend itself as well here. Now, I know the Patriots play in Foxborough and it gets cold and windy there and all that, but it's a little bit of a different animal here with the wet as opposed to snow or dry or just a cold. So I think he's going to be a good coach again when he gets another chance. I think he's also waiting in the wings, Randall, to take over for Bill Belichick in New England because Bill Belichick is getting older. So I think he's going to eventually stay there, but he doesn't quite get me going. Brian Goski says, sorry, I'm late. I'm out manscaping my property. Well, as long as you're using my code to get that done, then that's good. What the F up, Hawks? What's up, Hawks? Cons YT says, I would honestly be shocked if Russ gets any better in his career, good O-line or not. He's not getting younger and his play style relies on his legs. He's not a pocket passer, can't see over the O-line. Well, there's going to be a little bit of, I think, humble pie that Russ is going to have to eat going to the next team that he goes to. And I think a little bit of the mentality that's existed at player here in Seattle will be a little bit of tempered down a little bit wherever he does go. Just my opinion on this. I think he's going to end up landing on the stance of I'm going to try to do what the coach tells me to do. I'm going to operate within the context of this offense. Let's less of the hero ball. I got to show him that I can, a little bit more of there's a reason now to prove I can operate within the context of the offense a little bit more. You might be right. He might not ever be able to get into that spot again. But I do tend to believe that he's going to at least give it a try. And when he gives it a try, I think he's going to actually have a lot more success, Cons. I think some of this has to do with the lack of him really embracing this new style of offense, and that it's really not about a lack of an ability to do it. It's a lack of want to do it and create that want, create that impetus. And then suddenly you'll maybe get the guy, ready to, at least play a little more functionally within the context. TJ says, would you rather have 2 top 10 picks or 3 late firsts? I would take 2 top 10 picks because there's so much we can do with that. I would take 2 top 10 picks. I would too. So yeah, I still think he's going to get 3 first round picks, even if you get 2 top 10 first round picks in this draft. I still think you get 1 extra down the road, but if you're going to make me pick, then I'll take the 2 top 10 picks. Randall's, is he saying the Hawks are going to move? I think he's just trying to make the argument that the COA is trying to say that they're going to be moved because we're going to suck now. And once we suck, less fans will be in the stadium and then the owner will sell us to somebody that'll move us. I think is the gist of what he's saying. Dark Sun 435 says, let's go Niners. What's up, Dark Sun? Good to have you in here. Northwest Fugitive says, oh crap, I got to take a phone call. Can you quickly answer yes or no on JS? Sorry. No worries, Northwest. I'm out. Northwestern just mainly because of the fact that he didn't use this $13 million of cap space this year. I'm already a little bit wondering with him about in regards to recent drafts and how they've spent money on aging free agents and how they haven't been willing to do a multi-year deal and really land a good free agent. Then you look at him not using all the money up in this year. I think that's kind of gross negligence on his part as a general manager. I think some of it points to him looking at the future and looking at moving on from Russ into this offseason, and that there was an eye towards that. And that's why they didn't spend that money, which, means that they were not really going for it this year, but then sort of trying to show the fans they were going for it, which again, I already got some issues with you and how you spent your money and drafted. Now you're not even going to use up all of your resources to put the best possible team out on the football field. That reflects on you as a general manager. And absolutely, that's going to get me landing in a place where I'm going to be willing to move off from you and say it's time to go. COA team says, I was commenting, Mr. Fantasy Football, who thinks Beastquake is the reason why this team will never move, and trying to point out, I was commenting to Mr. Fantasy Football, who thinks Beastquake is the reason why this team will never move, and trying to point out crowd noise doesn't mean this team will stay. Profit does. Okay, I'm sorry. And again, I'm just trying to respond in the chat, so I do pick stuff up sometimes late in the realm of it. Yeah, you're right. Those things are not going to dictate that Seattle stays or goes. But I do also think it does go a little bit beyond profits as well when you have a lease agreement, for instance. That's gonna factor in. When you have a sister who's trying to carry on the legacy of her brother, or at least honor the legacy of her brother, that also factors in, and that might not have anything to do with profits. So that would just be my little bit of a counter to that. You're right, but I think that there are still a little bit more on top of your rightness too. Mike P, who is your sleeper running back in the middle of the draft this next year? We definitely take one. Mike, I'm just starting to unpack these prospects, and I've got like about 600 to go through. So I've not quite gotten to the running backs. I'm working my way through the tackles right now. But you can better believe I'm going to scout them. I'll do a couple for my Seahawks scouting channel. It's not a very deep group. I know that right now. Let me see if there's one take a look at the list and see if there's one I've looked at that I like this draft. Running backs have been kind of low-key lame lately coming out of the draft. So there's been a couple at the top, but man, last two drafts have been brutal. God, I don't like any of these guys. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to look up more on it, man. I'm going to have to look up more on it. I don't like any of them, Mike. Not so far. None of them wow me. A lot of undersized guys. A lot of even a guy, you take a guy, let's take a guy like Kenneth Walker, a couple weeks ago against Michigan, who lit the world on fire. 4.55-ish guy, 5'10", 210. He's probably 10, 15 pounds less than I'd like him to weigh. Probably not quite as quick as I'd like him to be. It's a little bit of that with some of the running backs in this draft. Admittedly, again, I haven't been packed them all, but it just haven't been really, again, the last few drafts have been really tough for running backs. Random McDaniel says Louis Riddick would be an interesting general manager. I believe he's interviewed for teams. He'd be aggressive, smart guy. Yeah, he'd be a guy that I'd be encouraged by if you looked at him. I'd be on board with that, Randall. I'd be okay with that. Louis Riddick, I'd be fine with him. Yeah, well said. Yeah. Remember the time. Who would be some good running backs in this draft to look into? As I was speaking about kind of earlier, there's not a lot here. You're not going to probably see a running back go in the first round, in my opinion. And I haven't really seen anybody that's jumped out to me a whole heck of a lot yet. I really haven't. Everybody looks like they're about a 4.55 guy. Nobody looks like they're really dragging many tacklers. They're going to take what's given in front of them. If you give a hole for 5 yards, they'll get you 5 yards. I don't see a lot of guys with a huge amount of cool moves to their game in the open field and breaking tackles, or a lot of explosiveness. Again, I haven't looked into it really deeply, remember, but as I was speaking about to Mike a second ago, I just don't, nobody's wowed me yet. And this has fallen online. If you look at recent years and look at all of last year's draft, there was 2 running backs in last year's draft to get excited about. I don't even have guys that get me that at the top 2 that get me excited this year. And that's Javonte Williams and Najee Harris. Those were your top 2 guys for me. I didn't like ETN. I wasn't a big Gainwell guy. Kylan Hill didn't do a lot for me. Trey Sermon can't even get on the field for the Niners ahead of Elijah Mitchell, who's a 6th rounder. Ramondre Stevenson I liked. I did like him. But boy, there's so many guys last year, and the previous year was much of the same way, where you just walked away from it going, boy, I wish I was more excited about some of these guys. And I have to wonder if some of this, remember the time, is running backs who are especially talented or some of the best athletes out there. Whereas 10, 15 years ago, they used to gravitate towards the running back position. If not now, they're now moving away to go to other positions that are higher paid positions that have more of a chance for longevity at the NFL level. Whereas the running back position's lost a little bit of its flash and dance, and maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit less talent coming through down the board. Megan Gok Rogers says, I'm out, guys. Got stuff to do. Go Hawks, Megan. Thank you again for all your donations on the channel. And you dropped a $2 donation on your way out. We'll have a good one, Megan. And go Hawks. I'll see you on Sunday, hopefully. Well, I don't know if you're going to get up early or not, so I'm sure you're playing a game. If you get up early, I'll be here online streaming, so we can watch the game together. But you have a good have yourself a good night. Lance Graham, what do you think of the Seahawks getting Adrian Peterson? Sort of a, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. That's about what I'd apply to it, Lance. Adrian's not anywhere near Adrian of the Viking era. Those days are long gone. He's functional. He gives you depth. Nobody, I think, that you put at the running back position on this football team is going to be effective. Chris Carson's averaging 4.3 yards per carry. Alex Collins is averaging 3.9. DJ Dallas is averaging 3.8. Rashard Penny's averaging 2.5. I don't think anybody behind this offensive line is getting it done right now, in my opinion. So he'll struggle like all the rest have probably struggled. Mike B says, what the F could get coach of the year? Washington football team could get coach of the year. Wait and see. 10-7 wild card will do. He may be in contention for it, though I think people will also sort of hold it against them, the fact that you play in the NFC East. And as bad as that division's been, whereas you look at Kingsbury playing in the NFC West and being as dominant as he is in the toughest division in football, I think some of that would factor in. Too. And thank you again, Megan, for your $2 donation. Very kind of you. Mike P says Gardner Jones is better than Jalen and Daniel Jones. He's been better and more productive on the football field when he's played the quarterback position for them, Mike. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Again, I'd be okay with Gardner. I'm okay with Gardner. I'm not picky. I don't want to give up a lot of draft capital. I don't want to be married to whoever our stopgap is past one season. So if it hits those parameters, there's a wide variety of guys that we could be picking from that I'd be okay with. Randall says, where are you going to be Sunday? Randall, I'm going to be streaming. So I'm going to be here streaming. We had really a lot of luck, Randall, last week streaming the game during the game. We had a lot of views, a lot of great feedback on that. So I'm just going to stream all game. I'm going to do my Howard Cosell play-by-play all game long. All game long. Wheeler, if I'm trading for a quarterback, give me Marcus Mariota. I think he has a lot of untapped potential and really wasn't put in the best position in Tennessee. I'm okay with that. He has he does have quite an injury risk he carries with him, right? He gets beat up a lot, but look, kid's really talented. What number one overall pick at one point in time, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And he has played well and really well at times when he's come off the bench. Mike, he says, I like Geno Smith as a stopgap. He has the locker room. I'd be okay with that too. I'm not picky. I'd be okay with that too. Les Paul 97. Not sure if the Hawks will make it to the playoffs, but a Hawks win this weekend will be a playoff setback for the Niners. It's very true, Les Paul, because then you do set yourself a little bit on the path of the Niners of potentially tying them and then having the tiebreaker with them, which is, I think, what you're probably referencing. And wouldn't that be a little bit sweet? I know that the Rams have been more of a bigger nemesis, but we still have that old familiar hatred for the Niners just back there lurking in it. It's always back there, isn't it? That old familiar 2012 hate. It still burns back there in the stomach a bit, doesn't it? Paul Thur says, I don't know if you remember my screenshot of my schedule prediction after Russ was hurt, but I had them winning every game after this one. All right, Paul. And Paul says, this team can still be a 10-win team. I want to see it, Paul. I want to see it, my guy. Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's see it. I hope, I hope, my brother. So I love it. Look, I know I still believe they'll win at least against the three crap teams, right? So you're going to beat Lions, you're going to beat the Bears, you're going to beat the Texans. We're a tough matchup for the Niners. So it's possible. And look, where the Cardinals are going, Paul, there's a very good chance at this point that the Cardinals end up resting all of their starters by the final game of the season, and that the only legitimately really, 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 really tough game you have left to play is that Rams game at home. I mean, that is, I think it's at home. No, is it on the road? Maybe it's on the road. But that could be the one tough game you really do have. Lance Graham says, to me, I don't think Russell is ready to play. Even the announcer said Russ looks like he isn't ready. Same place where I land on it, Lance. I don't think he is ready to play. I think I said after the Packer game, and I've maintained this stance, that he frankly should be at this point on the bench and Geno should be playing. He's significantly reduced as a player in what he is right now versus what he normally is at. And we were in the playoff hunt. It's a little bit too late to do this at this point, Lance. Should have been done a couple of weeks ago. But that's spilt milk under the bridge. We can't do anything about it. Maverick Consulting Group. How about Dan Quinn for a head coach? Well, you wouldn't be able to give him as obviously a defensive coordinator because he's not going to go laterally. So you'd have to make a head coach. I lean Maverick more along the lines of wanting to get a offensive minded head coach as our next head coach. Some of this is a little bit of the just being tired of the Coach Carroll and all that you get with a defensive coach, because he's fallen into a lot of the cliches of what you get with a defensive head coach, being risk averse, having an offense that can just get by, being absolutely obsessed with the running game, et cetera, et cetera. But let's look around the league, shall we? Look around the league. Arizona Cardinals leading their division, offensive-minded head coach. Tampa Bay Buccaneers leading their division, offensive-minded head coach. Green Bay Packers leading their division, offensive-minded head coach. Dallas Cowboys leading their division, offensive-minded head coach. Kansas City Chiefs leading their division, offensive-minded head coach. Tennessee Titans leading their division, defensive-minded coach. AFC North, 8-3 Baltimore Ravens leading their division. I don't know if you could say offense or defensive-minded head coach. They probably lean a little bit more, in my opinion, to Lamar and what that offense can do over what they get done defensively speaking, but not by a wide margin. And Harbaugh's a former special team coach, so it's a little harder to measure with him. And then you have the New England Patriots, who are led by a defensive-minded coach. So really, of those teams we just mentioned, like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, eight divisions in the NFL. 6 of those divisions are being led by offensive-minded head coaches. And if we look at the second place teams across the board, which is those teams that will essentially probably make it in the playoffs, the Rams, are hard to predict in the NFC here, isn't it? Well, Minnesota's a defensive coach. Washington's a defensive coach. Philadelphia is an offensive coach. In the AFC, Los Angeles is led by a defensive coach, obviously. So that's, I guess the playoff teams are different. Indianapolis, offensive-minded coach. Bengals, offensive-minded coach. Bills, well, they're led more, in my opinion. They got a defensive coach, I think, there. I can't remember if he's defensive or offensive. So the division winners, division leaders tend to be offensive-minded. The playoff teams or the fringe playoff teams have a few more defensive-minded guys where we stand right now. I think in general, though, it's all said and done, it's an easier pathway to becoming a great team in the NFL by having an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost. And that's why I'd lean in that direction. Les Paul says, if the Hawks win this Sunday, we get Who's Your Daddy bragging rights. That's right. Those Niner fans can talk all that trash about how bad we are. Like, oh, we're bad, but we beat you. So what does that say about you? Keldon says, Doug Peterson is a prime for a second chance. Someone should go after him. Keldon, I do indeed believe he is going to get another chance here sooner than later. I don't know how it'll go down or when it'll go down, but I'm sure somebody's going to go after him. You win a Super Bowl, usually that at least gets you a second try. Like if McCarthy can get a second job, then you would think that at the very least Doug Peterson can. And I think Doug Peterson's a better coach than McCarthy is. I mean, not by a wide margin, but at least a little bit. Northwest Fugitive, honestly hoping for the whole gang to return, Russ, Pete, and John Schneider. It's been a decade of nothing but winning. Feels like the fan base is overreacting. I don't doubt we can be a great squad next season. Well, it's to your point. This has been the first real bad season in 10 years that you've dealt with, which is true. I think some of the issues that have been kind of coming up this year, Northwest Fugitive, have been sort of there over the last couple of years. And there've been some sort of luck of the draw type things. The luck of Russ, the magic of Russ, that has sort of gotten by and glossed over those problems. And so that we didn't end up paying attention to them and dealing with them as we should have. because we were quote unquote still winning, but it didn't mean that those problems weren't at play and that those weren't problems that were going to keep us back from being a great team. I understand where you're coming from on that. There are fewer folks, I think, that land in that realm of where you land on that. I do think and again, I'm open on disagreement always on this channel. I don't think though that the fans that are reacting Northwest Fugitive to Coach Carroll and Wilson leaving are overreacting. I think that their reaction is, let me put it this way. I can understand you rolling with those three guys by your rationale in it, and your rationale is not incorrect. It certainly has a leg to stand on, and I get where you're coming from. But on the same point of that, those fans that want to see the turnover and want to see those guys moved on from, I think also have a leg to stand on, and that they've been given a lot of ineptitude over the last few years in regards to how this team is roster built that, really, as we look to the future, doesn't give us a lot of optimism towards winning to the future. Yeah, you've won in the past, but it's really about when we talk about making a change, it's about what we see for the upcoming future and the confidence we can have in the future that this team can turn it around with all of the same cooks in the kitchen. And I think people aren't overreacting to think that they can't believe that that's going to be the case. I did on the live stream a couple of weeks ago, I think 12 lessons unlearned is what I called it, Northwest Fugitive. And what I compiled in that list, and the reason I compiled that list was to try to present to fans like yourself who are saying, oh, it's an overreaction. This just happened now. This is just occurring now, where I specifically pointed to 12 items that were long occurring problems on this team that went uncorrected in the past, that have gone uncorrected this year. And there's no feasible reason to believe that they will be corrected in the future, past just you and I think they'll finally have learned their lesson. But they're not indicating that in their press conference or on the direction of the team that they forecast going in. So I have a harder time believing they're going to fix mistakes that have happened in the past and continue on forward when they show no reason or impetus to do so. Random McDaniel says, maybe outside the box thought, if Russ leaves via trade, I think Pete retires. Russ could stay if Pete leaves. Is a 72-year-old Pete here for a rebuild? Has a history of bailing when things get hard. I've always had a hard time with seeing him remain here. But again, part of what's driven the problems in this scenario and the issues that have occurred over years here, for instance, not getting a great pass protecting offensive line, all end up kind of going back to a little bit of the ego of Carroll a little bit. And okay, Russ, you want to demand $35 million per year? Well, then I give you a little bit lesser O-line and you got to run around it. I'm still wanting to put assets on my defense. I'm not taking assets as far as money goes for my defense to give you some super offense so my defense can be crap. And I think to my point on this, Randall, is that there might be a little bit of part where Pete looks at the situation and says, when I didn't have to pay a quarterback 35, 40, $45 million per year on average, when he didn't take up 20% of my salary cap, I could build a substantial team around the quarterback that didn't rely on the quarterback to be a superstar or a miracle worker. And maybe I can duplicate that methodology once again. So I think that there's a little bit of I wonder with you if at 72 he wants to do that, but then I also wonder if there's not a part of him that says this has been holding me back, this has been keeping me held under. Let me overcome that. Your Northwest Fugitive says your opinion of JS makes a lot of sense, though. Well, thanks to Northwest Fugitive. And again, if they run it back, they run it back. I mean, we'll see what they can do. I'm not saying there's no chance they couldn't find some gear of success or tap back into it. It's possible. But again, that money sitting on that deal like that, Northwest really, really chapped my hide. That really chapped my hide. That was, to me, you can't control a lot of things in football. You can't control injury. You can't control getting a bad draw as far as a tough strength of schedule. You can control utilizing all the assets you have at your disposal. And when you don't do that, and then your team is one of the worst teams in the league, kind of reflects poorly on you as a general manager at that point. Randall says, how about Doug Peterson? Again, I like him better than Mike McCarthy, but not by a significantly wide margin. I think I lean more towards looking for somebody else, quite frankly. I like what, I think Doug got to benefit a little bit of walking into an Eagle team that had a roster built just right for him to come in there and do what they did. But I don't know. He's another one of those guys like Bieniemy where I know he's a name. But he doesn't get me excited. Berna, yeah, I'm not on the Russ trade train. Prepare to suck for 5 to 10 years, maybe more if we do. It's possible. I mean, it is possible that you land in that state of things. You know, Adrian D, I think I know why we signed AP to the practice squad and might elevate him for Sunday's game. Judy Allen's grandkids wanted AP to be on their Seahawks theme team and Madden Ultimate Team. Nice. Standard rule. What rules would you change to improve the game besides the BS taunting rule? The main place I would attack first and foremost is I would remove as much subjectivity from the referees as absolutely possible. The method of approach I would do by this is to make penalties more impactful on the game, but then make the definition clearer as to what truly is a penalty. As well as I would then open up for our coach to still be able to challenge a ruling on the field, and that they truly have to look at it and overturn, as opposed to when they implemented this rule about a year ago, they just did it for looks. They didn't absolutely really look at plays in replay and change them over. But I would look to what I would do with it is essentially take the subjectivity out by really getting to the bottom line on what a penalty is truly a penalty. And then I would have it where if you do commit a penalty, it's truly costly, which would then, I think, force teams that like to play on that line of the rules, who sort of say, okay, we'll do it the whole game, but they're not going to call a penalty on us the whole game. Whereas now it's, instead of a 5-yard penalty for, let's say, a holding, where it turns into a 15, 20-yard penalty. Now there's a little more reason for you to stay within the nature of the rules without trying to get it right up into that line. But I think we've got to remove the subjectivity from the referees in this game, and you've got to make them full time. That would be one of the first places I look at. As far as rule changes go in the NFL, and I'm thinking about it a little bit here, if there's something I like above anything else on it. I might allow for 2 guys to motion at pre-snap, standard champion, where you can't have 2 guys moving at the snap. I think it would be kind of cool. I know it would put defenses in a hell of a bind, but it would be kind of cool to be able to have 2 guys moving at the snap, and all that would allow coaches to sort of do as far as in being creative against defenses, and just how inventive offenses I think could get. So there's a change for you as far as officiating, and there's a change for you on as far as the rules in the game. TJ says, I don't know if JS and Pete Carroll ever draft a player together. There's evidence that there's players that are John picks and players that are Pete picks. Agreed. I mean, that's the part where it does get hard to differentiate to a degree. But I've got to feel like when you look at this many years of poor drafting, TJ, over the course of now, 5, 6, 7 years, really, that some of that eventually has to be owned by John to some degree. It can't just all be only the bad ones were on Pete, and John's been just knocking it out of the park, and Pete comes in to just crap the bed every once in a while for him when it comes to the drafts. So I think there's got to be some blame on him as well. TJ says, does John and Pete ever draft together? Okay, so sorry. Yeah, the evidence is that they do draft together. They're in the same room, TJ, when they're making the pick. They've got them literally on camera. John seems to be controlling the action when those picks are being made. You don't see Carroll coming up and in his ear saying, do this, do that. Maybe they're IMing. Maybe Pete's just like, okay, don't react. Don't facial react. Don't scrunch your face like you do, John, when I give a pick. Don't you do that. Don't do your frowny face stuff. I want LJ Collier. Oh, you frowny faced. You son of a bitch. Something like that, TJ. That would be funny if that's the way their drafts have been going. That's hilarious. Charles Riley, the big $5 donation to the channel. Thank you, Charles Riley. You are amazing, my brother. It says, hashtag Harbaugh to the Hawks. We're going to make this a thing, Charles. Brando is the Mando. Thank you. I appreciate you. And you betcha. Harbaugh to the Hawks, man. Hashtag my front runner. Hashtag that's my coach. I'm going to trigger the chat so hard. You're going to trigger the chat with that hashtag. You will. No doubt about it. Thank you, though, Charles. You're awesome, brother. Randall McDaniel says the Michigan running back. That was the one I was talking about a second ago. Randall was the kid. Yeah, the Michigan State one. Michigan has one, too. He's kind of slight. Georgia has a couple. If you got 2, you don't have 1. You know that, Randall. You got 2, you don't have 1. Though I will say, I think when Nick Chubb was in Georgia, they did have who's the kid? Sony Michel at the same time, and at least Chubb's been good. So that part's true. I'll be looking at those guys, Randall. Because I haven't been excited by the running back class at initial first blush, I wanted to concentrate on other positions that I think will just have more impact. I don't think if you're going for running back in this draft, you're going to find a guy that's really going to do a whole lot for you. I don't see a lot of difference makers quite yet, but I haven't gotten deep into the realm of them yet either. There might be a couple of surprises I haven't watched. Might be a few I haven't checked out. Charles, you're going to Randall. Paul says Seattle's not an attractive spot for free agents. Imagine if they had Russ locked in for 7 years. So free agents, the new team was stable for 3 or 4 year contracts. Yeah, it's not necessarily been an attractive spot for free agents recently, or it hasn't appeared to be at least. I mean, it's a little bit hard to say. At the end of the day, when it comes to free agents in reality on this, Paul Third, I think there's always a lot of talk about what's an attractive destination and what isn't. I think money talks and BS walks. You know what I mean? So I think if you're a team that's willing to offer more than somebody else is willing to offer for player A, who's a good player, you're probably going to sign that player. You know, when Chad Brown came to Seattle back in '98 and Paul Allen had just bought the team, and Paul Allen's coming from the Steelers and he'd really like to come back to the Steelers, but they don't really have a place for him. There's probably other teams that look better to him. Seattle comes in and offers like 10 million more than anybody else did and didn't let him leave the building. You know, that ends up to me drawing more than anything else. And the one thing with locking in Russ is that, as me and Brendon were talking about a little bit earlier on this, Paul, there is a little bit of some disconnect in this locker room. There is some tumultuous nature in this locker room right now. And I don't know if Russ is at the head of it or the cause of it or a part of it or none of it or where it stands. But I have to believe when the leader of your team has had this happen now kind of twice where this locker room's got a little bit of there's a little bit of some noise and some chirping going on happening during the Legion of Boom era. That maybe there again, as I spoke about earlier, maybe there's a little more smoke to this fire, and that, you know, maybe Russ isn't always I know he's a good teammate. I'm not saying he's a bad teammate, but there's maybe some difficulty in playing with Russ. You know, does DK Metcalf love playing with Russ right now? Has it been awesome playing with Russ? He goes whole games not getting targeted when Russ is in there. And do we really think that he's just blaming that on just the offensive coordinator at the end of the day with that? I don't think so. But we'll see. Paul says maybe if they offered Russ another captain's roster input, he would sign an extension. That's a dangerous game. Dangerous game to give players some sort of personnel type control. I think having to have some input's good. That's okay. I guess you're not saying control. You're saying input. Yeah, I think it helps to get input. I do. I've liked seeing, for instance, Tampa Bay listening to Tom Brady saying, go get Gronk, go get Antonio Brown. Make these moves. I go get Leonard Fournette. I think Brady on all three of those deals really pushed a lot of that with the Tampa Bay front office, and it paid out very well for him to have done that. I'd be okay with something like that, and I think they should have listened to Russ more recently on a couple of guys like Antonio Brown or like who was the other guy that signed? You know, Odell Beckham got signed. You know, I know he hasn't looked great in the Rams, but Seattle wasn't willing on that one either. Really, I heard they were willing to maybe offer more contracts. They were trying. Lance Graham says we need a taller quarterback. I certainly am not going for a shorter quarterback on the next quarterback. You better believe that. TJ says I was so pissed we didn't get that onside kick. Yeah, it's always great when New York comes in a calling, isn't it, TJ? There's a call on the field, you get the ball, everything's good, and then New York comes in and says, oh, you picture some guy in a dark room with a stogie out of his mouth, a lot of smoke, you know, guy looks like he sweats grease. Yeah, give it to the Washington football team. Yeah, give it to the Washington football team. I don't want the Seattle to win this one. If it was a little dodgy. It was a little dodgy. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You are amazing, my brother. Thanks so much. He says, AP can supplement health insurance adverts at the VMAC. There you go. There you go. The all geriatric squad. Are they running a lot of insurance ads over there? Mario Lara, and thank you again, Charles, for the dono. Mario Lara has a score prediction. 2017 Rams. 2017 Rams. Mike P says 9-8 is our best possible record. That would be our best possible record, Mike. Yep. Can't get beyond that. TJ says, look what Geno did against the Jags defense. He probably could have done the same against the Washington football defense. Agreed. Or even even the Packer defense isn't all that great. Could he have gotten a couple more touchdowns against the Packers and made that game close, kept the defense a little bit fresher? I think you win 2 of these last games with there. I think with the defense as good as it's playing, having just a functional offense, not a great offense, not a prolific offense, not one of the best offenses in the league, but just having an offense that can here and there move a ball, get some points, probably get you in those games to having a chance to win it. Wins probably this last Washington game and probably snags you one other one. I agree, TJ. One of the reasons, again, that I harp so hard on, let's get Russell out of here. Let's get somebody else in here. Or not get him, somebody else, get Geno in here, who's going to be 100% and ready to roll. TJ says, if this was 2017 and we was in the NFC East, we would be winning the division. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are awesome, brother. Like multiple donos today, huh, Randall? Going hard. Says, if Pete and John leave after the year, which roster is worse? The one they inherited or the one that they're leaving? All right, I'm going to get some coffee, Randall, and I'm going to come back and answer that question. So I'm going to think about that question and answer it right after I get back with some coffee. Bear with me, folks. All right, we're back, and bigger than ever. And again, thank you, Randall, for the $5 donation. Here's my belief on this, Randall, Pete, Randall, Pete, John, Pete, Randall, Dan, Gale. The roster is going to be worse. God, this is such a hard question to answer. The one thing that's hard, makes this hard for me to answer, Randall, is that when Pete and John arrived in here, they got an extra first round pick in the draft. They had the 7th overall selection, which they put with Okung. They had the 12th overall selection, which they did with Earl Thomas. And they had those picks based on what Ruskell did for them prior to them arriving. They inherited those draft picks. Now, did they have to get some salary off the books with guys like TJ Hushmanzada? Did they have to move on to Aaron Curry? Was there not a lot else around those guys? I mean, it was really talent deprived at that time, no doubt about it. I mean, it was, but when you look at this next off season, if they leave and they move with Russ gone and Bobby's retiring and you've got Jamal Adams, I mean, I guess it's a little bit better, but you're also leaving the next guy without a first round pick in the upcoming draft, right? So, and then I guess if you move Russ, you'd have more. You're in a better position than when they arrived. So it took me a long time to get around to that spot, Randall, but they were a worse roster wise when they walked in the door versus what they're leaving. I agree there. So Randall says, I'm fully on board with Dan Quinn. The fact he defers to OC overcomes his defense pedigree for me, but he needs a hot shot offensive coordinator. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that if he's embracing it like that, like he had with Kyle Shanahan, or like what you see in the way that it's the Kellen Moore's offense is working with his defense in Dallas. I'd be okay with that. TJ says it's annoying. A lot of our penalties came after the play. Like, are you kidding me? The penalties have gotten significantly worse over the course of this year. The last three games or so has been awful officiating, and it seems like the vast majority of the calls are turning against us a little bit. It's raising my antenna. I'm getting a little more sensitive about it. I don't like blaming the refs. I don't like talking about the refs. But some of these calls, for the reason that you made, like the onside kick where it comes in from New York, or whether you see a play, they'll be long after it happening where there's suddenly this very late flag that comes onto the football field. And at very like presumptive times, like right as Seattle's about to score, or get past the midfield stripe, or get a third down conversion, or stop the team on third down. They always seem to come flying out at those key given moments, which is I don't like seeing that. And again, it just makes, I'm not saying it's full on fixed state, but it does raise my antenna. Randall says, quite possibly are witnessing one of the worst offenses in the history of the league. It is bad. Russell Wilson is leading a historically bad offense. Not all injury, not all play calling. Agreed, Randall. I think at the end of your statement here is a little bit of what touches on trying to pin down what the main problem here is. It's not just one main problem, but indeed you can't, because of that, you also can't say it just injury or just play calling. It's everything, I think, all together. It's the conservative nature of Carroll. It's the bad play calling, the lack of embrace, but also within this is still the lack of embracing the new scheme on Russell Wilson's part. He has not embraced this. He's not bought into this new offensive scheme, not what he shows on the football field. He's still holding the ball a little bit too long. He's still not throwing with a lot of anticipation. Now, again, on the other side of this, I got to give Russell a little bit of rope here where he's still not being given an offensive line that's pass protecting all that well. I think we're sitting as like the sixth worst in the NFL in pass protection right now, which, again, because of all the years that this is mounted up prior, is kind of unacceptable that we still, again, arrive in this boat year after year after year after year. But, again, Russell is not without blame here, and it's not just going to be all on one single finger. This is decision-making. This is evolving your game. This is mastering certain elements of this game of football that you've not mastered prior, and we're just not quite seeing that from Russell Wilson at this point. TJ says, like, how in the hell can you see him offside on the kick when it's over, but why not when he was about to kick it? Yeah, it's shady, right? It's shady. Lance Graham says, let's sign John Gruden. I don't know. Somebody in the NFL itself seems to have something out for John with that. They seem to have taken some steps with what they were trying to get done to make sure he'd never be in the NFL again. Randall says, if you can take a step back and look at how the roster was assembled the last 3 to 5 years, it's almost like they deliberately ran it into the ground. I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't know if I go beyond deliberate. I just think that I more, rather than assigning a deliberate nature, why assign deliberate when it's just ineptitude, when it's poor, poor methodology and approaches to roster building. And to me, it looks more like that time and time again, especially when you consider Randall having a head coach who has so much influence over what the general manager does. All coaches and general managers are going to work together, but it's very rare that you have a coach who's actually going to override, and tell a general manager what to do at any given point in time. And I think that adds this layer of what we're kind of seeing now, where really it can work for a little bit of time, but it's not really overall going to work over the course of a 10-year period, having that kind of dynamic at play. TJ says, I don't want to hear that $35 million to the quarterback asked by Pete. We spent a lot this year on our defensive line. We spent $7 million on a tight end last year, spent barely anything for us. It's not about how much we have. No. And I think I agree with you, TJ, in that Coach Carroll taking that stance of it is not right. Like, look, if you have a $35 million quarterback, you can look at it from, as Pete, I think, and then this has been proven out. I think you would agree with me on this, TJ. It's been proven out pretty succinctly that this is how Pete looks at it. I'm paying you $35 million. You're going to need to elevate those around you. You're going to need to overcome from us not having the resources now to invest in those positions, as opposed to looking at it from, I think, what our perspective would be was that's your that's your most valuable $35 million a year asset. So maybe you want to protect your most valuable asset as opposed to letting him get his crap kicked in. Because you want to keep your defense legit and keep putting enough resources to that side of the football. It doesn't hold weight with me either. But again, I'm just trying to explain a little bit more just where I think Carroll's thought process has been and the way he looked at it and how it's wrong. It's bad. It doesn't make sense. It's about how we use it. And Pete has done nothing for Russ. Well, he's done the bare minimum for us is what I would say. Bare minimum. That's for sure. Andrew Logan says, my biggest fear is Russ is traded for a couple of high round picks, but Pete stays and we end up wasting those picks like recent past. It's a real problem, Andrew. It's a real problem. I think that a little bit of the wasting of picks has happened recently have been those first picks. This is the one that I think is like the last 5 or 6 first picks have not been good. Now, a little bit of that comes out of the fact that you're picking in those first picks so late into the draft when you're first starting to select. And I've pointed this to being a little bit of a tier system in the draft. We think naturally, and when we look at the draft, is there's 32 NFL teams, there's 32 picks in the first round. Therefore, there are 32 players who should have a first round grade. But in actuality, in reality, you have about 10 to maybe 15 top tier guys. And those guys are pretty well agreed upon throughout the whole league. Then when you get beyond that, it's about 15 to about 60. Then those guys are all in their own tier. The guy you selected 16 has a lot of the same talent potential as the guy that you end up selecting at 47. And so that means that it's very easy for you to end up picking that guy in the 20s that is a first round pick, that is picked high, but then yet you miss on him because really at the end of the day, it's a little more of a crapshoot versus picking that top 15. I mentioned this, Andrew, because if you do trade for Russ and you get, let's say, 2 top 10 picks in the first round, I actually have a lot of confidence in Carroll and Schneider picking in that high of a round. How? Why? Let's look at the 3 times that they picked in the top 15 of the first round, because that's my point here, Andrew, is that you have the first 15 picks of the top tier, right? So when they've had top 15 picks, top 15 where it's clear that these are the upper echelon guys, absolutely clear. You picked number 7, Russell Okung, knocked it out of the park. Number 12, you selected Earl Thomas, knocked it out of the park. Number 15, you select Bruce Irvin. He set a sack record for the Seahawks in his first year, came here for what you brought him here to do. Maybe not a knock it out of the park, but at least a solid double to a triple. So they've done solid when they've been picking in that top tier range. It's just that they haven't been very often as of late. Charles Riley says pass interference has to change to the college rule. I'd be good with that too, Charles. I'll be good, though I will say, Charles, that's going to create more of that, what you get a lot in college. When I'm watching tape on these college prospects, these college cornerback prospects, they're all real grabby. They're all real handsy. And again, that when you allow the players to play up to a line and you make paying the price of playing up to that line not big, i.e. instead of it being a spot foul, it's only going to be a 15-yard pass interference penalty. Well, now you're going to create more of a reason for those players to play right up on that line, more grabbiness, more handsiness, more subjectivity now you're giving to the referees, in my opinion, which I would want to lean away from that a little bit. I'm okay with addressing the pass interference rule to change it and get it better, get it clearer, take out the subjectivity, but I don't want to create a situation where you're allowing for teams to get to that. I don't like teams that play on the line of the rules, Well, we know we can't, like the Packers for years. The offensive linemen with the Packers for years were famous for getting away with what was called the crab block, which is essentially instead of coming up out of their stance, Charles, and going up with their hands like this, and this is in pass protection, of course, where you're trying to get the inside. What's supposed to be legal is up on the inside of the chest. What they would do is essentially come outside and crab onto guys. Crab on and sort of set like this, where technically their hands are right on the line of that shoulder and inside of the chest. And it drove me crazy because it looked like holding a lot of the time, but the officials would let them get away with it as their technique. And I don't, that's where those kind of rules I don't like. Randall says at the end of the day, they're holding on to that money so they can brace for Russ's dead cap hit. It's a logical conclusion. We knew at the beginning of the year it was a possibility. We did indeed. But it does show a lack of a commitment and conviction towards this upcoming season, doesn't it, Randall? Because you had a year which could have been a make or break it year, a year where you could have truly have gone for trying to bring back Russ into the fold long term. And instead you were already looking with an eye towards the next offseason and moving on from him. Andrew Logan says they have to define what a catch is, or at least more consistent on their calls. They've been trying for years with this one. They just can't get it figured out, Andrew. I mean, they've been trying for years and they just can't quite figure it out. I don't know why either. Honestly, the way that the rule's written right now should be pretty easy. To me, where they've brought it to, they just don't call it to the rule book a lot. It becomes subjective when sometimes it shouldn't. You make 2 football moves, make the catch in 2 football moves. That should be pretty quick and easy to understand what that is. But yet somehow these guys still get confused in looking at it. Les Paul says, when Rams play against the Niners, who do you root against? The Rams. But that's been as much historically speaking, Les Paul, because the Rams have been the bigger threat to us when I'm watching them play, and I want to see them knock down and lose a couple games so we can get a couple games up on them. Aaron Zhang says, thoughts on Adrian Peterson's financial situation? I don't know what you mean. I don't know anything about his financial situation. Is there something up with is he broke? Is that why he's still playing? Is he already spent all his money? Lance Graham, does Russell Wilson have a no trade clause in his contract? He does, Lance. So he does have some say over as to where he gets to go. Yes, sir. Lance says, if Harbaugh goes to the Seahawks, I'm never watching the Seahawks again. You'd stay away for a week or two, but the sheer spectacle of it would draw you back in eventually. Jamie Cruz says, which star of ours do you believe the Seahawks will trade for linemen, and which linemen do you think we could get next year? Thanks. Great question, Jamie, and thank you for watching the show. The star of ours that I would believe would be traded, well, I'm going to say it's going to be probably Russell Wilson, Jamie. I mean, that's your most likely star to be traded of any of your stars. I do think the team probably moves on from Bobby Wagner after this year too, because it's cost effective to do so. I don't know if that's going to be a trade or just simply releasing him, which is probably more the likelihood, because I don't know if he'll draw a lot in trade capital returns. But I do think Russell Wilson would be traded. I don't think he will be traded for offensive linemen. I think that you're going to look at Teron Armstead as a real candidate for the left tackle position this offseason, who will be a free agent. He'll cost a lot of money, but a guy that nonetheless would be very interesting over there at the left tackle. I'm sorry. I think they'll look to the draft in the other places, like right tackle, for instance. Guys like Daniel Fa'alele and Abraham Lucas should be there in the second round, right around where Seattle's picking. So those could be two guys that they target high into the second round to add then at right tackle. And then center is kind of anybody's guess at this point. They could just as easily bring back Ethan Posick for another year. So I'm not sure of what they're looking at with center. I'd love to see them address it further and better. But those would be the two ways I think they'd go. Rookie right tackle, get the legitimate, try to kind of duplicate what you did with Dwayne Brown at the left tackle. Get a guy that's just heading into his early 30s with some good football still left on him, but who is not yet going to cost those same kind of Trent Williams, Laramie Tunsil type prices. Les Paul 97 with a big $2 donation. Thank you, Les Paul. Says, paying my HawksNest taxes. Well, thank you, my man. we don't have a high percentage rate here, but we got a little percentage rate. We just got to dip our beak. We just get our beak wet. That's all we're trying to do, Les Paul. The HawksNest just got to get his beak wet a little bit. A little greasing of the palms, as they say. But thank you, my brother. I appreciate it so much. Jimmy Cruz, which coaches in the league or out of the league do you believe are looking for a head coaching position and could handle or not be overwhelmed with the talent players we have? Well, I think Doug Peterson certainly is a guy that wouldn't be overwhelmed. He had a locker room of some strong personalities in Philadelphia, a couple guys there, and he was able to manage it well. I don't think that he would have a problem with that. And I know he's probably looking to get back into coaching. He's been out of a couple of years, chance to refresh, chance to get himself back to front, get to right. And looking at other coaches that are out there or former, head coaches that are maybe available out there that have just been sort of sitting, there isn't really anybody out there. There's an old guard that's gotten old and moved on. Like I was mentioning before, your Elder Shanahan, your Holmgren types, your Bill Parcells types, even within that. There's not really any of those type of guys sitting in that way. John Gruden was one of these guys for years in the booth that people were like, wow, boy, someday he's going to get back out there and be on it. But there's really, Jamie, not been. I'm not trying to be evasive on the question. I've thought a lot about the coaches that are out there just sort of sitting there without a job. And there isn't really anybody that gets me all that excited that I'm going, man, why doesn't he have a head coaching job again? Why isn't he back in the league? If you could find a guy, you're going to find really a retread at best. And that doesn't get me excited for it. It makes me want to go a different way, go more younger, even if it's to go younger and untested. To not be overwhelmed by the talent, the players we have, some of this has to do with the direction of what they take with Russell Wilson, I think. But that's an issue for you, I think, in any locker room you go to with any NFL coach, Jamie. I think everybody's got to deal with that. Some more than others, but I think everybody in the league in this day and age, with players with their Instagram accounts and their legacies and their, trying to increase their star power, I think that does just, it creates a layer of complexity for coaches and that they have to deal with it no matter where they're at. Consumer 114 says if Seattle knows they are going to trade Russ, why are they playing him? You're risking injury and poor play that can only diminish draft capital. Play Geno. I'm making a guess on this, Consumer 114. This is just me reading sort of what has played out in the way that I see it. And how I see it is this. They went into this offseason and they said, okay, Russ has basically asked us for a trade this offseason, but nobody's giving us the capital we want. We have to eat $38 million of dead money. There's no way in hell we're going to eat $38 million of dead money. So instead, what we will do is we will look till next year having the flexibility to move off from him if it goes wrong again this season. We'll try to do as much as we can this season to put a competitive team together, but we will build in some insurance to make sure that we are protected if it does go to hell. And they went that route and it's gone to hell and their protections are kicking in now, like insurance policies. But it didn't mean they were completely fully out on trying to win this upcoming year. It just meant that they were hedging their bets, is the best way I would put it. As far as diminishing draft capital, I don't know that his poor play coming back from injury is going to diminish his draft capital. You're not alone. Many people have said this same argument, Consumer 114. I literally, if Vegas had right now me able to lay money on a bet, I would literally right now, if I could go to a Vegas online betting source that said, bet how much money you want to bet that Russell Wilson will be traded for 3 first-round picks. I put a G-bone down right now that Russell Wilson will get 3 first-round picks, and it will have nothing to do how he plays with the rest of this year. Teams are going to look at a couple of other factors outside this, Consumer. They're going to look at the majority of his career up until this point, the past 9-10 years of great play. They're going to look at the big win that you get with the fan base by trading for him. They're going to look at the fact that he's coming back playing through an injury that's very hard on his throwing hand, where his finger was broke, where a ligament was partly torn, where a pin was in his finger. And they're going to go, look, he was trying to play when he was obviously nowhere near 100%. They're going to factor that in as well on top of it. They're going to say, look at Seattle. They didn't ever get him a good offensive line. We'll get him a good offensive line, and then we'll get him back to being good, Russ. Some team will talk itself into that because of all of those factors, Consumer 114, and none of those factors will be impacted by Russell's play over the next course of the next 5-6 games. They should have played Geno Smith, but unfortunately the time has passed for that. The hour is too late at this point. It's just not going to have any effect. It should have been done. They should have made that call. They just didn't. Jamie Cruz says, not trading Russ, dude. Away. Not trading Russ, dude. Away. He needs a better head coach to vibe with, dude. Russ is only 32 man and talent. Just one bad season. Just one. Give him a break. Boy, I know it's hard on this stuff, Jamie. So here's what I ask on folks, Jamie, in my chat, just to understand and consider when I'm talking. I sometimes talk and I'm wearing a couple of different hats, right? I'll sometimes wear a hat of telling you what I think is going to happen. I take that hat off, and then I put a hat on and I tell you, here's what I'd want to do. And then I take that hat off, and then I put a hat on and say, okay, here's John Schneider hat I'm going to wear. And I'm going to tell you what John Schneider does if he's running. And so I'm able, Jamie, to wear a variety of hats and take a variety of perspectives and say, here's what it is to this. Here's what it is with that. That doesn't mean it's my personal opinion. And Jamie, I've probably said literally, I do 2 shows a week since the start of the year. And every show I probably mentioned 10 times. My first place I would go moving forward would be to get an offensive-minded head coach and to build around Russell Wilson. If I am in charge and I am running things and I am the one who rides this, that is the direction I go. I don't think that's the direction it is going to go. Do you see what I'm doing there, Jamie? So I don't want to trade Russ. I'm hitting Russ. I'm knocking Russ. There's places Russ needs to get better and quick. You better believe it. And when we talk about one bad season, no, it's a bad year this year, and it's half the year through the back end of the schedule and the Rams playoff game last year. It's a year and a half of somewhat poor play. If you take Russell Wilson statistically from the midpoint of last year up through now, he has been one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. Not below average, not just kind of getting one of the worst in the league, statistically speaking, goes. So that is what it is, but it doesn't mean I want to move off from him, Jamie. It's just that I wear different hats here on this show. And you have to wear different hats because who's in control? Coach Carroll? What does Coach Carroll want? Okay, what if we fire Coach Carroll? Then what do we want to do? Then what? Then what's the likely scenario? Okay, what if Coach Carroll remains, but he wants to move on from Wilson? Then what's the likely scenario? I know I'm asking you to kind of spin a bunch of different plates in your mind and considering a variety of things that could happen, but I think that's the way that we best look at this situation from more of the wider approach of it. But at the end of the day, I want to keep Russ. It ain't about me wanting to move on from Russ. It's my first number one plan is you'd hold on to him and then build an offense, get an offensive minded coach and get the offensive line built around him and all that. That's the first method of approach that I would take. But he's also been playing very bad. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Another one, my guy. So kind of you. He says, Tim Ruskell will never be forgiven for Steve Hutchinson. Never, ever. I guess Holmgren flipped out on Ruskell if the rumor is true. The rumor is true, Charles. Holmgren absolutely lit Ruskell up, as well he should. That was Holmgren's find. I mean, that was Holmgren drafting a guard in the first round when people would have called you crazy at that time for drafting a guard in the first round. But Holmgren did so because he knew what he had with Hutch. He knew what he was pairing him up there with Walter. It was a fantastic move by Holmgren. It was him who drafted Hutchinson, not Ruskell, and Ruskell was sort of taking his prize pony at that point and getting cute with the situation. You should have franchised him. There was no reason not to just franchise him. There was no reason to go cheap there. It wasn't like Paul Allen wasn't willing to spend for Hutchinson. You have every right not to forgive him for that Hutchinson move. That was absolutely dumb on his part. And I still maintain, Charles, they should have called the Vikings bluff. They should have just said, fine, we'll take the poison pill. We'll guarantee the contract. He's going to be a Hall of Fame guard. We're going to have him he's only about 26 years old. We'll take him through the rest of his prime. We'll ride or die with it. I would have gone that route on the other end of it, Charles, after you make your mistake. I always say, Charles, it's never you can make a mistake. The making mistakes not the problem. Lack of willingness to fix the mistake. That's the problem. And that's where Ruskell that's where he compounded his mistake there. And I hope Holmgren chewed his ass. Lance Graham, and thank you again, Charles, for all your donations to the channel and all of your support to the channel. It's really appreciated. Lance, on the last play for the 2-point conversion, if he would have looked to the right, DK was wide open. I don't know why he threw to Swain up the middle with two defenders. Well, he's struggling right now, and he's not seeing the field really clearly, and he's definitely struggling with some confidence. There's no doubt about that with Russ. And yeah, that's a little bit of why I'm hard on him as well. He's missing a lot of these plays. These kind of plays are stacking up week after week after week, where you can find multiple plays in a game where Russ is just flat missing guys that are wide open, butt naked, wide open. And he's just missing them. I think, and that's the stuff where it goes beyond the injury a little bit, and it's going more to what's happening in the process of up here. Lance says, I don't like Harbaugh, but I was rooting for Michigan last week, and it's good to see Michigan returning to prominence, man. They've been down in the dumps for a while, and it's I think college football is better when the University of Michigan is doing well. Lance says Russell needs to stop overthrowing receivers by 5 to 10 yards. Well, that's the part where I do think that is part of his finger. I don't think Russ tends to overthrow guys by 5 yards. I think that is his finger kind of clicking in. It's hard, as I've heard some quarterbacks talk about. When you have that finger go like that, it affects the gripping of the ball. And the gripping of the ball, kind of anything can happen. TJ Wilborn says Earl Thomas was the 14th pick, not the 12th. Let me see this. Let me see this. Oh. Wait a second. Hold on here. I need to look this up. I could swear. I think Wikipedia is wrong on this one. I have to be right. I want to look this up really quick because if I'm wrong, that's crazy that I'm remembering it wrong. It's absolutely insane. Was it the 2010 draft? Is that Earl? Was Earl 2010? Oh, I am wrong. It is the 14th. Okay. Well, still top 15 pick. They're still really good in those picks. But boy, that was tremendous value to get Earl at 14. I don't know why I thought it was 12. I don't know why. Lance Graham says they need to change it to college where you only need 1 foot down before going out to needing both feet in. I don't know. I like having the both feet down. It creates those ballet-like catches that I like. I think the 1 foot down's it's like need a little more. You got to do a little more than that. Northern Fugitive. If S hits the fan and Russ is traded, I like the idea of doing a deal with Vegas for Derek Carr. He's an underrated quarterback. I do think that Carr is underrated. I think he's done a really good job of just kind of upping his level of game over the last couple of years where he was getting knocked for a few years there. Again, as a stopgap guy, a guy to come in and see what you got on a year wouldn't be the worst way to go. Obviously, you're getting a lot less draft capital at that point versus some of the other teams, Northwest Fugitive, because you have teams like Giants, Eagles, Dolphins, all with multiple first-round picks in this draft, where conversely, the Raiders will be picking somewhere with their first pick in the 20s, and that's probably going to be the crown jewel of what they have to offer you past Carr. So that would be the one downside with that versus some of the other teams that are available. Lance wants to trade DK. There's some folks that are out there that want that. I'm not in the same place, but you're not alone on that, Lance. There are some folks that are looking to do something like that. James says, keys to the game. I'm a 49ers fan. I'll be at the game. Looking forward to a good one. Cheers. Well, cheers, James. Thanks for hopping on in the chat. The reason that the Seahawks have done really well recently against your 49ers, I think almost kind of above all else, is that you've been able to stop the 49er running game, which seems to almost be an impossibility for just about every other team in the league besides the Seahawks. It seems like they can run on everybody. But the second that you get the Niners turned into a one-dimensional offense and you force the ball into Jimmy Garoppolo's hands, that's where we're able to sort of take advantage. And that's where we've had more, I think, success recently than we've had failures with Jimmy and this Niner team. That will be the main key to me above all else in this game, is stopping that Rams offense with the running game. You do that, your defense will be effective. Your defense is effective, you have a chance. Offensively speaking, can we attack your cornerback situation? You know, you're running out there with Josh Norman, who's older than dirt. Emmanuel Mosley, who, though he has 10 breakups this year, has been a guy that's not really graded out all that well by Pro Football Focus. You're down Jason Verrett. You're no Richard Sherman there this year. No Akeelia Witherspoon. Your corner situation is kind of what it is, and we should be able to attack it. So can we actually attack it? We've had teams we've gone up against recently where we've not been able to really make it stick with similar units that are kind of struggling in that respect. So stopping the run, being effective in the passing game, specifically attacking your corners. If we do that, we win. If you guys are effective on the other side of that, where you find a running game and where you're able, as some teams have been able to do recently, to shut down our passing attack, especially down the football field, you'll win the football game. I think it does come down to just almost those two factors above kind of anything else. But have fun at the game, man. Hope the fans are nice and kind with you, not super mean. You know, talking trash, but not being awful with it. TJ says, do we have our own second this year? Yes. That's a top 10 pick in the second, which is basically a later first. Very much true. Yes, we do. We do have our second rounder. So that's saying something. Same thing for the third rounder too, where you got kind of almost a de facto second because it's so high in the third. Northwest Fugitive, seems you're very knowledgeable about the sport. Well, thank you. Very kind of you to say. Curious if you have any background in football. A smidge in high school to a degree, obviously going back further than that, nothing in as far as any advanced state goes. Kind of my answer on this is, you know, where I've expanded on my, football has always interested me as far as trying to understand the depth of it. I have a background that's in a little bit of engineering. So I'm kind of like the guy that likes to pull things apart and understand how they work and why they work. And football is the kind of sport with how it's built versus other sports that really lends itself to that. And by that, I mean, Northwest Fugitive, the layers of complexity within football. I can watch a baseball game and understand what's going on in 2 seconds backwards and forwards, and there's not a lot of complexity there. Basketball has become increasingly simplistic over the years in the way that you look at that, especially with how analytics in both of those parts have taken hold. Whereas in football, there's so much of a wider variant for thought and to think at stuff from a different standpoint of things. There's not just one way to sort of slay the beast, you know. And you know, baseball, for instance, it's the walk and the home run right now. In basketball, it's the 3-point shot. Football is not so simple. Football is not so easy. And that part has always made me want to look at and understand it at a deeper level and keep expanding my knowledge with it. As you said, curious. Curious is a good word to put. I'm a curious guy when it comes to football, and I love knowing it. The more I know it, the better, the deeper the layers you get into it, the more to me, the richer the game gets. It's like on the surface, it's just a fan just watching it and being emotional, there's a layer, and then understanding the schemes, and then understanding the coaches, then understanding the strategies, then understanding how the schemes impact the strategies, then understanding how a team's roster build on top. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it that has this type of, and it's part of why people Northwest come in and go, "Wow, you're talking for 5 hours, you're talking for 6 hours, you're talking for 7 hours." Like, yeah, there's a lot to talk about in this sport. There's a lot to talk about. You can go to baseball, I could spend 5 minutes and go, well, the shift took out our pull hitters tonight, and our starter just couldn't get through 3 innings, so it leaned on the bullpen. Bullpen sucked. They got into our bullpen early, batted them around. We lost the game. Like, wrap it up, easy peasy. There you go. But I don't think you can really do that with football. In fact, I think when you do that with football, you're making a mistake because you're ignoring a little bit of that complexity. Lance Graham says Doug Peterson does have a house in Washington. He does. He is a local guy. I would think he would be a candidate that they would be looking at. He just doesn't get me particularly excited. Green Earth, is it time to roll out Stone Forsythe to see what we have? Dwayne Brown did have a real good bounce back game in this last game against Washington, though I will say Green Earth, he did it on the back of playing against no Montez Sweat and no Chase Young for the Washington football team. So I don't know if he's had some reinvigoration here on the back end of the schedule. I'm growing more and more and open to it, Green Earth. I am. I will say that I think even if he came in and played okay for you, I don't know if there's anything Stone's going to be able to do to make me think he's the answer of the future. I'm still going to look at Teron Armstead in free agency, even if Stone Forsythe goes out there and gives you reasonable play for a couple games on the back end of the schedule. I don't know if I can trust enough in him to believe, especially looking at what the team did early this year when Dwayne Brown did get hurt for a game, out for half a game in one game. They went with Jamarco Jones over Stone. I think that speaks a little bit to where they think and see Stone at currently, where he stands. TJ says, if Stafford gets what he got and Wentz got what he got, then Russ should absolutely get 3 first-round picks. Yeah, I make a lot of predictions on this channel. I tend to be correct on these predictions. Someday I'm going to put a compilation together just to prove this. But take this prediction home with you. Russ is going to get 3 first-round picks in equivalency for him in a trade. That will be the case. No doubt about it. Paul Third, I'm not the biggest DK fan, as we used to say in rugby, ball handling skills of a lesbian. He lets this team down. I can't argue with that. The hands are not his greatest asset. That is for sure. And it's not. I don't think he's got bad hands, but I think that they're not great. I still want to keep him long term. I like his mentality. I like having a freakish receiver out there like that. I like the mismatches he can draw. I like the attention he garners. I'm still paying him and I'm still riding with him. You don't have a lot of great assets to build on as we go into this future. It's Jamal Adams, maybe Jordan Brooks, maybe Damian Lewis. I mean, it's pretty light going forward. This would be one guy that I would ride with. Consumer 114 says DK will want out, but the Hawks will slap a franchise tag onto him. Well, they don't have to do the franchise tag this offseason. You can do an exclusive rights deal this offseason, which means essentially you put him on for a couple $1 million and no other team can sign him, and then you could franchise him 2 times after that. I don't think it's going to get to that point because I think the leverage that the Seahawks have, 3 years of club control of DK over him, will end up driving a deal to get done. And I think if you see certain things change that are maybe frustrating DK right now, he may not push to one out of town or force his way out of town. Greener says, will DK want out? Seems like we could offer him a Godfather offer. I'm not as convinced as other people are that he's absolutely going to want out. Maybe, but I'm not absolutely convinced of it. So I think people making that jump a leap of logic that he will want out. Again, we've got the club control over him. That's going to be a factor. Leverage drives negotiations. Seahawks have 3 years of leverage here. Watch that drive the negotiations to get a deal done. Landon Edwards, off topic, but Monday the 13th, I'm going bowling with Tyler Lockett in Bellevue. Won a contest through Safeway, buying Lockett a jersey just to get it signed. Nice, Landon. Congratulations, my guy. We'll have an awesome time, and let Tyler know the Hawks Nest has his back. Charles with another $10 donation. My goodness, Charles, coming in 40 hot tonight. Thank you so much, my kind sir. Says Brando, my concern with the Russell Wilson trade value is his finger. I've heard multiple MDs put his finger at an 85% of what it was for the future. I assume a trade partner will require a physical. Well, I guess and thank you for the donation. I guess the key to your question on that is, will the physical be able to catch a finger at, let's say, 85%? Or is it more innocuous, the nature of the lingering injury, being that it's 85%, but not 85% that you can test under a microscope, but 85% that you can feel on a football field. And that's maybe where I would probably say it's at, where from a medical clean bill of health, they'll look at him and they'll go, everything looks fine. Everything's great because it's recovered. It's healed. He's got full mobility. He's got full flexion. Look at me bringing out flexion. Look at that. 4 hours in, I just grabbed flexion. So I think that probably will offset that, Charles. I think he'll be healthy enough with that to at least like grit it through with them, it's fine. It's good. Maybe they see something on the x-rays though that jumps out to them, because they will do like an MRI. They probably will take a look at it. And it could impact it if that shows up. But by what I've heard is that it's not at least going to show up like that. It may not be at its 100%, but it'll be more of a feeling thing for Russ than it is a testing thing that they can see. Jimmy Cruz says, great points, good vibes. Let's start a Marshawn Lynch return rally. Did you see his commercial with the Subway when he's answering questions and they ask him, did you say you were going to return, and change his topics? I didn't see that. But Jamie, I was on this like 7 weeks ago, Jamie. I said, get the bat line up, get Marshawn on the bat line. This running back room is going to get decimated. We already got Carson down. We already got Penny dealing with his diciness. At least with Marshawn, you got a guy who can get out on the football field. And then everybody I know is probably screaming, well, he's so old, though. He's so old. But we just signed Adrian Peterson, who literally came out in the same draft class as Marshawn Lynch. So if you're going to if you're willing to bring in AP, just go get the man, the myth, the legend. You know what I mean? At least, again, he's going to remain healthy at least. And he can't be any worse than what we're seeing from these guys as far as the production goes out this gate. TJ, Carr wouldn't be bad for 2 years. Draft a quarterback in 2023. Let him sit behind Carr like what Mahomes did and learn. Then 2024, let the rook loose. Okay, I'm with it. I can see where you're at with that. I'm good with it. Sure do hate having to wait 2 years maybe to be really competitive, but if you're being competitive with Derek, I'm okay with it. James says, Josh Normuth giveth and Josh Normuth taketh away. Laughing out loud. Hey, he's a gambler, James. I like the gambling quarterbacks. I like the Josh Normans or the Marcus Peters of the world. You know what I mean? Or the Trayvon Diggs of the world. They're gonna go get theirs. Yeah, you might get them, but they're gonna get theirs too. I can appreciate that, especially if it's a guy you're just signing off the street like you guys had to. Where your cornerback room got light, so you just had to go for what was available. It's like, well, you could do worse for just, what's walking down the street. Paul says, I know you don't believe in Garoppolo, but his passing game is probably the best it's ever been right now. Best quarterback QBR since week 7, I think I read. Beating San Francisco will require more than just loading the box. Well, and admittedly, Paul, I've not watched a tremendous amount of Garoppolo this year. I've got to admit that. I watched a little bit, but not a lot. I think a lot of his effectiveness, though, Paul, comes from the fact that the Niners rushing is so good. They're so good at running the ball on everybody, and that's the one place we tend to stop them. And then a lot of Garoppolo's production gets to come on the heels, and I'm making a guess here, but gets to come on the heels of a good running game that teams are now starting to over-concentrate on, that I don't know if Seattle has to concentrate as heavily on, because the Seahawks defense is so built in its base schematics to first and foremost stop the run. And that most teams just aren't built to do things in that same way. And that this is why we've had this success recently against these Garoppolo-led teams. But with that said, to your point on this, Paul, there is 2019. Garoppolo did come into Seattle at the end of that last game of the season, and he did play pretty well. Not amazing, but he played pretty well enough to beat us in that game in Seattle. So I'm not a big Garoppolo guy, but look, he is efficient. He gets the job done. He can play in this league at the quarterback position. All that does remain the truth. But I think if you take away his running game and you put it on him and you force him to beat you, they don't have a running game. It's got to be on his arm. I think that's where you get him. That's where you get him. Kev Jackson says, do you think Shane Waldron is being controlled and limited by Pete? Kev, 100% I do. Yeah. My proof of this has been a couple of things. You've got a quote, Kev, from Coach Carroll about week 3 or 4, where he said, yeah, we're really liking Shane Waldron. He's been very open to some of the things we used to do. Unpack that quote for a second, Kev. We really like Shane Waldron. He's really open to some of the things we used to do. Well, didn't you bring Shane Waldron to do new things? I don't recall at any point in time in the hiring process of Shane Waldron, this team hiring him with the thought process of he'll embrace what we used to do. It was that he was supposed to bring on the new. He was supposed to expand. And then you have a soundbite like Carroll and Waldron in the Jacksonville Jaguar game, Kev. You can see this on YouTube. It's a mic'd up moment between Pete and Waldron, where Waldron's literally walking over like a 5-year-old boy to his daddy. And he's like, Daddy, do you want run, pass? Or you want pass, run, Daddy? And Coach Carroll looking at him, furrowed eyebrows down, going, I like touchdowns. Just a ridiculous back and forth between the two of them in that moment, but absolutely a clear view into the fact that Coach Carroll is absolutely having way too much say on the offense. Eat the Tech World. I don't have any hope for this season, but what never ceases is we don't like the 49ers. They're annoying. Let's win, Ethan. Let's get it. Jamie Cruz, you think Baldwin was still there, he would be a better veteran coach than Lockett, or do you think DK is just his own beast? But Baldwin was very witty. I think that DK is his own beast. I don't know how much of effect really Baldwin would have had on him. I think he's a pretty strong-minded guy, DK, that goes his own way with it for good and for bad. And I don't know that they would do that. I think Baldwin had a lot more impact on Lockett and confidence. Again, to bring you to Jamie, a little bit of a mic'd up moment. You can watch a mic'd up Dolphins game with Baldwin mic'd up about 2016, 17 or so, where you got Lockett coming in at one point. And he's like, man, I'm good enough, right? And Baldwin's really like telling Lockett, you're a beast, bro. You're a beast. You got this. Like just hyping him up. And I think Baldwin definitely had an impact on Lockett, but I just don't know if it would have been the same with DK, just two different mindset types. I think DK's got too much alpha in him versus Lockett. TJ says, I would be surprised if Pete did a Hopkins trade and retire. We should torch Pete's house at that point. If he goes out like the guy that the Texans coach, where he's just burning draft picks and cap space for the future, just setting the franchise back on his way out of town. Yeah. Charles Riley says, ooh, flexion. I'm bringing the big words. Baby. Mason Dale, we have two guys on the roster that could be doing Eskridge's job, Penny Hart and Philip Dorsett. Eskridge is probably better than both, but it shows that lack of awareness we have when we draft. Eskridge pick didn't look good to me at the time and has looked even worse from the moment we selected him. They don't have a plan for him. They don't have a way to manufacture touches for him. They don't seem to want to run the fly sweeps with him, which was one of the main reasons I thought you grabbed the guy. It's been very head-scratching as to watching how they've utilized Mr. Eskridge, and not all of it has made a tremendous amount of sense to me. I don't get it at all. Jamal Gully, DK's most recent post on Instagram said, a lot of S is starting to look different. I opened up my eyes. I always love when the players give out those innocuous quotes that you don't know if they actually have something to do with what's going on in the locker room, or if it's just that like they're having something in their personal life that they're referencing. You never can quite tell. I mentioned this a little bit earlier on the live stream, Jamal. When you look at DK and his relationship with Russell in particular, it seemed like it was a lot more two peas in the pod when he first kind of walked in the door here. And then it seems like the longer DK has been here and Russell's been here, and the more we watch with Russell not being able to quite get as many targets to DK game in and game out, I don't know if there's a disconnect or a separation or what's happened there, but there does seem to be something there to some degree. Something there. Jimmy Cruz. I like what you said about beast mode. After this season, I think all fans deserve to get to see some Skittles thrown on the field again. Also, that Super Bowl will always hurt. We've had 2 rings taken. Yeah, it's we've had 2 of the tougher Super Bowl losses that you could possibly have for 2 different reasons, Jamie, haven't we? We're officials in one, and then the final play of the game and on such a magical ride, which, quite frankly, that Super Bowl loss and the way that played out probably set us on a track that is part of the reason we ended up landing where we landed now. Yeah, I never understood why they didn't go back to the beast mode train this offseason, even, Jamie. They realized year in and year out, your running back room gets decimated. It has for the last 5 or 6 years. Marshawn's the last guy to remain healthy here just to be available on the football field in a consistent basis at the running back position. And you can go back from Thomas Rawls to Eddie Lacy's to Chris Carson's and on down the line from that. I didn't understand why you wouldn't have at least tried with beast mode once more again. I thought he ran fine for us when he came back in 2019. I would have done it. I would have still done it. And you're right. It would at least make the season fun, wouldn't it, Jamie? It'd at least be fun watching the team with beast mode there. TJ says at this point, let's re-sign Diggs. I know a lot of people want to, TJ. I just can't do it. I mean, you just can't do it, my guy. Diggs is going to be going into being 30 years plus of age. By the time you're back to being good again, he's going to be an aging player with a diminishing skill set. You don't know what new scheme you're going to transition to this offseason. You could easily change to a 3-4 scheme that maybe doesn't fit Diggs. And then the part that really gets me with this, TJ, is it's just about allocating across the board here. You have a $208 million cap next year. If you sign Diggs to a big money deal, you're probably going to be spending about $30 million towards safeties next year. $30 million towards the safety position alone on a $208 million cap. If you're also spending $40 million on your quarterback, okay, that's $70 million. And then let's say between DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, you're spending $30 million. So that now means between 5 players on a 53-man roster, you have basically half of your cap space being allocated to 5 guys. I don't think you can get that done in that kind of realm of things and hope to still be successful and hope to still be competitive. That would be my general feeling on it, All right, well, let's get into the last couple of questions here. It looks like we have hit about right at the 4-hour mark on this again. Just as a reminder, I will be live streaming this Sunday, 1 o'clock when the game starts. We'll be going all the way through, streaming the whole game and doing a post-game thing. So if you want a place to come hang out with, I do kind of play-by-play and as much as I can, try to make it interesting, try to make it funny. So we'll be going hard on Sunday with that. And I'm going to continue to do those live streams now during the games at kind of all times. You guys really liked it. We got a lot of great feedback with it. So I'm going to keep rolling with it. If you guys want it, I shall give it to you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Let's see here. Well, we got a new member of the channel. Look, hell yeah. Brendon Moody, you got an awesome first name. First off, Brandon is an amazing first name. But welcome to becoming a member of the channel, Brandon. I really do appreciate it. Do keep an eye out, Brandon. I do a weekly article over for my members on the channel. So if you just check your community post and keep an eye on that community post, I actually just posted an article last night, which is Rays of Light here in the storm. It's essentially some of the bright spots of this year so far that we can be at least a little bit encouraged by. But Brandon, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you for your support of the channel, and do please check out those articles. I try to put a lot of time into them for giving you guys a little bit of a carrot for having been a member of the channel, and I do appreciate it. TJ says, I see both arguments on the Diggs, but here's my argument. If we re-sign him, then we pay about 12 to 13 million on him, which is a lot, but at least we have our safety duo for a few years. You do have your safety duo for a few years. The little bit of this that I would say on this is that, again, when you look at the safety market in the league, TJ, nobody's paying 2 safeties top of the market money. Nobody's paying 2 safeties at the same time, top of the market. And I don't think you're going to see a team do that this offseason as well. I think it's pretty telling that not one NFL team pays 2 safeties top of the market money. It speaks to the devaluation of the position. If you look at this past offseason, 2 guys who had earned a contract, Marcus May with the New York Jets and PJ Williams with the New Orleans Saints, were both 2 teams that put the franchise tag on those safeties because the money that they're getting paid is so low that it's actually cost effective to just franchise tag a guy. I get what you're saying on that it would solidify stuff, but again, by the time you get to be competitive, which is probably 2 years from now, and get back to that state of being there, Jamal Adams will still be in his 20s. Diggs will be getting into his early 30s when probably the play is going to start to go backwards. And so really you're paying a little bit more for the past performance at that point, TJ, as opposed to what you're really going to get from him in future performance. But for me, really, it comes down to no other teams are paying that amount of money. It's hard enough as it is when we're paying the $40 million quarterback to balance all of these assets in the right way. I can't imagine they're going to be able to pull it off by putting 30 million to the safety position like they would have to. And again, he's earned the money. I'm not denying that. But again, to consider with this, TJ, you're not just paying top of the market at the strong safety position in Jamal Adams. He literally reset the market for safeties by about $1.5 million per year on the deal you signed him for. So to pay even significant to the other side is really going to hit the cap hard. It's going to hurt. It's going to leave a mark. You know what I mean? But I know where you come from. Again, you're not alone. So there's plenty of folks who do feel that way. Paul Third says, of course, Garoppolo needs a run game to play off the back of. So does Brady and Russ, etc. It's a must unless the quarterback is his own running back like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Well said. But here's where I'm only speaking to why Seattle's had the success against Garoppolo to the degree they have. I don't think he's thrown for a 300-yard game against us, for instance. He doesn't throw for a lot anyway. But I think our success in that, Paul, has come from, though, we've removed that thing that he is relying on. Where I think in looking at the Niners and then playing throughout this year, even with Elijah Mitchell as their main running back, they've still been extremely effective at running the ball week in and week out. So it's almost like week in and week out, Garoppolo can always have in his back pocket a good, strong running game. But then when he runs up against the Seattle Seahawks, that's completely removed from him. And now he's got to be the guy to operate. Now he's got to be the guy that kind of elevate. And then when you put him in that position, it sort of falls away. Whereas I can say there's times where Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson have not had a running game at times in recent years. Lamar, especially this year, the running game has not always been consistent this year. And those guys have been able to overcome that. Those guys are still able to go out there and give you a functional offense within that. But it's mainly just the way from Seattle, the way that they've countered the Niners, that they're just that bad matchup for the Niners because of how they stylistically like to go about their defense. TJ says, put Blair or Neal could play safety. So yeah. Yep. I think you're going to have to go for a free safety regardless, TJ. I don't know. Marquise would be the ideal to slot him out at free safety moving forward, but man, is he going to come back from that injury? Okay. He's had a kind of a multitude of injuries now that have stacked up since he's been here, and he's already kind of a slight guy. I worry about him a little bit long-term. Neal's more of a strong safety type, but if you want to bring him back for depth, I wouldn't mind. He can also play a little bit of nickel, especially in like dime situations. So I'm good with that. But I think you do need to look at more of a young free safety. Ideally, even in the draft, you got on a cheap rookie deal to pair then with the big money that you're paying to Jamal. That would be your ideal in the way that you balance that safety position, right? Brandon Moody says, doubling down in our darkest moment this season. Always loved your content, man, but your Pete Carroll impression killed me. And I just realized how much I enjoy your breakdowns. Thank you, man. I try to bring the funny when I can, Brandon. I try to make you guys laugh if I can. I know this sometimes is some pretty dry stuff we talk about a little bit, but we all are laughing and having fun together, even in these dark times. And you got to laugh in the dark times. They call it gallows humor, right? Well, we've been rolling with the gallows humor quite a bit. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. And thanks for becoming a member of the channel, man. You're awesome for doing so. It's folks like yourself and your support of this channel that's getting me just very, 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 very close to being able to do this full time. I mean, we're getting up to a point where it's almost inches away from me being able to take that leap. And once that happens, man, it's going to be 24/7 to doing this. And my dream for this and this channel, I can't wait. We're getting closer and closer there, Brandon. But I'm not done with my Carroll impressions. I'll have a few more of those down the gate here. You better believe it before this is all said and done. Alexander Matthews, geez, man, you're still going. I go hard, man. I go hard. That's how I do my shows. I love doing it, man. So it's not a problem for me. It's just nothing but fun. DJ says 2017 Earl Thomas was getting 10 million a year and Cam was getting 13 a year. So why not? It's better than paying an old player for 10 plus for a year plus. We can put void deals with Diggs. It's better than putting an old player 10 plus for a year. We can put void deals in for Diggs. You're not really going to put void years in for Diggs because he's going to want a 4-year deal, and the bonus money gets eaten up over a 4-year period. I don't think Diggs is going to want to take a 2 or 3 year contract when other teams out there are willing to offer a 4-year deal to him. The one thing I would counter to you on Earl and Cam, because you're right, that was a team that through the Legion of Boom era, you were willing to play both of those guys top market, is that teams are copycat around the league, TJ. And so if teams looked at a historically great defense, our Seattle Seahawks within that historically great defense, paying 2 safeties top of the money at the same time in this copycat league, why has there been no other team willing to make that leap or try that? Is that maybe not indicative of the devaluation of the safety position? And then also the teams, the lack of ability of the impact of paying both those players as it really impacts the game itself, as opposed to going for an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, et cetera. That would be just my counter to you, is that we certainly broke that rule of thumb with those 2 guys. And maybe you could say if there was a time you'd be willing to break your rule of thumb, it would be for those two type of players. But with that said, again, no other team's been willing to do it since then, and this is a copycat league. If you have a formula that you put out that's good and that it works, teams are going to chomp at the bit to try to replicate it. I mean, as evidenced, TJ, by 6-foot cornerbacks not being a thing 10 years ago, and now every team's got a 6-foot cornerback because of Coach Carroll. You don't see that same thing there at the safety position. TJ says, I just like Diggs. It's hard to let go. TJ, you got every right to like him. You're not wrong for wanting Diggs to stay, because I'm not saying Diggs hasn't earned a deal. I'm not saying Diggs isn't a great player. I'm not saying Diggs isn't a difference maker out there for you. And that all those things I would normally, if this was usually a 9 out of 10 situation, I would be signing him to a contract extension. But where the team is at, the amount of money you've given to Jamal Adams, that's all. That's the only reason it really does push me into that category of saying, it's kind of time you got to move a different direction with it. But with that said, Quander's been lights out since coming over. He could not have played any better, really, than how we could have been than he played since he come from Detroit. Really great player. But it's just the timing of it's hard. With his age, it's hard. You got to kind of factor all that in a little bit and looking at whether or not he should stay or go. And you never know, though, TJ. I mean, look, they're sitting on $13 million of cap space. If they want to give out a contract extension right now, they absolutely could afford to do so if they felt the urge. Charles Riley, Brando, you do a Pete impression. If you don't have gum around, I understand you can't, but I'd love to see it in the near future. I'll work on a little bit more. I do have more in just how he talks. It's less of a perfect trying to copycat him, is more as like what he would say. I think that's what Brandon was referring to, is that behind closed doors how Pete Carroll talks. So I get some gum. I'll work on my impression with it, Charles, and thank you for the $5 donation. I don't got something right now. I don't want to come hard with it when I do it right, but a good Carroll impression. I got one I've been working on. He's hard to nail down because he doesn't. Most impressions, to hit him right, they have to have certain set things you can go to click in on him. And with Carroll, he's kind of those are real positive and kind of, he's got an energy to him. He's harder because he doesn't have anything in the way he phonetically talks. It's easy to kind of pin down. But I think Brandon's speaking to just going off on his on his out behind closed doors and what he's probably saying. Thank you, Charles, for all your donations to the channel, man. Consumer 114, I don't understand the DK hate within the Hawk community. This guy's 23, and by the end of his 3rd season, he will have close to 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, also a team record and an NFL record. Consumer 114, when you find out, you explain it to me. I fight the DK battle on a streamly basis. Every single one of my streams, I'm usually going around with somebody, not in a bad way, just in a disagreement way, on them saying, let's trade DK, and me saying, are you crazy? I don't know why people would want to move off from him. I do understand some people look at him as a diva. I don't land there, Consumer. I don't land there at all, or even close to that section of things. So he's not a diva to me. I think he has a leg to stand on with some of his unhappiness with not getting the targets, not getting touches and whatnot. So I'm not there in any way, shape, or form. There's not even a part of me that wants to move on from DK. I pay him a big contract, and I am plenty happy to do so. I do it with a smile on my face. Randy Press Show. Brandon, do you think Russ is so miserable that he is checked out? To me, His play half year last year and this year shows me he is. Your thoughts? I think you're in particularly on something potentially here, Rodney. There does just seem to be, and some of this is harder to pin down, right? Because it's not me looking at X's and O's. We're looking at a statistical basis. We could look at those and find the last half of the year last year through this year a worse Russ than what he was the prior 3 seasons. We could find that there. But this, what you're referencing goes beyond that, I think. I'm not trying to speak for you on that. And it does for me too. There was an energy Russ had through the first 8 games of the season last year. I called it gangster Russ. It was edgy Russ. It was, I'm going to drop an M and F'er on the field Russ. It was, I don't give a crap Russ. It's, I'm going to take lunch money Russ, right? And then right about mid-year, it all went away right about the Buffalo Arizona game. Gone. And not just gone, not even a shred seemingly left. All confidence gone, a shell of himself. And it seemed at times a little bit to be mental. Some of it was a lack of development in his game, Rodney, and being, like I've mentioned on other things, of him being able to take advantage of his control within his game, being a pre-snap mastery, not hold on to the ball as long, embrace short and intermediate passing game, throwing with anticipation. Those things also factor in, but again, you're not speaking to that. We're speaking to something beyond that. Something that has to do with up here. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence, it's a lack of checked out in Carroll and his process here. Something has gone away with Russell Wilson, I think. And I do his bond, his arm talent, scrambling ability. It's something to do with upstairs. I'm not really sure exactly what it is, but it exists, and you're not crazy if you think so. He says maybe Adams, okay, I'll take a pick if we keep picks. Well, that'd be great if you. I don't think it's likely to happen to TJ. He pushed negotiations as far as he can push him to get every last dollar he can get, including missing a couple of days of training camp. That guy has only now signed one major Adams here in the NFL. I know he's a higher first-round selection, but they don't make a tremendous amount of money. I don't think he's going to be probably open to giving up too many ducats. TJ says, all right, I'm going to bed every one night, and go Hawks. Go Hawks, TJ. You have yourself a great night, my guy. I hope all is well with you, and thanks for watching the show. Alexander Matthews, it will never happen, but I'd like to trade Russ for Chargers, Justin. We'll probably have to send a first round a pick first or second pick because Justin is so young. Maybe you have to give them back some resources on top of that flip. But Alexander, I'm with you. Ask me last week if you had to pick who would be the quarterback you'd pick in this league. If there's no Russell Wilson, and obviously, let's say they said like you couldn't pick Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert would be my guy. That'd be the guy that I'd be riding with if I got to have my pick of quarterbacks in the NFL. So I know he's everything you could want in a quarterback. Great mobility, big arm, can throw with touch, has an insanely smart guy, processes really well. Only going to get better probably year after year after year. Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. Alexander says Russell's probably leaving anyways. Russell's going to ask for a trade this offseason. I've been on this for a couple of years, so some of that is on my part confirmation bias. Some of this is what we're actually seeing play out right now, which is just a higher and higher likelihood of him moving on with every game that we're watching right now. Alexander says, I like DK, but he does have a fumbling problem, fights for extra yards. He's got a couple of fumbles, but this is even on his negative with that, Alexander. This is, to me, almost a little bit of a positive, you know? On a team where you have a Tyler Lockett who basically falls down after every single catch and has given up completely on Yak, you have a guy in DK who wants to fight for every last yard, and then sometimes bad things happen when he's doing that. When a player's giving 110% of their effort and they're trust hard and they care and they're that invested, and then something bad happens, I'm going to be a little bit more forgiving of them because it's hard to always find those players who care that much. Charles Riley says, my DK hate comes from knowing how valuable wide receivers aren't winning. That's been around in a while was AB, but even Dr. Sanders can't help him. No, he's outside of doctor's help, Charles. And yeah, I think to your point on this, there's a stat out there that shows no number one wide receiver has ever won a Super Bowl any given year that they led the league in yardage, outside of, I think, Jerry Rice in like 87. So that does a little bit to, you know, receivers' impact on winning isn't as big as maybe some people think. I believe some of this, Charles, is a little bit of a transition, an evolution of the sport. The game is being built more and more to being more pass happy, and that I think the receivers' value with that has grown over the years from what it was in, let's say, 2010. And I think when you factor in that increased growing value, that there's more of a need at this point to build wide receivers on the inside. And that if you look at those teams who get to the Super Bowl, they tend to have a good amount of playmakers on the inside, as well as the rest of the good team they have built around. They have to have the rest of that great team around, but they also need those receivers. It's sort of not one or the other, but you also need both. Do you need a top-end guy like DK? Do you need like a near best of the best type guy? Maybe not. Maybe not in that respect, to your point. But yeah, again, you're right. Even he is even maybe he's beyond Dr. Sanders' help. Rodney Preshno says, I will say that even though Russ is playing like crap, this does not affect his trade value. Owners know what he's capable of and have saw it for themselves. Rodney, this is another point that I've been trying to make and harp on pretty hard, because I've been fighting up against a lot of people that think that somehow a broken Russ, or Russ fighting through a broken injury right now, is somehow going to diminish his trade value, which I don't believe. I think there'll be at least, all it takes is one team, Rodney, and we know there's a lot of teams in this offseason, even versus last offseason, that are going to be quarterback needy. And a lot of those teams that even think of themselves as being somewhat contending teams. The Eagles could look at Russell being added over Jalen and say, now we become a contending team. The Giants could say we go from being a cellar dweller, nobody in the NFC East, to being competitive in the NFC East with Russell Wilson. And yeah, I don't buy it, Rodney. I said earlier on the stream, if I could place a Vegas bet and show you guys with a screenshot, I'd place a Vegas bet right now that Russell Wilson would get at least 3 first-round picks in trade return. I have no doubt in my mind that he will get that. I would be shocked, absolutely stupefied, if he got anything less than that. All right. Well, we have hit the Paul Third. Here we go. Paul Third says Taysom Hill hurt his finger in the game. Now still playing, throwing like garbage. Taysom Hill is a weird love affair the Saints have with that guy. They keep doing these weird contracts with him. They keep trotting him out there, yet they also don't seem to be fully behind him as the starting quarterback of the future there. With bringing Jameis Winston in, with giving the other guys snaps there that they have as their backup quarterback. It's an odd way they view a guy that they seem to have some value for, but you don't exactly understand what value they have for him. It's kind of weird. Rodney Preshno says, who should be our next head coach? How about Jim Harbaugh? Probably Harbaugh be my number one guy. I'd love to get in here, Rodney. He would be. I know not all the fan base wants him. I know there's a lot that hate him, but I'm not one of those people. I think he's a good damn coach, and I would take him to replace Carroll and be happy with that selection. And frankly, he's probably the best candidate of the guys out there of anybody else. Beyond him, Kellen Moore, as Brendon mentioned earlier, would be a guy that would interest me. Getting an offensive-minded coach for a guy like Russell, potentially just an offensive-minded head coach, I think I would lean towards. Probably, those 2 guys would be 2 of the guys up in there for me that I would take a look at. Andrew Logan says, thanks, Brandon. Have a great night. Go Hawks, Andrew. And thank you for your membership on the channel. And you have a great night. Mason Dale says, I don't understand the DK stuff either. Guy is probably a top 5 after the catch guy in the league, which to me is one of the more undervalued attributes to a player. That's why everyone loves Everett. Yeah, Mason, I don't get it either. It's hard enough to find elite talent in this sport. You finally land an elite talent who's still young, who's still on the rise, still on the come, still coming together here. And then you want to move on from it. For some small perceived flaws, in my opinion, for nothing that's necessarily sitting there glaring at you that's just god awful. I don't understand it either. I don't get it. Drives me a little bit nuts on the thought process on it a little bit. We got a lot of problems on this team, and sometimes people get concentrated on some of the most smallest insignificant problems on this team rather than the bigger, broader issues that are really what we should be talking about, needing to be changed and fixed. Alexander Matthews, I totally hear you on carrying fight for extra. Just protect the ball a little more. I know DK is not trying to fumble. That was John Kitna or Dave Gregg, Alexander. Yeah, and it's something he can clean up. He's a young player too. He can learn some of this stuff. And that's the stuff you can kind of go, man, this bit me in the butt a couple times in my career early on. I need to be aware of this now going forward. So guys can clean it up if they're young like that. So I think he will. I think he will fix things with it a little bit when it's all said and done. Rodney Prescio says, appreciate you, Brandon. Let's do some Mariners talk as well. I'm open to do some Mariners talk here at some point, Brandon, Rodney, and especially when we get in the offseason. I'll absolutely be open to do it. Maybe we'll do a couple of Mariner streams. I've long said, if you guys think, Rodney, I've got a decent knowledge on football, my baseball knowledge actually probably surpasses football, if you guys can believe that, because that's really where a lot of my background lies with stuff. So yeah, I love baseball too, man, and we're gonna have some good stuff to talk about with our Mariners this year. They're looking good, doing some good, nice signing, getting that Cy Young winner here. And now they just need to make a couple more deals and get this team to a competitive state this season. It'd be great. Charles Riley finishing us up with a $5 donation. You put like 50 on the channel tonight. Or Charles, you're awesome for doing so, brother. I do appreciate you. Says Brando, before you head out, I wanted to tell you, I paid attention to Drew Brees' hair on Sunday Night Football. You were right. Total hair transplant. Looks great though. Yeah, he went okay, Charles. Like I said, it's not like my buddy who basically took his hairline from up here and took it to about a millimeter off the top of his eyebrows and then went with doll hair all up off the top on the front side. It's jarring. I can't look at the guy. It's jarring. Okay. But at least Drew had a little bit of a willingness to draw it back. Like I said, Charles, I related to the girls getting the boob jobs, and it's like they go for the ones that are the out of control cans rather than just go for the stuff that's like elegant and like looks at least like realistic. But yeah, Drew's looks all right. Yeah. God bless Drew Brees. He wasn't given the greatest of gifts. Remember, he had that big, huge mole that grew off the side of his face for years. He had to get it removed, and then his hair goes thin. Poor guy. You got to feel for him a little bit, though. But yeah, he's working it. He's working, and he's doing pretty good in the commentary too. Give him props on that. I like him what he talks about. I like to when he gets into the quarterback key stuff on those telecasts. Mason Dale, I think people just don't like the diva stuff because it makes them uncomfortable. You know what makes me uncomfortable? Losing. And DK definitely wants to win. You can't doubt that about him, can you, Mason? You know he wants to win. You know he's all in. You know he's doing everything he can. I absolutely believe that with him. And yeah, the diva stuff makes people uncomfortable, and they don't want to see it. They want these guys to be robots and automatons and do the right thing and never step out of line and always be right. And even when these guys are in their young 20s, right? Even when guys are still maturing, even guys are still closer to almost being a kid than they are being a man, still want them to toe that line, still want them to do everything right. I tend to give a little bit more rope and a little bit more room to these guys in that respect. And yeah, I also think that Mason, a little bit, what people don't understand with is that almost every good wide receiver in the modern age now is a bit of a diva. You know, you saw DK Metcalf go off in last playoffs in the Rams game and everybody made a big deal of it. Well, guess what? Devontae Adams went off in the game in the Buccaneers game on the sidelines and threw a fit just like that. Did anybody give Devontae Adams a hard time for that? No. But being a diva is part of the sport with these guys. It's something you see often. You don't have to love it, but you got to accept it as a part of football, unfortunately. Alexander Matthews, I'd like to get Coach Mike over there, Mike Tomlin from the Steelers. That would be a dream scenario. I think he is in the last year of his deal, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think they've given him a contract extension. That would be a dream scenario even above Harbaugh if you could land him. And I don't even think he's an offensive-minded coach. I just think that guy has his stuff together, and he knows how to put a football team that's ready to play week in, week out on there. And it's not been his fault that he's had to try to figure out things through the end of, as Roethlisberger has aged so rapidly over the last couple of years. Mason Dale says, if you told me 3 months ago we'd be 3-8 and a running back would be Adrian Peterson, I would have laughed in your face. Now it's a reality. Yeah, it's a brutal reality at that. Alexander Matthews says, move off of DK, no effing way. That's right, no effing way, Alexander. Pay that man his money. It'd be like Teddy KJB from Rounders, right? Pay that man his money. Pay him his money. Patrick Matula says, do you think Russ or Pete is leaving? Yes, Patrick. I think at this point, Russ is definitely leaving. With Pete, I think it's about 50-50 right now. I think it's going to be wholly reliant on Pete being the one to make the call to retire. But I do think at this point that Russ does want to move on. I don't think he's going to want to remain here. But I do think he's going to be traded. Yeah. This offseason he's going to ask to be traded, and I think the Seahawks are going to accommodate that trade. Rodney says, will someone in the chat or even Brandon explain to me why Russ targets Swain more than DK or Tyler? The only thing I can draw to this, Rodney, is that Russ has always been more of a guy to pepper the ball all over the football field. He's rarely been a guy to just sit there and lock in on target a mismatch and go after one guy, play in and play out. That's just never been the way he goes about the quarterback position. Right or wrong, that's how he does it. And I think that that's factored in a little bit of his, what he sees pre-snap and what he's angling towards, and then when he eventually goes. I don't get it either. I don't know why he has so much trust in a guy like Swain, who's not. I mean, if he's not wide open, that's the only way he's going to catch the ball. If it's a contested catch, if there's a defender near him, he's got no chance at it. I don't get it. I think a bigger question on this too, Rodney, is why we have a guy like Freddie Swain having so many important snaps to the wide receiver position. If you're not going to target DK and Tyler, if you understood that in this offseason that Russ struggles to do that, which we knew that going off season, like I said, he's more of a pepper guy. Well, why not get a better third target at that point? Why not look at Julio Jones when he was available in a trade, or Odell Beckham? But they didn't even sniff that. Instead, they right out there with Freddie Swain or Penny Hart, another guy that gets way too many targets for my case. Rodney. I hate how many targets they end up with Penny Hart and Swain, which together those two guys at the end of the year are going to combine for something like probably 30 to 40 targets and not a whole hell of a lot of production behind it. Ethan Deckworld says, easily the greatest part of the Washington game was that absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, stellar sack from Darrell Taylor. I mean, that was just sensational. Looked like a baby Von Miller out there. He looked fantastic. There's a great Reddit video out there, Ethan, if you go watch on, there's a Reddit post on Seahawks Reddit of somebody who's taken a cut up of a young Von Miller and a young Darrell Taylor, and they're basically the same kind of sack on that play. They did the exact same kind of move, same kind of bend, same kind of quickness off the snap. There's a lot of similarities to their game. Vaughn was much better as a run defender. Darrell's far off of him in that respect. But with that said, Darrell is right with him as far as a pass rusher goes in ability there. Patrick says, what teams would be a good fit for Russ? I think the top two teams that stand out to me, Patrick, are going to be the New York Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles. I believe they both have a need at quarterback. I think the Giants are the front-running team above all else. Russ played footsie with them back in 2018. Both of those two teams have 2 first-round picks to give up in the next draft, which will give them the resources to go get Russ if they want to. I'd say it's number 1, New York, number 2, Philadelphia. And I do think you're going to get 3 first-round picks for Russ. Mason Dale, if you get a chance, can you look at Zion Johnson, a left guard from Boston College? Let me write him down, but yes, I will, sir. I will absolutely take a look at him. Zion Johnson, Boston. Got him. He's on my list. I will take a look. Mike P says, how ugly will it get? Do we have poison inside the team by the end of the year? It could get real ugly. We're not getting to the point where people are pointing fingers quite yet, but when you get to the end of an era, Mike P, it rarely ends smoothly, easily, gracefully. There tends to be finger pointing. There tends to be where it gets ugly. There tends to be name calling, the blame game, all that stuff. I would be surprised if we don't see it to some form. If this just quietly whimpers out, that would catch me off guard with this. So I would expect us to see a little bit more. Michael Alvarado said, I'd rather fire Pete Carroll and keep Russell Wilson any day, any time of the day. And where I would go, Michael, as I've said on this, is where I stand with it, where I personally would want to go. If I'm running this ship, if I'm sitting above John Schneider saying, here's what we're going to do, I would move on from Coach Carroll. I would bring in an offensive-minded head coach. I would build around Russell Wilson. So that would be my main first method of approach of attacking. So I am in agreement with you, Michael. MSR Rook, as much as I hate Harbaugh, it would be interesting, but I don't think Russ would approve of him. Too negative. If Russ stays and Pete leaves, I have a feeling he would love Mike Tomlin. I think he would like that. I think Russ would love to play for Mike Tomlin too. And I agree with you. I don't know if it would be a fit with Harbaugh and Russ. I do tend to think that even when Pete leaves, I don't know if Russ stays regardless of what coach they get. I think some of this might be with Russ, just him being like, I'm done. I want out. Where I've hit the end of my rope. I've done all I can. I'm fed up. I just want to go. I don't care what you guys do. There's a part of me that thinks Russ might be in that lane. But Tomlin would be phenomenal. I'd take Tomlin over Harbaugh. So if he's truly available and he's not going to get the extension, I've always thought the extension was going to come down by the Steelers just because he's been such a good coach for them. But if it doesn't, Northwest Fugitive, as a machinist, I'm curious as to what field of engineering you're in, if you don't mind. Back on topic, do you see Tyler Lockett leaving? It appears that he wants to retire here. Let me go backwards to the front on your questions. You just signed Tyler Lockett to a contract extension this last offseason, so that he's not moving anywhere anytime soon. His dead money hit would be too substantial to move him in a trade. So he does remain regardless. My engineering background was a software test developer. So basically just tested out software at Microsoft as a contractor for about 5-6 years. I'm more into other technical sides of the field at this point in time. Everything from online marketing to servers and everything in between. In fact, I have a couple machinist company. I don't know if Northwest Fusion, have you ever heard of like Core or Summit Mold? So I have a couple of those companies I actually consult for. So it's mainly not very specific engineering field at that being software, but I've always had a mind that likes to know how things work to a degree, especially when I find those things very interesting, like I do with football. Machinist, it's a good, fun job, tough job. And yep, Lockett will remain, man. You just signed that contract extension this offseason, so he's here for at least, in my opinion, 3 more years minimum. And yeah, he is underrated. He's really on pace to have his best year too, from a yardage standpoint. Obviously the extra game will help, but he's going to put up probably about 1,150 yards receiving this year. That'll be his 3rd year in a row with 1,000 yards. He should have 4 years in a row with 1,000 yards. He was about 35 yards short 4 years ago. So I really counted it was 4 straight years of 1,000 yards. He's like a metronome, man. Just consistent, constant, tick tock, tick tock. Excuse me. He's great. Spencer Williamson. I was at the game in Washington. Russell was on the sideline throwing passes to DK, and the trainer had to come in and stop him from catching the ball. The finger is surely a problem. Oh, goodness. Interesting. Yeah, I never guessed, Spencer, that he was back. And especially what we've seen, he's really diminished from where he is. We have a local in the chat, Megan Gock-Roger, who spoke about, she had this mallet finger and talked about how long it took her to recover from. To think he bounces back 4 weeks after that injury and not still at a really far diminished state was pretty crazy talk on their part, I think. Mason Dale, wasn't it reported that we had a 1st-round grade on Colby Parkinson? We don't seem to care about him. Yeah, we have these 1st-round grades on guys, and then we don't use them. But yeah, you're right. That were the reports, is that we had a 1st-round grade on that guy. Eesh. Probably shouldn't have had a 1st-round grade, frankly, is really where that ends up washing out. Patrick Matulis says, I can see Russ going to the Eagles. I just feel like the Giants do not have a good offensive line, and Russ is going to want good protection. You're right in that respect. 100% right. The Eagles offer a vastly superior offensive line to what Seattle does. There's no doubt about that. The Giants, to me, are driven by them, in my opinion, being the number 1 option because of the fact that they're the big market, and that Russell Wilson, almost as much as what he is valuing above all else, is that market by which he can grow his star brighter. And while he can grow his star bright in Philadelphia, there's no place to grow your star quite like New York, maybe outside of Los Angeles. And I think that might drive some of that. And we do have to think about it as well, Patrick, of that because of Russ's no trade clause, he does get to have some dictated say into where he does go. But Eagles are my number 2, and they're right there. They could easily do it. They have as much draft capital, if not more, to offer. Easily could be them too. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Another one, my guy. You're awesome. Says Harbaugh and Tomlin are my 1A and 1B. Me too, man. I'd love that. I'd go for either of those two. And I would be over the moon happy with it. I will settle for DQ and Peterson to a lesser extent. By the way, Brando, if you start chatting Mims, that would be incredible. Well, we'll do some off-season stuff. I will shoot for doing maybe a couple of Mariner streams as we're leading into it. See how the fan base takes to it a little bit. Sometimes we start talking baseball, we get some people start hissing like a cat in here a little bit. But I love to talk baseball. And look, the Mariners are going to be really good and really fun to talk about. So, when you got a team starting to go on the rise a little bit, there's only so much we can kind of turn over with them, with the Seahawks. And especially if we're looking at Charles long-term with the expanding of this channel, bringing a little more Mariner talk in with the Seahawks discussion could only help to kind of round out probably some of the content when we look at this sort of long-term and where we want the channel to go with things. So thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, we'll definitely do some Mariner chatting here at some point on it for sure. I'd love to, man. Mason Dale says the worst outcome this offseason is Carroll with a bunch of picks to waste from a Wilson trade. it would maybe hurt a little bit. Like I said, they do have a little bit of a better track record picking up in the top of the first round, Mason, but that says nothing of them missing through the back end of the draft potentially as well, right? So, Spencer Williamson said he also sailed passes way high. Spencer, was he sailing passes when he was down on the sideline too? Was he at least being accurate when he was just throwing on the sideline, or was he even a little bit off on the passes to DK? Because some of those, I agree. I think the finger, that shows the finger off as much as anything. When he's got an out route to a like Gerald Everett and he overthrows it by 10 yards and it's 7 yards away. You're going, wow, that's got to be the finger. I mean, that's not Russ. Boom 12, I can't sleep, so decided to start this channel for my Seahawks. This is TJ, by the way. What's up, Boom? What's up, TJ? Well, it's hard to sleep sometimes. You're going to bed early too, my guy. Okay, I know you're a couple hours ahead, but you're still going to bed early. Alexander says DK gets mad, showboats, whatever. Just think that wide receivers we had in the past, most of them just played, but they just played, never said much. Maybe Baldwin. Now we have DK. We don't see that in the past. Yeah, you may have pointed that we just never have seen a guy like this before. Maybe it's hard for people to kind of wrap their head around it as much because they haven't had a guy that's come in quite like this before in this way, who has this sort of styling of play to him, the manner to him that he does. I think eventually people are going to wrap their mind around him being a long-term guy here, and it's better to keep him. I think people are just looking for answers right now. They're looking to fix. They're looking to take it down to the studs and change the whole thing over and get this all right. And that includes all possible options, everything that entails. Mason Dale, do you think Carolina could be in play for a Wilson trade? I don't really think that. I do think they're going to be looking to be in the market. To me, they're more of a team that would jump for a Deshaun Watson type, in my opinion. What holds that back is I don't know that Carolina's really got much of an offensive line there to offer Wilson. I don't know if they've got a lot of playmakers really that's going to get him excited on the outside. They've got a great defense. But there are other places that I think would be more exciting for Wilson to go to, as well as is Carolina that place to raise his star power, to elevate his legacy. You could make the argument it's another kind of a smaller marketplace to go to for Wilson, having left somewhat of a small market we were in Seattle, comparatively speaking to like your New Yorks and LAs and whatnot. So I don't think Carolina would jump in on that. Boom 12 says Parkinson's like 6'7". How is he not a red zone threat? I don't know how you haven't even thrown like one ball to him down there, especially if you struggled to punch it in, right? But for a guy they had a first round whatever on, they sure haven't used him much. Roddy says, I hear what you guys say about New York or Philly, but Russell's shelf life is not too much longer. He has to use his legs too much because he's not a pocket passer. Well, I think that's the reality of the situation, but I don't know if that's the way the reality of the situation is going to be, Rodney, for the team that trades for him. And the team that trades for him is going to probably talk themselves into a little bit of getting the better Russ back. If we just get him an offensive line that's not bottom 5 in the league in pass protection, he'll get back to stock, right? If he just has a little bit of time to get over the finger injury, he'll get back to what he was before. If we just do this, if we just do that. And it just takes one team to talk themselves into it. And I do believe there will be a team that talks themselves into it. Go Ox 05, just hopping in. I'm going to be fun watching all day. Tote the rock. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. AD, baby. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. My guy, you're awesome. Charles says, Russ wanted to be Willis Reed, coming back from injury, but he's looked more like Willis from different strokes on the field. And for you younger folks, Willis Reed was a New York basketball player that had this famous moment where he got this hellacious injury and then came back out of the locker room and ended up leading that Knick team to the championship, their last championship, I believe. But it's a very famous moment in sports history of an injured guy coming back out and getting it done. I love that. That's awesome. Great comparison, Charles, and very apropos. Boom 12, how do you start a channel? Do you have a Twitter I can talk to you about? Yeah, just look up at TheSeahawksNester on Twitter, Boom 12 or TJ, and I'll help you out, man. I'll let you know the path and the way on starting to get rolling. So yeah, hit me up on Twitter. Just DM me directly, and we can. I'll break you down. I'll give you some direction. Michael Alvarado, I would love to focus on the defense, but definitely would love a new defensive coordinator. The fact our defense has been ranked so low in the NFL and the Seahawks front office has never done nothing. I think a new defensive scheme is going to help out considerably on that, Michael. I think the failure of your scheme right now actually has less to do with the assets you've placed on the defensive side of the ball and more to do with a tired, outdated, aging scheme that is not as effective as it once was. There is literally what's called Seahawk beater plays that exist out there that are called such specifically to attack this brand of defense, specifically the cover three stylings of this defense. Changing to a new defense simply alone, going to more of a complicated defense, going to more of a defense that disguises stuff pre-snap versus what you show post-snap would help this defense by leaps and bounds. But the reason that you've sucked has really been mainly that you've not evolved, you've not innovated. If you look at Michael, for instance, just the safety position alone, since 2017, you put 2 first-round picks, you've put a second-round pick, you've put 2 third-round picks, and you put a fourth-round pick all into the safety positions alone, and a 5th-round pick if you factor in Quandre Diggs. Just the safety position alone. So they put a lot of resources in. They're just not landing on the right ones. And part of the reason why you haven't landed on the right guys comes back again to the tired, old, outdated scheme. MSR Rook, if Pete stays and wants to play more Pete ball, then we should draft a running back like Jerome Ford. He looks like a Seahawks running back. Then Pete needs to get better run blocking O-line if we keep Geno. I think he needs a better offensive line in general at that point, Rook. And if he wants to run the ball, he needs guys that can move people off the ball no matter the opponent. I don't care if you're going up against one of the best defensive lines in the game. You want to run the ball, you're going to go counter to what offenses are telling you you should be doing in this NFL, this modern NFL, which is leading more to a passing attack. Then to get that done, you've got to put the assets into the offensive line, and they've got to work. Not just you put flyers on guys, but you truly put the resources into it to make it a strength of the football team. Something I've been asking them to do now for 2 years, but they have not shown yet a willingness to do it. Mason Dale says, I'd love to add Landon Dickerson in the Eagles deal. In my opinion, that was the best center prospect, high IQ player. Yeah, he's doing fantastic right now, Mason, playing actually the left guard position. It's very rare. Usually when you see these centers getting moved to left guard, like we did with Ethan Posick, they suck, right? They look like, wow, I can't wait to get him back to center. But with having Jason Kelsey there at the center position, that moved Landon Dickerson over to left guard for them, I believe, or right guard, 1 and 2, and he's still playing really good football for them. One of the top rookies in this league this year, and I loved him too, man. Him and Creed Humphrey were pretty interchangeable to me as far as I would be basically equally happy with either guy. I anticipated Dickerson to get picked higher, which he was, which is why I didn't get as infatuated with him. But he was the real deal. The only worry with him was a matter of just the ACL injuries and having multiples with the lower legs. But I don't think the Eagles will be willing to include him in the deal. Part of the draw of grabbing Russell is to say, we're going to give him a top offensive line, doing what you did not do in Seattle. And if you start to hurt the resources of that offensive line, it makes it a little harder maybe for them to want to pull the trigger on that particular deal. But if they're willing to do it, Mason, if they're on board with including him, I'm okay. Clocks05 says over under 40 yards for Peterson this weekend. What do you think? I'll go under. I don't trust our running game right now, Go Hawks. It's putrid. Everybody's averaging under 4 yards a carry, basically. Charles, another $5 donation. My God, you're up to like $60 on this stream. Thank you, brother. He says, I know this is off Seahawks content, but what do you think of Robbie Ray's control? Does he walk too many cats? To me, he seems like a Marco G on PEDs. Well, he's definitely not your Max Scherzer type of Cy Young guy that you were getting a couple years ago when you brought that guy in, where you're really getting one of those uber talented Cy Young winners. He's a guy that does a little bit more with his control and placement of where he's putting the ball. It's going to get him at times nibbling. He'll nibble the corners, nibble around. He's always going to try to be on the black of the plate. And so with that, you're probably going to get a guy with a little bit more walks. And you have to always consider this too, with the way the modern baseball game has gone. It's basically home runs or walks. Consistent contact has been basically kind of thrown out of the game, is not mattering as much as it once kind of did. So the walking thing is not as much a worry to me, because he's going to be a bit of a nibbler, because he doesn't have necessarily the overpowering stuff. It's good stuff, but not the like crazy overpowering stuff. But he's going to be a great fit, Charles, in that stadium. That's where it's really going to help him. I think out in Toronto, that's more of a hitter's park at the end of the day, especially in the summer. It seems like that ball just carries when it gets hot there. I think down there in that marine layer, you're going to see him perform very, very well. A ball control guy like that. I like the power pitchers too, but ball control guys. Look, we saw Jamie Moyer go in that stadium and dominate, and he's way more power and ability than Moyer had. So no, I'm not as worried about the walk. Walks don't get me because it's just the nature of the modern NFL. And I do think he's probably is what you said, where he's probably a little bit better version of Marco Gonzalez, but a better version. And you need some more. You need some more stalwarts in that rotation. You need less of the question marks in that rotation. And he at least covers that. He'll eat up innings too. But thank you for the donation. Again, Charles, you're awesome. You're super awesome, my brother. Boom 12, running back I wanted was Taylor, but no, Colts took him. Plus, he even said he would love Seattle. He did love Seattle. He wanted to come to Seattle. There was room here for him in Seattle. Seattle knew Chris Carson's contract was coming up. I hate drafting a running back in the first round. Recent history has shown you shouldn't do it. But if there was one guy probably in the last 5 years, I'd say you probably could do it for this guy, it would have been Taylor. Seattle has an infatuation and love affair with running over A-gap runs, running right over the top of basically the center inside constantly. They hate running outside. That was Taylor's bread and butter in college. It's been part of his bread and butter here in the pros. So yeah, I loved him too, man. Go Hawks Survive. I just want to win our pick out of the top 10 for the Jets. I just want our pick out of the top 10 for the Jets. Well, I don't know if that's happening, man. It's looking long odds on that one. Mason Dale, we brought back Marshawn, now Adrian Peterson. I'm calling it. Next year, we bring in O.J. Simpson for a playoff run. Hey, he's hungry, man. Mason, he's hungry right now, Micah Parsons with 10 sacks. Somebody said he might even be a defensive player of the year talk with the level of play he's had. I love Micah coming out of Penn State too. I really was high on him. I thought he was the best edge rusher in this draft. So not surprising to me he got 10 sacks. I had him as a player comp for Julian Peterson, and he's having kind of a prime Julian Peterson-like year for them. Boom 12 says, I only like AP because I'm a Sooners fan. He looked good in Sooners. He was one of the most dominant tailbacks I've ever seen in my life in college. Mason, our pick going to the Jets hurts more than anything. Yeah, it hurts. It does hurt. I don't know if it hurts more than anything. Losing having this whole roster turnover and being a rebuild state might hurt just a tiny bit more. MSR Rook, I was talking to someone else about our quarterback who will be next year. He thinks we will get Marcus Mariota. I don't like it, but whatever at this point. Who cares? Mariota makes some sense. Pacific Northwest roots, obviously went to college in Oregon. A guy's going to get a chance sooner than later. For me, Rook, where I land on this is I'm really less obsessed with who the stopgap guy is next year because it's a stopgap season. To me, it's about going and getting your quarterback of the future in 2023 when the quarterback draft class should be much better and much improved over what it is right now. But if we're talking about as good a stopgap as you can get out there, as something that is as attractive as a stopgap as exists out there, Marcus is fine. Marcus is fine in that respect. So I'd be okay with that. Not going to cost you a lot in trade, not going to cost you a lot in cap space. That's a good stopgap. As Mason Dale says, I'd be down for Mariota. Boom 12, why would we bring in OJ? I thought he had a contract with prison. I forgot about that. Go Hogs 05 says, I want a tank for Bryce Young. It doesn't have exactly the tank for Tua or the suck for Luck. We got to think of the, what was that? Balls for Bryce, butt for Bryce. We got to get a phonetic, comic book name for it. Go Hawks 05. I'm good with that. Mike Melda says, what's Russ's trade value worth? His bad play, I think, is lowering his value. Mike, this is a common refrain that I get on this channel and one that I'm pushing back on in every way, shape, and form. Okay. Teams around the league are not going to look at Russ coming back too early off of a very major injury, the most major injury of his career, and look at this last part of this season, and they're going to say that's our determinant of his value. They're going to look at rather the past recent couple of years. They're going to look at the fact that Seattle has never put a good pass blocking offensive line around him, and they're going to say, hey, we can do that. So he's going to get 3 first-round picks this offseason, Mike. If somebody in this chat wants to bet me on this, I want to put you for the folks that don't believe he's going to get this. We can start. I'm going to start because I'm getting enough of this. I'm almost like, man, maybe there's some money to be made on this. Maybe there is some money to be made on this because you folks that might, and Mike, I'm not going at you here at all. I hear this and I don't understand it. There has never been a Hall of Fame quarterback traded in the middle of his prime. I know Russ is getting older. I know he's looking worse. I know he's not as good as he was in his late 20s. He's still right at the end of his prime. If Matt Stafford last year with no playoff wins, a guy who was not on his way to go to a Hall of Fame, can garner 2 first-round picks last year, why can't Russ garner 3 this year? No one is going to look at this play in the last half of these 8 games and say that's the determinant of who he is going forward. It's not. It's just not. And again, I'd lay money on this. That's how certain, Mike, that I am on this. He is going to get 3 first-round picks. He will garner that. He's not going to garner maybe much more past that, but he will garner that. I truly do believe that. I don't think that this is lowering his value, his play right now. I think teams are going to look at the dysfunction in this organization. They're going to look at the defensive-minded head coach and Coach Carroll, who never fully wrapped his arms around Russell Wilson in the same way that Bill Belichick wrapped his arms around Tom Brady. And they're going to say, we're going to wrap our arms around Russell Wilson. We're going to do what Coach Carroll in that front office didn't actually do. And it only takes one team, Mike, to get into that method of thinking. A member as well, too. It's not just about what he does on the football field. This kind of trade goes beyond that. Okay. So look beyond just what he's showing you on the football field. It's also a PR move for the team trading for him. It's Howie Roseman in the Eagles trying to save his job. It's John Mara, the owner of the New York Giants, trying to get his fan base excited for something. There's more things that drive these kind of trades than just the play on the football field. Bob for Bryce says go Hawks 05. Mason, this is way down the line, but what if we lined up a rebuild with when Archie Manning comes out? Well, remember, Mason, Eli Manning once told the San Diego Chargers, don't draft me. And when they did, they forced a trade to get himself over to the East Coast. So Peyton never got out further than Denver. I don't know if they want to have him out on the West. I don't know. And Boom 12 says Caleb Williams for 2023 or 2024 Sooner Nation. I'm a Caleb Williams guy right now, Boom 12. He's my early front runner. He's my early guy that I kind of am liking. There's a lot of time here to change my mind. So, but he's the guy I kind of like. Jordan 5 just said that the Seahawks have no first round pick. It is sad, man. It is sad. I agree with you. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. My God, man, you're so nice. Thank you so much, my good kind sirs. Charles says, whenever I think of Dr. Sanders, I visualize Chevy Chase's role in Dirty Work. Both are unconventional in treatments, but nothing beats a cash-only MD. That's very true. I pay him in cash. He returns it in liquor for me. So, Dr. Sanders has what you need, He is the son of Dr. Feelgood from Motley Crue phase. And those type of doctors have a very specific skill set, don't they? They're here for a very specific thing. Jordan 445 says Deebo Samuel will run all over the Seahawks. Jordan 445, how's Deebo going to run all over the Seahawks when he's injured? You have to explain that one to me. Well, 445 says, oh, okay, well, but I didn't know that. But, well, the running backs will do it then. All right, 445. Mason Dale, it's been so surprising how solid the offense has been in the Carroll era with how little we've used on it. I don't know if I go very much to the offensive line's been very solid through the Carroll era. I don't. I think it's been pretty bad through the Carroll era, quite frankly. I think you've relied on Russell Wilson's mobility to overcome it at times. I think you've relied on guys like Marshawn Lynch and Chris Carson to find yards where there are no yards created by open holes. So I can't quite agree with you on that one. MSR Rook says, we own those 40-winers. You better believe we do, Rook. You better believe we do. They know what time it is. They know they're going to lose this week. They know what's happening. I know what's happening. You know what's happening. It's just a matter of time. All right, we're 5 hours in. I'm going to wrap this up on that note. Please do me a favor and hit that like button for me if you could. It does help this channel grow tremendously. I know it seems silly and weird, but it does help me out. So if you could do that for me, I would really appreciate it. We will be again back on Sunday at 1 o'clock. I will be doing the live stream of the game. So come back in if you guys want to watch the game. About 12, 14 seconds usually behind in the delay if you want to sync up your DVR. I'm going to continue to do that in the future with you guys. You've asked for it, so I'm going to deliver as you do as we just continue to expand this channel bit by bit by bit by bit. Last couple of questions and comments. What year do you say this is Russ's offense? 2017 or 2018? I don't know if there's a year I'd say this has been Russ's offense yet. You've always still remained so committed to running the football. I don't know if at any point in time you can really see that makes it Russ's offense at any given point. He played his best football in, I think, 2016, 17, 18. Those are 3 years he's probably played his best of his best football, with splashes of times like last year, the first half of the schedule, at times in 2019. But those were really his prime era, in my opinion. Jason just got back from basketball practice. First game tomorrow. We've just played for me. I'm 6'1", 180. Nice, man. You dunking yet? Charles Riley says, thanks, Brandon. Charles, thank you, my guy. You are always very kind and you support this channel. You're helping me come along with it in that respect of things. I hope you know I appreciate it big time, my kind sir. You're very nice. Jason says, and now the stream is done, laughing out loud. I'm sorry, Jace. I'm just wrapping it up, man. I'm 5 hours in, so I got to go get some food, and I'm going to be back, Jace. If you want, I'm going to be doing as I mentioned on the stream now, Jason, I'm going to be live streaming the football games on Sundays. So if you do I'm going to be doing a couple more hours now on Sundays, even before the 5-6 hours we do. We're going to be basically doing about 8 hours of streaming on Sunday now. So jump back on in, man. I'm expanding out on the other side of it. So we're wrapping it up today, but we'll be expanding on the other end of it. Northwest Fugitive, do we bring back Carson next year? No. He's degenerative neck condition. Bye-bye. Sorry, Chris. You got to go. Love him when he's healthy, but that's half the time. Penny's a bust. Can they trade him? Is it that Pete can't scheme a good running game, or is it just bad personnel? Penny, you don't trade Penny because Penny's going to be a free agent after the year. So there's no ability to trade him. He is absolutely a bust, but he has no trade value. He's a street free agent. Carson, you can't bring back with his health situation. He just doesn't get on the field. You need some availability, and it's just not there, especially now you're paying him money. Does Pete scheme up a good run game? No. Northwest Fugitive, I've said Pete Carroll has an obsession with running over the A gap. The A gap is basically the left and right side of the center. B gap would be the guard left and right. And so A and B gap runs are basically all we run. If you watch the Seahawks in the running game, 95% of the runs are run right up the middle. That's highly predictive. That's highly easy to prepare for. One of the reasons that our running game sucks. The other reason that it sucks is, to your point on this, bad personnel. You've not done enough to build up a quality enough offensive line because you've not invested enough in that offensive line. Dwayne Brown's really your only significant investment here. Yeah, you gave a second-round pick for Ethan Posick, but he's been busty since day one, and you never did anything to correct that. Damian Lewis had a great first season at right guard, but then you took him and moved him to left guard, where you took his strengths and sort of removed him down a lit, and you took his weaknesses and raised them up a bit. So it's a lack of understanding the need to build a good offensive line first and foremost, Northwest Fugitive, and then that's quickly followed up by a lack of having any sort of schematic innovations. You don't run hardly any motion or pre-snap stuff. You don't lean on the fly sweep stuff. Motion-based offenses have become the new du jour over the last 10 years in football. We've basically completely ignored it, being one of the most stagnant teams pre-snap offensively in the entire NFL. So it all kind of comes from that. It's not one simple problem. It's many different problems, but this is just one of the reasons why we're calling for change. It's not one thing you have to fix. It's many things you have to fix. And then we're just talking about the run game here, right? We're just talking about the run game. Or take Penny, for instance. Yeah, Penny's been injury prone, right? But when he has been healthy, you don't use him right. You slam him up the middle like you have him do all the Chris Carson runs you have Rashad Penny do. While you drafted Rashad Penny to be the outside zone running threat that Todd Gurley was against the Rams. You drafted Penny because you were getting decimated by what Gurley was doing against your defense. And it just doesn't make any sense why you draft that and then don't utilize it. Boom 12, I'll hit you up on Twitter. Sounds good. GoHawks05 says, you think all day is getting a TD? I'll say he gets a TD, but it'll be like on a 1-yard run. Jace, I'm really close to dunking. I'm hinging on the rim, just not getting the ball over. If you practice jumping, you can get there, Jace. It's not just about needing that natural leap. If you work on it, you can get it. So if you're close, get there, man. Richard Paget says, Niner fans here. What's up, Richard? Good to see you on in. So I think this is going to be a close one. Not ready to say Seattle is done yet. Boy, many of us are kind of on that point of it, Richard. I do think this is going to be a close one. I do think we're kind of a tough matchup for you, kind of like you guys are a tough matchup for the Rams. It's just a stylistic thing as much as anything else. But I do think you guys edge us out by 3 points in this game. I got it as a 2017 game. I think you guys do just enough. You're playing really good football right now. You're playing your best football of the year right now at this year. I think that's enough for you guys to get it done, while as we're not necessarily playing our best football of the year so far. Jordan 45 says, I hope Seahawks rebuild a good run game and defense. will be a place that two places they need to concentrate on, Jordan. I have a feeling we're going to need to be fixing a whole lot of things this offseason. Whole bunch of things. Northwest Fugitive, does Carson ever play again in the NFL? Hard for me to see him doing it unless he's willing to play for a league minimum deal. No one's going to want to give substantial money to a guy with a degenerative chronic neck injury that's not going away. So I would have a feeling that this is probably his last year in the NFL after this point. That would be my guess on it. Boom 12 says all day is going for 37 yards and a touchdown. Calling it now. Ooh, I like it. Boom. I like it. Cat Lady, OJ would be a better fit with the Broncos. That's an awesome joke, Cat Lady. I love it. That is awesome. Yes. Yes. The only problem, Cat Lady, is that they'd have to turn their jerseys all white. Northwest Fugitive is so frustrating when you explain it. Oh, it's driven me crazy for years, Northwest. That's why I these details are like burned into my brain right now. It's just watching it over and over again. You can watch it this week. Watch this week in the running game, Northwest Fugitive. That's the crappy part about this is it continues to play out. This ain't a problem of the past. This is a problem right now, and you will see this week. Just do a general as you're watching them do the run plays. Just mark in your own mind. Oh, up the middle, up the middle, up the middle, up the middle, up the middle. Up the middle. It'll stand out to you when you're really looking at it. And then you go, after a while, you go, wait a second here. Seems like that would be easy to figure out after a while if I'm a defense, that they only run up the middle. So maybe we just have our defensive tackles, for instance, almost go sideways at the snap and just squeeze everything down really tight in the middle if it's going to be a run play. It's not that hard to stop if that's all you do. And part of the reasons that the Rams and the Niners are so great in the running game doesn't just have to do with them investing in the offensive lines. It has to do with that they attack all the way around in the run game. You get fly sweeps, you get outside zone runs, you get pitch plays, you get them challenging you laterally rather than just vertically. And when our run game comes into play right now, Northwest Fugitive, we're only challenging vertically in the run game, not laterally. So you're sort of throwing out half of your rushing offense or your running offense by doing that. Richard Paget says, I could see Pete using Metcalf like Debo this week just to troll Kyle. Hey, we'd love to see it, Richard. We're not using him enough at this point. It's bothering us, so we certainly would be okay with that. Bodine Lynchfield, good to see you, Bodine. Says, hey, Hawks Nest, great to see you, my friend. Just came to support your channel, but not happy with how Pete Carroll is ruining our team. The Jets are really getting a top 5 pick from us. Wow, bro. They might. I mean, you're going to carve 3 more wins out, Bodine, from Texans, Lions, and the Bears. You're going to get 3 wins there. That puts you at 6 wins. That probably vaults you up out of the top 5 state of things. But you just might. And it sucks to having done so. But look, Bodine, I think it's pretty unanimous at this point. It's probably sitting somewhere in Seahawks fandom of about 95% of the fans wanting to move on from Coach Carroll, if not higher at this point. I think we're all reaching that state of things of where this is standing. So it's finally hit the point. And hopefully the point of no return. Maybe he does return. I hope not. That would be sad, but it's possible. Boom 12 says, I want a 2012 AP, but that's a dream. Those days are long gone. Aaron Helsup, AP only needs like 300 yards to pass Barry Sanders in all-time yards. You think he gets it with us this season? I don't, Aaron, because I don't think we run the ball well enough. And I think he's probably pretty diminished as a running back to get to that state of things. But you look at the running backs right now, they're averaging below 4 yards a carry. You're not moving the chains. You're not sustaining drives. You have to do those things if you're going to have enough opportunities and attempts to give a guy those rushing attempts and yards. He might come somewhat close, but I just don't have a lot of faith in our running game right now. Richard Pageant says, Rams, Seahawks, 49ers is like rock, paper, scissors. I was saying that earlier too, Roger. It is exactly rock, paper, scissors. We have your guys' number a little bit. You guys have the Rams number a little bit. The Rams have our number a little bit. It's, as I've also called it, the circle of life. You know what I mean? It's odd. It's strange. But it also just makes sense schematically wise. The Rams defense is built more to attack in the passing game. They give up a little bit in the running game in order to be more dominant against the pass. So a Rams team stylistically matching up against them is going to be able to eat a little bit more. Whereas a Rams team that then stylistically matches up against the Seahawks team that is actually defensively trying to stop the run first and foremost will do a little bit better. So it all kind of makes sense too in the wash when you put it out like that. Northern Fugitive says, it is so uncreative. Not even the running game, but the whole offense, at least to the naked eye. What is Pete trying to do? What is his philosophy? It can't be that simple. No, it is very much that simple. Simplicity is a lot of what drives Coach Carroll. Look at him defensively, Northwest Fugitive. We're not the most intricate defense. We're not the most, we don't have a lot of wide variance on what we do. What we're going to show you pre-snap is what we're going to show you post-snap at about the highest rate in the season, somewhere about 93%. What we show you pre-snap is what we show you post-snap. And we don't blitz very often. And we don't have a lot of wrinkles. And we don't do a lot of weird things on you. What you see is what you get defensively. So if that's the case defensively, Northwest Fugitive, and this is a defensive-minded head coach you got, why would things be any different offensively? And really what it comes down to offensively is minimizing risk and hitting your deep shots when they show up. Because Carroll, about 20 years ago, took 30 years of data going from 1970, 1980 to 1990. He took all these games into his data pile from high school, college, D1, D1A, D1AA, pros, and he put all of it together. And what spit out was essentially the teams that win the turnover battle and the teams that win the big play battle tend to win football games. And Carroll basically then formed his philosophy around those two items on all that data that he gathered. The problem is that data was being collected from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And there's been a whole 20 years of football that has now been played since then that's kind of maybe changed up some of what drives winning and losing in all of those levels of football. But yeah, I think it is that simple. I think his philosophy is super simple. He doesn't like complexity. He wants to keep things easy for players, like they're not able to chew gum and walk at the same time type stuff. But it absolutely is a simplistic process that he employs on both sides of the football. Boom 12 says, nah, you need like 50 a game to get to 300. Yeah, I don't see it. Northwest Fugitive, Pete doesn't seem like a dummy. I don't think it's as like a dummy. I think it's like you had something that 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 20 years ago in college became innovative and was amazing. 10 years ago was innovative in the NFL. And he's going, wow, I had it work in college. I had it work in the pros, and now it suddenly stops working. No, it's got to work again. I got to make it work again. It worked so much before. It should work again. It's that I had it working before. Now it should work in the future without recognizing the fact of why it's not working now and why it worked in the past, being that people have solved your style, solved what you're trying to do, and they counter it at every turn. And I think it's a little bit more of that. So it's not him being a dummy. It's him. And really what drove the philosophy to begin with was smart. Taking that 30 years of data, that's in doing those steps as he did is what helped drive him to get USC to national championships and what helped drive the Seahawks team to put together one of the greatest all-time defenses. It's understandable why he's a little bit stuck in this approach to me, frankly, Northwest Fugitive, because of that past success. But it's just that it's run its course. You know, the success is now diminished as far as the returns. Bodine, I don't want Russell Wilson to leave us, but I can't blame him when he understands his career is being wasted by a buffoon of a head coach. Pete Carroll doesn't try to trick anybody. You get what you see pre-snap. That's it, man. He doesn't try to trick anybody. He has no room in his bag for tricking people. He just wants to show you what we are, and we're just going to be better than you. And I think when you do that as a philosophy, you're throwing out a lot of potential a lot of potential items you could have on your plate that could be helping you win. A lot of advantages you're throwing away for the sake of simplicity. Richard says, did Pete drop his jitterbug cell phone when he was trying to throw the challenge flag a couple weeks ago? Yeah, it supposedly was a hand warmer, Richard. I've heard it's a hand warmer, but we don't know. I will say it's a little bit telling in it. You go to a coach where he can't find the challenge flag, and then this last week he's tripping over first down markers. You're going, I'm just saying, Pete, maybe it's just time to call it a day, my guy. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just gotta call it a day. Northwest Fugitive, he's so stubborn. He is Northwest Fugitive. The best representation I can make of this to really put this into clear crystal view. I've said it a few times. I don't know if you probably heard on the show before, and I'm going to finish with this. You have a guy in Bill Belichick, right? Bill Belichick, when Tom Brady first came along, was almost exactly like Coach Carroll. Just the 3-4 version of Coach Carroll. I mean, even Coach Carroll for years has said, we run a 4-3 with 3-4 principles. So they're very close to each other. They want to play defense. They want to limit their offense to being too showy. They want to trust a running game. They don't want to turn the ball over, and they want to play outstanding special teams. They both are built the same way. Okay? And both likewise, similarly, Carroll fails in his first coaching attempt in the NFL. Belichick fails in his first coaching attempt with the Browns. Okay. They have very much similarities, but Belichick, after he had Brady, got about 7 years into Brady's career as that defensive-minded coach who's building around the running game and having Brady be the game manager. And he realized, I've got a Hall of Fame quarterback in my midst. I probably should take advantage of this. I've lucked into a Hall of Fame quarterback in the 6th round. Maybe I should build around that. And so he changed his philosophy. He stopped going so defensive centric. He started to find Brady more playmakers on the outside. He started to build up more of an offensive line. He went to Chip Kelly in Oregon and started to bring the spread concepts into the NFL for the first time. One of the first forerunners of the spread concepts in the NFL is Bill Belichick, a defensive-minded head coach. He innovated. He expanded. He evolved. Carroll has not implemented that same evolution. Instead, he has stayed stagnant. He has been that Neanderthal, whereas those other Lucy whatevers began to develop and got into humanoids and everything. He just stayed as the Neanderthal. That's been the problem. Not willing to innovate, feeling that ideas that worked 20 years ago and 10 years ago will still work today. That's where, and to your point on that, he's become stubborn. Brian Koski says it's crazy how many injuries can happen to a couple of certain teams back-to-back seasons. San Francisco has had an ambulance standing by for years. Injuries effing suck. They do suck. They're the worst thing in football because they're outside of your control. They're so random. And when they hit, it's just when it's your time, it's your season to get devastated by them. It's your time and there's nothing you can do about it. That's for sure. Richard says, thanks, man. First time watching. Well, thank you for coming on in and giving the channel a shot, Pat. Richard, I hope you do subscribe to the channel. We've got a large, I think the Niner fans, we have more Niner fans come in than any other NFC West team into the chat. And I'm one of those, team-centric channels that actually likes having others come in from other fans, from other channels and stuff. That's how I'll grow. I think it expands the discussion, especially when we're all being respectful to each other. So please do come back in again. I love having other fans in here. Again, I love talking shop, and then I got a lot of appreciation for what the other teams in our division are doing, by the way, too. I can appreciate watching teams doing it right, like the 49ers and the Rams and the Cardinals are doing, in my opinion. It's worth emulating. We're talking about, because that's what we're trying to get back into, is being one of those trend-setting type teams. Bodie Lynchfield says, Bill Belichick is a real coach. If Bill had Russell Wilson, I think they might win 13 Super Bowl championships together. Bill admitted that Russell Wilson is the best player in the NFL, obviously being misused. I agree. Bill would have built around him. Bill would have gotten the most out of Russell Wilson over this last 5 or 6 years. You would not be asking in retrospect, man, if only Bill had really backed Russell and really put it behind him. Why'd he get so stagnant? No, he wouldn't have. And Bill's willing to be a mover and a shaker in that. Bill's not stuck in his philosophy. Bill go 3-4 to 4-3, back to 3-4. He goes week in and week out against the opponent, and they adjust their game plan per the opponent. This is almost the opposite of what Carroll does. We're just going to run what we run. We don't care who you are. Belichick goes, oh, no, wait, there's weaknesses there. There's weaknesses there. We're going to go at those weaknesses. God, what an amazing concept, right? What an amazing concept. One of the reasons that Bill Belichick is one of the smartest, if not the smartest coaches in the NFL. I don't care about how evil he is. Richard says, really thought I'd enjoy watching the Seahawks fall off, but I was wrong. I missed that rivalry. I've always missed the rivalry. When you guys are bad, I don't like it either. I like playing you guys better when you guys are good and we're good. It's just funner matchups, and you are still our name nemesis. I know the Rams have given us harder fits recently, but that 2012-2013 rivalry was just so bloodthirsty that I still long for those times as well. And it's probably hard for you, Richard, because we're not only just falling off, we're falling off a cliff, and it's almost just sad at this point. It's just, you reach a stage of it where it just gets too sad, where it's like, they're not just bad now, it's just completely falling apart, and the whole era is coming to end, and everybody's going to be gone. And it's just kind of like, that's rough. But, we'll turn it around. We'll get back somehow or another. Northwest Fugitive says, great show, dog. Looking forward to the next episode. Sounds good, Northwest Fugitive. Well, I'll be back on Thursday to rock it out. We'll be going 8 hours long, I'm sure. So, you know how I do. And Northwest Fugitive goes to NFC West. Hey, let's get 4 teams in the playoffs this year. Let's see how it'll go on a run. Let's get 4 teams out of the NFC West. Let's establish our dominance for what it truly is in this NFL, as we are the best division in the NFL. Shut up, AFC North. I don't want to hear it. Shut up, AFC West. I don't want to hear it. We are the best. We are the best. Sadly, we all beat the hell out of each other, so none of us will win any Super Bowls when we're this good. But hey, still the best division in football, bar none. So Last couple of comments in here. 2016 to 2049er best rivalry game in the NFL, hands down. You better believe it. Best one in the last 10 years. I'd say that. UE2K says, Padgett, forget everything Brendon said. I'm swatting the 49ers love out of here. That's what happens when you try me with a sorry receiver. Consumer 114, tell me your plan again, Brando. I need to hear something resembling common sense for a way forward. I would run with Russell Wilson as my quarterback. I would bring in an offensive-minded head coach. Let's say it's Kellen Moore. I would then go get a defensive coordinator that Kellen Moore would not be hiring. I would bring in a specialist to do that. I'd say, Kellen, you're a head coach and concentrate on offense. Defense is off of your plate. I would then build an offensive line around Russell Wilson, with that being my big priority this offseason first and foremost. Build an offensive line that can pass protect with their first and foremost skill set. That's also where I lean. I ideally would love to bring in Brian Flores. That's my dream candidate that I hire from the Dolphins if he is indeed fired. You have him come in. He then changes this around to a 3-4 attacking defense. We start coming downhill at teams. We start avalanching teams instead of doing this soft bend but don't break. Please don't hit me too hard type defense. Those days are gone. Now we're coming downhill at you. But because I'm also consumer investing so many resources now into the offensive side of the ball, specifically the offensive line, I am going lighter on defense. I'm going to let go of Bobby Wagner. Jamal Adams is still going to remain here, but they're not going to get as much. I'm not going to spend as much or put as much draft capital on the defensive side of the ball. I'm looking for more boom and bust from the defense. I'm acknowledging the fact that modern offenses are going to be able to move the ball up the field, whether I have a good defense or not. They're going to find their way to score their points. So why not create the super offense and to create the attacking, opportunistic defense that, though they'll give up some big plays over the course of the game because of their talent deficiencies, they're also going to have some big game-changing plays within that. Strip sack fumbles, forced interceptions because you sped up the quarterback speed because you've got blitzes coming at him and free rushers sometimes. Good things will happen. And enough of those good things will happen in addition to building the super offense, you'll be back to a winning state. That's my plan, consumer. That's my plan. With first and foremost. David Molina says, believe. Go Hawks, David. You don't have to tell me. I'm with it. I'm believing, brother. I'm believing. This blood that bleeds out of his veins are neon green. Believe that. Richard Padgett says, UE2K, ha, ha, ha. I hated Sherman so much for that. I can't hate you for that. I know, man. I was living in San Jose around that time, and Sherman was absolutely reviled by the 49er fan base at that point. Bodie Lynchfield, I know you're not a future seer or part of the Seahawks organization, but honestly, are we heading for a full-blown rebuild? So we might suck again for a couple more years. Yes, I do think you're heading for a full rebuild. I do. And I think you're going to suck for a couple of years. I think you can get back to 2023, Bodine, to being a contender. But I do think you're going to have to take your lumps in 2022 to make that happen. But at least one more year beyond this. And I have to think that it's going to be a full rebuild. You have nothing offensive line-wise, right? Already before we even come in this offseason, you got to take care of left tackle, center, right tackle. Maybe the three most important positions on the offensive line you're going to have to go out and address. That's just the offensive line. You have nothing at running back. You got two receivers. You got to figure out your tight end, as both of those guys are free agents. And that's just the offensive side of the ball, right? And there's already a lot of work to be done on the defensive side of the ball in addition to that. So probably going to take a little extra time to make it happen. Boom 12, Sherman on the 49ers speech. I'm the best corner in the game. When you try him with a short wide receiver like Lockett, that's what Russ gets. Ninja Dragon, I think Wilson had a good game this week. I think Wilson has a good game this week. It's hard to evaluate Wilson behind this trash O-line and horrid running game. It makes it harder, Ninja Dragon. I agree with you. And it's part of the reason why I think the teams aren't going to hammer Russell as much this offseason when looking at trading for his services, because they will take those two items you mentioned into account when trying to assess him. But it makes it impossible. And part of the reason that I lean Ninja again to keeping Russ long-term and building around him with a great offensive line has to do with the fact that we've never done it before. And I have a wonderment of if some team does do that for Russell, if he maybe doesn't then tap back into a level of potential and production that we haven't yet even seen here in his 11 years. Consumer 114 says, put this man on the payroll, Hawks. Good stuff, mate. Thank you, Consumer. I did about a 3,000 word article on this, my dream off season to create. So I did think through this a little bit on on my method and my approach, but that's where I would go. Richard Padgett says, are you buying Jimmy G's improved play the last few weeks? Not really. I think Jimmy G kind of is what he is, and he's not a bad quarterback. He's just limited. And I think that I still think the Trey Lance move was a smart one, Richard, for you guys. It was a move for a little bit of the future. Your success this year is great, but I think the pick of Lance was to get good in 2 to 3 years with the quarterback that they would have on a cheap rookie deal and go. So I think that they made a little bit of their peace with that this upcoming year, and it's been maybe even a little bit of a surprise they've been able to play as well as they've been. I know a lot of people were high on the Niners coming in this year. I wasn't because of some of the things that were at play here, but Jimmy's playing good. Jimmy's still very limited. You can't throw outside the numbers. He's not going to throw much of a deep ball, but he's got a quick release. He's very accurate inside of 15 yards. He tends to make smart decisions with the football. He's not going to throw stupid, silly picks. Not very mobile, and that's tough in this day and age. And he does have an offensive line, Richard, that's more of run blockers than pass protectors. So if they've got to be in a stage where they need to start passing the ball too much, he's going to be in trouble. But with that said, you guys seem to be able to run on anybody. It doesn't matter who they are. You guys are going to run the ball. So that helps him. And as long as he's got to run a feasible or a working run game, Jimmy can operate within that. He's shown that in the past. And man, the guy does win. Can't argue that. Brendon says, all right, I'm going to head out and get some food. Also, Brendon, 25 minutes later. I know. I stay in here. Northwest Fugitive. God damn it. I can't leave the channel yet. I need consolation. Do you think we can win out, or do you think for sure we lose to the Rams? I'm still not convinced Russ can't do it. No, there's let me give you some bright hope here. Okay. Northwest, again, you're going to beat the 3 bad teams, right? Bears, Lions, and the Texans. You're winning those games. Nobody can tell me we're going to lose those. Okay. We're a bad matchup here for the 49ers, I believe. I still think the Niners are going to win, but I think it's a close game, and I think we're going to give them a fight, and it's at home. You look at the Cardinals game. Let me get that before we get to the Rams game, right? Northwest. Cardinals game's in the 17th game of the season. They very well, by that 17th game, could have their playoff slot set where it doesn't do any good for them to win or lose that 17th game, i.e. they end up resting guys like Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins and more, Chandler Jones, which then makes that more of a winnable game, doesn't it? So we get to that Ram game. And when you look at the Rams right now, the one thing that stands out to me with the Rams as we sit here is that Matt Stafford is supposedly fighting through a myriad of injuries. This is a 4-loss team at this point. I know they made some big signings, but Stafford, I know he's dealing with a bit of a finger injury that he suffered in the Seahawks game. I know he's dealing with an ankle injury that he suffered in the Titans game, and he's dealing with a chronic back injury that was reported this last week. And I think it is truly affecting his play on the football field. I really do. So you got a chance in that game. It's going to be hard, but you absolutely can go on this run. It's not some devastating uphill climb that's impossible. You can do it. You can absolutely do it. So I hope I give you a little bit of hope we get a little bit of hope. Richard Badger says Jimmy's like a bizarro Russ. A little bit. He's kind of on that opposite scale of it a little bit. Yeah, he's sort of the opposite. It's like one's a yin, one's a yang. Everything Russ does great, Jimmy does bad, and everything Jimmy does great, Russ does bad. So I guess from that standpoint, UG says, I think Jimmy has played the best he's capable of. Having all of his weapons has been the real difference. Yep. Agreed. UG says Seahawks will finish with 7 wins. Book it. I put him. I go 6 or 7 at this point. Yeah. Boom 12. The Cardinals basically rested their starters and we still lost. Yeah. I mean, it's no guarantee you beat them in that 17th game if they do rest their starters, to your point. That's true. I forgot about that, but it's true. That is true. All right, man. We made 5.5 hours today. I am going to sign off then at that point. Please do me a favor and hit that like button if you could for me. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please come on, subscribe. We're on the road to 10,000 here and we're making progress. We're making way. So please do that if you could for me. I appreciate all the folks that did donate here onto the chat. You guys are awesome as always in supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. As well as, look, you got any lower Manscaped needs, anything like that, nose hair trimmer, some conditioner, whatever. Manscaped has become our first sponsor of this show, and I'm very proud to have them as the sponsor. Very nice of them to do so. So if you have any lower Manscaped needs, go on over to manscaped.com. You can use my code NEST. Save yourself 20% off, get yourself free shipping, support the show, take care of your junk, save yourself some money, support the show. It's a win-win-win. So please go over there and do that if you have any needs. Thank you again to manscaped.com for supporting this show. It is very much appreciated. Ninja Dragon says, you read the chat, I'll subscribe. Gotcha. I wish I could quit you. Jordan 455, why do you think the Seahawks have been so bad at drafting? They've been so bad at drafting because of the fact that they fall in love with certain players rather than really looking at through the lens of who's the best player. They get enamored by guys. I think they also approach the process a lot more differently than other teams. I think, though, beyond that, the biggest problem, Jordan, and the biggest issue with any team that's been going bad with drafting, where it always comes down to with every team that goes bad with drafting, is in one place and one place only. Picking for need rather than the best player available. And the teams that lean harder into picking for need are the teams that do worse in the drafts. And we tend to be a team that picks for need above all else in every draft, in nearly every single selection. We try to essentially fill in the blanks of what we were not able to accomplish in the other part of the offseason. And that is what gets us into trouble. Richard Padgett says, subscribe, man. You're great. Thank you, Richard. You're great for subscribing, brother. And I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Philip Scopatuello. I'm going to go with just Philip because I just butchered your last name, Philip. So I'm sorry about that. No way they make the playoffs. Playoffs? You kidding me? Laughing out loud, this season is done. Russell Wilson's finger has clearly affected his play. If they win 6 games, that would be amazing. Well, again, it's Phil Bass. He asked me if there was a chance we could do it. I said there is a chance we could do it, but I agree with you. It's a 6 to 7 win team probably as we go forward through the rest of the year, and probably likely 6 wins, more than 7 wins on that. So I am agreeing with you on that. I'm just trying to give these folks some hope here, Philip. They're downtrodden. They haven't eaten anything in weeks. They're only given a couple drops of water every day. They're malnourished. Their ribs are poking out. I'm just trying to give them a little sustenance, a little pita bread for them, a little bit of something to make them, tell them that the sun will rise tomorrow. It will get better. Boom 12 says, Seahawks select bust of unheard school. That's right. UGK, Seahawks create narratives that justify their terrible, unorthodox picks. Plus, they think they're the smartest kids in class. Very true. And they also pick for need. They also do pick for need. Philip says, okay, I agree. There's always hope. I'm just trying to give a little bit of hope. We hit so much negative here, Philip. We got to do a little balancing every once in a while with a little rays of light that can kind of break through the window here from time to time. Every once in a while. All right. Well, thank you guys again so much for you guys watching and checking out the show today. Appreciate Brendon Nelson as well for coming to the channel on the first part of the show. Always awesome to have him talking shop with him. We will be back on Sunday again, you folks. I will be live streaming the whole game. We're going to live stream the rest of the season. Bad, good, horrible football. I don't care. I'm going to be here with you. We're going to be riding it out, hoping for the best, seeing the worst. Just kidding. But thank you again so much for you guys watching. And look, we got another loss. It's been a tough season. We're in the lowest of lows. I know where you guys are. I think you guys are remaining pretty darn positive. I'm pretty well impressed by how you guys have kept your mental state together. No one's falling apart here. We're hanging in there. But I don't want you guys to forget even in these moments now. Don't you ever forget now. Not even the moments of darkness. Not even when you can't even see the light. Don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go high.